Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is organizing the 13th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues Conference, scheduled to take place from December 12 to 14, 2024, in Rabat, Morocco. This flagship event will convene over 400 distinguished leaders from the public and private sectors, civil society, international organizations, think tanks, and the media across the Atlantic Basin, fostering open and candid discussions on pivotal cross-regional and cross-sectoral challenges. This year's conference marks a significant evolution, transitioning from annual thematic focuses to a broader, more inclusive approach emphasizing the wider Atlantic space's core values and strategic importance. The agenda will delve into critical topics such as geoeconomics, regional security, democracy, migration, and the energy transition, with a particular emphasis on the African Atlantic region. Participants will engage in over 11 plenary sessions, interactive town halls, thematic breakout dinners, and intimate night owl sessions, all designed to encourage meaningful dialogue. The Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders 2024 program will bring together more than 40 young changemakers across the Atlantic. These emerging leaders will participate in a tailored leadership, policy and networking program, fostering intergenerational dialogue and bridging generational and perception gaps. Building on the previous 12 editions, this 13th edition will be a platform conducive to navigating the complexities of the Atlantic region and working collaboratively towards a more integrated and prosperous wider Atlantic. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Welcome to the stage our moderator for this session, international media specialist, Anne-Marie Diaz-Borges. And now, please welcome our speakers for this session, Nizar Baraka, Minister of Equipment and Water in Morocco. Masoud Ahmed, President Emeritus at the Center for Global Development. Joachim Levy, Director for Economic Strategy and Market Relation at Banco Safra. And Matata Ponyo-Mapen, Chairman of the Board at the Congo Challenge. A short introductory video of this session will be now played on the screen. The demand for development financing now surpasses existing frameworks, revealing limitations in multilateral systems. Bold ideas or gaps in implementation might hinder progress, requiring development banks and the IMF to build a balanced structure that supports holistic growth alongside climate priorities. What are the main obstacles to translating bold development ideas into action? How can country-driven sustainable platforms reshape global financing architecture? How can NDBs and the IMF foster leadership behind these initiatives? Anne-Marie Diaz-Borges, the floor is yours.
Bonjour à tous. Good morning. Buen dia. Et je vais essayer de le dire en arabe. Ne jugez pas mon accent. Sabah el Khair. Halen.
Très bien, très bien, très bien.
Je suis absolument ravie d'être avec vous ce matin.
I am delighted to be with you here to talk about what's at the core of our concerns. So, we've been hearing so many beautiful recommendations and thoughts that have been shared with us on the Atlantic Dialogue platform. But when it comes down to financing, it's always difficult to achieve our ambitions and materialize them. So, if I may, let's take a couple of minutes to assess the work and acknowledge the work that has been done by all panelists, and I've been listening to many languages, and I really, really want to actually acknowledge the ones in this panel. Africa is represented, Latin America is represented, Asia, the United States, and this is incredible. And I wanted to acknowledge those working behind the scene. So now, in relation with the themes that we need to address today, I'd like to share some figures. According to the World Bank, we will need over a century to really draw the world population from the poverty level, $6.85 per day. And many populations in Africa, as we know, they live in a state of extreme poverty, $3 per day. So according to the United States and the United Nations, we are at the crossroad. If we do not change the momentum radically, it's going to be very hard for us to achieve the global development goals by 2030, and it's around the corner. So we would need $4 billion additional investment dollars for developing countries. And as we know, the financial gap doesn't seem to be overcome and divided, and we wonder whether the international financial architecture is benefiting to the countries that most need it. Now, we are at the threshold or at a crossroad. Is it because of lack of ambition or ambitious ideas, or because of lack of will? Please go to your smartphones, and the question is going to be displayed on the screen. And we're absolutely delighted that you take part of this, and we are awaiting your answers with patience. We can't wait to look at your answers. Well, according to you, lack of ambition ideas or issues of implementation, both, or is it something else? We give you another couple of seconds. Of course, I don't think there's anything else, by the way. Well, it seems yes. Well, my instinct was telling me that there might be, for sure, other proposals for something else. And this is the reason why we're here. So let's give you another couple of seconds. It's an incredible tool here. Who said something else in the room? Well, fabulous, amazing. 2, 3. Excellent. We're going to be giving you microphones. But first, let's go to the audience. The gentleman who said something else. So, Andreas Kram.
Yesterday, and there's a fundamental misunderstanding. As far as the energy system is concerned, changing to the new energy system is actually cheaper than running the existing energy system. So if we were honest, we would understand that we don't actually need money, but people invent expensive schemes in order to justify the moving of billions of dollars through their hands, and one can only suspect that there is an interest in earning kickbacks along the way somewhere.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My dear panelists, gardez cela en tête parce qu'on va venir vers vous. Je vais prendre, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you very much for this response. The lady over there, I'm sure this is going to be very enriching.
Development model. And it is producing exactly what it was designed to produce. So more money is not the solution. The solution is a rethinking of development that puts the essence of being human at the center and affirms our interconnectedness, our interdependence within the web of life. We cannot develop, so-called, by destroying the very Mother Earth.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Bonjour. Je pense que...
Good morning. I think the issue of financing is related to the needs. And the question is whether the financing is taking into account the needs of countries and address and meets the needs of countries and the people. And this is where we need to overcome that gap. We need to adapt the financing and make sure that it's meeting the needs of the population and the target groups. Thank you very much for this contribution. Thank you very much. Well, personally, I think that we should find or set up mechanisms for the wealth to migrate, because the wealth, it will remain where it is as long as there is this issue of money transfer. So we need to strike a balance and allow wealth to migrate and go somewhere else. I really love this interactive format. Honourable Minister, I'm now going to you. You have seen the results of our poll. You've been listening to the people here, and you came to realize that, of course, there are other thoughts here, and people are also thinking out of the box. So, and Morocco is, to us, a development model. Could you please share with us some of the bold projects and ambitions of Morocco? Well, I like to say that in relation to the question that was asked and the proposals that were made, I think we necessarily need to integrate and mainstream all those dimensions. Of course, the human dimension that requires a readaptation, a redesigning of our economic model, especially with the climate change challenges. We have many new challenges ahead of us, challenges in terms of resilience and adaptation and mitigation. And of course, lastly, to find poverty that is still at the core of our objectives. The second important problem, in terms of financial innovation, and there are so many ideas out there. and some successful stories in the field that we might highlight. But the true difficulty that we have is the implementation side, and currently, and it's hard, and we need to acknowledge and recognize that we're at the world development, in the world development model, namely in terms of fighting climate change. Most of the financing resources are allocated to adaptation, to mitigation rather to adaptation. So we are very far from the huge amounts that were announced, the 4 billion. I think if we get to 3, it's still very, we're going to be very happy. But there's also problems of access of some developing countries in terms of their capacity to propose some climate, to benefit from the Green Fund or Climate Fund. Not to mention all the requirements that are demanded to really be eligible to the Green Fund or to the Climate Fund. So what I'm saying is that we need to act on these 3 levels to be able to move forward and gain momentum. Now, coming back to the Moroccan model, if I may, I would like to highlight the 3 fundamental axes. So first of all is the vision. So Morocco has a very clear and crystal clear vision with a very long-term and mid and long-term vision. And under our constitution, well, this vision is actually enshrined in our constitution. It has been decided by the Council of Ministers, led by His Majesty the King. And this has allowed, through framework agreements and to embark all ministries in this vision. And this allows to have clear synergy and also achieve a much more integrated approach and vision between all public policies. One of the main challenges that we had to optimize the financial impact on the population is the very notion of working in silos, and we used to work in silos. So through this very important shared capacity and shared vision, we work in a much more integrated framework with the regionalization project that really eases and forges this implementation of public policies. Another third important axe is really promoting these logics of social promotion with the aim to mitigate territorial inequalities and social inequalities, and the rural project to extend and to generalize the social care. And we had to find the necessary financial resources to be able to really provide with all the low-income populations and families to access healthcare. So let me also give you a clear understanding or explanation on this very shared vision. As you know, we have had serious droughts for years, and during these years, we were compelled to reduce and bring down the level of water that would be evaporated in the air. So we built the highway, the water highway, and without this water highway, we would have been compelled and obliged to really cut the water resources to millions of people in Casablanca. So now we are able to transfer water from the less water shed areas to the areas and regions of Morocco with greater water resources. So all this has cost about 550 million euros, and half of it has been funded by CDG, which is a public institution, Bank of Africa, and these are all Moroccan companies that set up a consortium to achieve and implement this project in a record time. And also we have integrated and embraced embarked all the regions that have also co-funded this project, not to mention the public funds. Another interesting experience on this financial mechanism is the PPP, the private-public partnership, and we did this for the desalination project using energy and solar energy to finance this project, and a private sector that has allowed us to set up this private funding with the public funding and achieving 250 million cubic meters as the royal sovereign has wished to do. So, Honourable Minister, you started by saying that we need a very clear vision, which leads us to the topic of leadership. And the water of resources, is it central according to you? Well, I think the minister said it before. In order to be able to respond and address these problems and come up with audacious and bold ideas, you need a vision, because the vision precedes the reflection. And for that, you need to have assessed the problems first and identify the needs. And I think developing countries and global south countries need to understand that the climate change challenges and development
infrastructure in the healthcare sector, in the education sector, first and foremost concerns the countries of the South. As such, it is absolutely necessary for these audacious and bold ideas to stem from these countries of the South, and the international multilateral institutions, for instance, the IMF, the World Bank, or the countries of the South, need to be involved in the decisions, because the decision-making power of these institutions, well, for the most part, lie within the countries of the North, which is why it is absolutely necessary to have a leadership and a quality leadership, both from the countries of the South, and this requires certain values. To have a vision, as stated, Mr. Honourable Minister, it's important for these ideas to unfold, and values geared to the general interest of the population. So whenever we've witnessed leaders from the South whenever they showcase the interest of the population, well, these ideas flourish and financing follows. The financing is available. So it isn't from these multilateral institutions aren't the ones who are poised to identify the needs of the countries of the South. And as stated, the Honourable Minister, when there's a vision, a synergy, there's a synergy of ideas, and there's an integrated rationale which results in an optimization of government action and which results in immediate results. So, as such, leadership is a key factor, but it goes hand in hand with governance. We've seen time and again these multilateral institutions funding countries of the South, and these funds are diverted, and this continues today. These diversion of funds isn't due to the quality or the quantity, but the rational use of the funds in these countries. These funds can arrive even from the countries of the South, as we've heard and seen earlier. Thank you. So this is where the shoe pinches, to actually be able to properly manage these funds that are granted. Is there any monitoring? Mr. Hamed, I am turning to you. You are familiar.
Financial systems inside out. We're talking about equity, in fact, and the capitalization of what we are given. We've heard it. Bold ideas are very frequent. We all have them. Where are the blocks today, according to you?
Alors, étant donné que vous m'avez posé la question en anglais.
So, given you've asked me the question in English, I will answer in English.
Let me come to the question that you raised at the beginning, to which we got the answers. Is it an absence of bold ideas, or is it the difficulty in implementation which explains the gap between the numbers that we put out, which are the numbers of what is needed, and the numbers which reflect what we are doing? And there's a big gap. I think the minister said One number, for example, very recently is the gap between $1.3 trillion that per year that are needed to deal with climate change issues in developing countries, and 300 billion, which is what was agreed, and even the 300 billion is not so clear what's inside it. I think it's neither the fact that we don't have bold ideas, nor the fact that it's difficult to implement them. To me, the big problem, the real block, is that we don't have a shared sense of priority and urgency amongst all the countries and representatives that need to agree to go from need assessment to action. And what's worse is that we don't acknowledge that we don't have a shared sense of priorities and urgency. And so what we do is we pretend that we all agree, and then we find some vague explanation as to why we don't deliver. And this is worse than not agreeing, because what it does is that it stops us from focusing on how to prioritize with the limited funding that is in reality going to be available. It stops us from trying to identify what trade-offs we must make, and it creates a mistrust and a cynicism in the whole process. And so, for example, just I'll give you one specific example. We went to Baku. Baku was supposed to be the finance COP. Okay? The idea was that the people would agree on how to finance the transition. Nobody disputes the number, more or less, of 1 trillion or 1.3 trillion per year as what is required. You can argue a little bit around the margins, but nobody is disputing it. The best they could come up with was 300 billion. Okay? Now, how do we solve that gap? Well, what we do is we say, next year, we are going to meet in Belém. So let us have a Baku to Belém roadmap. And this roadmap will take us from 300 billion to 1.3 trillion. Why? How? Have we got a process in mind? And if you look at the communiques that come out of all the summits for the last 5 years, starting particularly during the COVID period, all the G20, G7, EU-Africa communiques, all of them have these aspirational numbers, but no plan for delivery associated with those numbers. I have a simple proposal. Is it possible that every communique should start with a table that shows the recommendations that were made in the last communique, where we are on the implementation of those recommendations, and what the gap is? If you sit on an audit committee of a university or of a company, it's a normal practice. You start your meeting by looking at the recommendations from the last meeting and where you are on implementing it. But summits never start with what was agreed before. They just afresh come up with new and aspirational numbers.
And
so
very bold headlines,
which
are always sensational, but then when you dig into the reality of things...
If you don't come up with serious numbers, then what you do is that you just keep kicking the can down the road. In the meantime, the planet keeps getting warmer, people remain in poverty longer than they should, kids aren't going to school, and we are not solving the problem, but we are papering over the cracks. So my one plea, if you say, what is the thing that is stopping us the most, is this incoherence between words and action.
Thank you very much. Mr. Levy, what, according to you, is stopping us the most? You've just heard what Mr. Ahmed just shared, and you also have a great knowledge of our multilateral and other international finance instances. Are they really adequate to deal with our challenges today? I think this is at the core of our issues in terms of financial gap.
Ok, très bien. Je serai
I will also be bold, and I will borrow a few ideas that I heard this morning, but I will also speak in English, just like my colleague here.
What we heard here gives us actually a very good roadmap, if you want to call it. First, you need to have the priorities. What is really important? What strikes me, and for instance, all the UN COPs and so on, there's no priority. We know that the major source of emissions today is coal, but it's no way to have a real path for coal phasing out. Yesterday we heard, I think it was either Strauss-Kahn or Attali was mentioning the use of SDRs for financing long-term, say the long-term cost of a quicker coal phasing out, because it's not only to pay for the plant that's still new, but you have the whole value chain, all the people that are involved from coal extraction, say India, South Africa, even Indonesia. This means big money, and the only way to do this will be if you don't believe that rich countries will just give money away, the best you can get, and it's already quite bold to think about this, will be to have very long-term loans using the SDR. Some people will say, oh, this is inflationary. I don't think that $600 billion will be really inflationary, but will help a lot to get countries like South Africa, India, Indonesia, a bit Vietnam, moving, getting out of coal. And this can take you, I don't know, 3-5 gigatons out of the atmosphere. Big time. You have to do it quickly, and you have to do it in a fair way, which means looking at the impact in these countries where coal is so important. The other thing we also heard is yesterday and today is, okay, what do you want to do? How can you use the new technology to really have an impact? And I think what our friend mentioned about energy, if it's 300, 500, if probably it's less than 1,000 to get people a decent source of solar power, get a TV, get a refrigerator, and so on. And what is interesting is that actually this could be done a lot by the private sector, if you have a minimum framework. The only tricky thing, if you think, for instance, about cellular phone, you didn't have to have the World Bank financing cellular phone. A private company did. The only difference is that in the case of solar panels, you sell it and you don't get an income flow forever. But you could lease, there's a way. So you have to separate what you really want to achieve. And I think what the minister said that, well, maybe the money from, say, multilaterals will be better spent in adaptation. And here in Africa, we know that in 5 years, 10 years, adaptation will be the big issue, rather than trying to make countries to sometimes make choices that may or may not make so much an impact in their emissions, and especially in global emissions. So I think that it really, we lack a clear sense of what are the priorities, and from there you get finance. I mean, I've been working with finance for some time. Finance is a means to get to some goal. Even if the goal is just to have a scheme and get money from others, still it's just a means. So we talk a lot about financing, but it's not clear what we really want to achieve. We want to have a strategy for adaptation. We want to have a strategy for this minimum development, which is now so much affordable. Like he said, it's 300, maybe it's 500, maybe even 1,000. Well, a lot of households, even in Africa, could spare 1,000, maybe have a little bit of financing, 1 year, whatever, to get to this new level of interconnectivity and so on and so forth. And then I think here we share a big thing. Bold ideas. Brazil has floated an idea that existed before in other forms, but with this, the Tropical Forest Financing Fund. Okay, it's bold. It looks at using the edge between the assets in these big funds and some of the seed money. So the idea there is that, well, if some rich countries, AAA countries, or AAA countries doesn't exist anymore, but let's say investment grade countries put some money there, maybe a subordinated share in this big fund. Other people might be willing to put other money, and this fund could buy, say, sovereign debt from poorer countries, which will help solve the current problem of debt indebtedness of the poorest countries, provide some higher interest rate in the asset side than in the liability side, and the difference of that could finance forest protection in Africa, in Brazil, Indonesia. It's great. Well, of course, like any of these bold ideas, just have to convince, I don't know, China, the UK, and so on,
so
to
just
put
to make
some
it
20
super
billion.
clear, I really like this bold idea, and maybe the ADs could be the way to launch it and to make it a reality. Brazil, but other countries in Latin America have the first, on dit le poumon vert, the green lung of the world, avec l'Amazonie, le bassin du Congo.
There's also the Congo Basin also has the forest of the Congo Basin. We might potentially consider an alliance because we will naturally lead to the issue of climate finance. We can maybe lay the groundwork here and
countries, and we see something happening, parce que bien sûr
because the climate issue for our developing regions, Honorable Minister, as you very well know, I do know that the Kingdom of Morocco has set out some huge ambitions in the hydropower, but with regards to the air that we breathe and Mother Nature, as a participant mentioned earlier, is absolutely key. We might potentially see both of these regions try to organize and mobilize their efforts. I listened attentively to the contribution earlier. It's that we have more than enough ideas. We do know how to implement, and the implementation isn't the issue either. And I think about what's urgent isn't prioritized, and what's prioritized is never urgent. But actually, I believe that the countries of the South need to brainstorm to set out those priorities. And as the minister said, it's all about vision, leadership. Issues pertaining to climate change and financing of development in the countries of the South cannot be initiated by the North, because these issues actually of financing development, healthcare, education, infrastructure, doesn't concern them, aren't their priority. What concerns them today is climate change. And if financing is geared to climate change, which is paramount for them, well, this might leave the financing of infrastructure and education, and these issues might end up at the bottom of the totem pole. So it's important to see whether the DRC and other countries that are part of the Congo Basin can bring forth bold ideas and prioritize. But this is all, once again, about vision and leadership. And I believe that as long as this issue won't be fundamentally addressed by those that are involved and concerned. We do know that oceans do contribute to the oxygenation of the environment. However, there are these two forests in the Amazon forest and in the Congo Basin. But as long as Brazil and those that do have the equatorial forest, including Congo, my country, won't showcase bold ideas, and they won't have prioritized these issues, well, we cannot expect for multilateral institutions, as I mentioned earlier, which are fundamentally led by the countries of the North, to find these bold ideas for us. However, the implementation is extremely important. Regardless of the ideas we can bring forth, implementation is crucial. And I believe that the minister mentioned this earlier when he stated that, well, implementation are constraints of governance, both political, legal, or judiciary, financial. All of these issues, unfortunately, are problematic in the countries of the South. The funds, which sometimes are channeled by these multilateral institutions, are diverted to date, which also begs the question of climate change and the emergency of financing this climate action to ensure that our countries can face the challenges that we sadly are too familiar with in our regions. And we might wonder, what other topics might be considered to be more urgent, such as infrastructure, education, health. Before turning to you, Mr. Minister and Mr. Livy, I do know you wish to jump in on this issue. I would like to turn to the audience. What are the priorities that you can grant to climate compared to other concerns that we must also find financing for? So very quickly, a question for you. Please turn to your smartphones in English.
Should be, according to you, the top priority? Le climat?
Climate or the other needs in terms of development. So please allow me to repeat them. Education, healthcare, infrastructure, and all across the board, or all of the above?
And yes, that is why it's no easy task, dear panelists, because according to the audience, everything should be taken into account. Honorable Minister, I would like to turn to you. How do you address this dilemma in your ministry and the government? Before answering your question, I would like to first interact with my friend from earlier to just recall that the sovereign during COP22 had set up the summit for Africa, and he had launched the initiative in the Congo Basin, actually. And that initiative is actually doing quite well. And as you said, in this logic of South-South cooperation, we were able to really move forward and be in the dynamic that you are highlighting. So we really need to develop this with Amazon to address future climate needs. Second major issue as well, which is raised when we talk about climate financing, is adaptation. And oftentimes we're asked a question to say that today for mitigation, we know how to measure this in terms of greenhouse gases, etc., and how to reduce them. But when it comes to adaptation, it is more challenging to measure the impact. And so it's difficult to fund that. But I must say that during COP22 and ever since, Morocco has embarked on that with the implementation of a platform on setting up a metric for adaptation to facilitate access to funding. The platform now is managed by OCP as part of the AAA initiative, which is adaptation of African agriculture to climate change, and it's actually making quite good progress. Now, to be clear concerning this issue that you've raised, as far as we're concerned, today, we have the metrics for water. We know the impact, and we can measure the cost of not taking any action. And unfortunately, we've seen the Sus Basin where water was overused, and now we have 40,000 hectares that we can no longer use because all the groundwater was used up. And so there is so much salinity that we cannot use the land, whereas it was land that really produced a lot of agricultural crops nationally, mainly for export purposes, which is why today we have set up a new vision, which consists, or which is in line with a new type of solidarity, which we call city outskirts solidarity. So city, rural area, whereas before it was the rural areas which through the dams gave water to populations who were living in the coastal cities. And now we have launched a number of desalination plants, and these will allow, on the one hand, to provide drinking water for all of the populations living in coastal cities. And these desalination plants will also make it possible to save water in the dams for rural populations and cities in the hinterland. And at the same time, we went a bit further, and now we will be transferring desalinated water to land that's more inside. And now we have a desalination plant that's being built by OCP to go to Marrakesh, Bingrir, and Youssoufia and ensure drinking water for these populations. We will also have a desalination plant in Tiznit, which will cater to Terudent region to address the needs of agricultural farmers, and it will also supply water, desalinated water for farmers. And which I must say, and which is important, is that we were also able to do things in such a way that farmers now are committed to buying this at more expensive prices because they didn't have access to water, and it's important for them to have access to water to be able to continue to produce and export. Third important thing is that we also have set up today, there's a large project that we launched to transfer renewable energy from regions in the south of Morocco, in the region of Dakhla and Tantan, to the northern regions so that they can, so the desalination plants can benefit from lower energy costs, and that way they can reduce production costs. We have one of the lowest production costs in the world because we're at 45 cents per cubic meter, $45 cents. And now this shows three things, and I'll conclude here. Number one, we need this integrated vision where we have a nexus, water, renewable energy, and food security. Secondly, we also need this integrated vision because we will ensure the production of renewable energy, which will address the needs of water desalination, which will make it possible to give water to agriculture and drinking water. Third important thing is that we need good governance and credibility. And credibility involves a stable macroeconomic framework and an ability to deliver. We need to deliver. When we set an objective, we need to reach it within the time frame, within the deadlines, and this allows us to have all the funding that we need. Thank you. Being accountable. So you mentioned water several times, and I must recall that it's a major challenge of our century. And you talked about enhancing cooperation beyond borders, I must say, because you were saying that the United Kingdom and my country, Cape Verde, have signed a cooperation agreement on water. Thank you very much. Now I would like to turn to you, Mr. Levy, because you wanted to react.
South having more to do. I think another big area where you're talking about big money, in addition to the SDR for coal phasing out, would be carbon credits. And there we had a lot of resistance. Now in Baku, there were some decisions. We're still trying to figure out what will be the implications, the famous Chapter 6.4. Now, this could mean a lot of money as long as you get the good governance. And the governance is not only in the countries, but also how this will impact, for instance, our NDCs and how some of the projects for carbon, either in terms of forest protection or reforestation, will be developed. But if this carbon really goes forward and we have a voluntary global carbon market, I think this could give be a source of revenue, not only for Brazil, for the Congo Valley, but also in Asia, you can talk about the big forces in Indonesia and so on. I think, and another thing that will be really important, this is a little bit trickier, is the following. A lot of the emissions and what is going to happen ultimately will depend on the big companies. It will depend on their capital decisions and their capex and their investments. And there, I think, a very important tool that also the South should be looking at is the question of disclosure of the footprint of companies, of global companies. There is a movement to make this disclosure even mandatory. In Brazil, it will be mandatory from 2026. You may remember the Bloomberg report a few years back and so on. All this has to move forward. And we actually, at the Bretton Woods Committee, we suggested that the IMF would include in their surveillance work to check with countries if they are making this disclosure mandatory. And why is this important? Because as long as companies have to tell in understandable language, in accounting language, what is their footprint, what is their, say, net zero path, and what kind of investment they're going to make. I think this could be transformational because A, would accelerate the transition, and B, they would be forced to make decisions where they could get these transformations at a lower price. And this would create the potential very strong capital flows to the South, where our natural resources can help to have real, affordable, clean energy and cleaner processes. So it's a little bit big finance, corporate things, but it would have a tremendous impact in the South, more than anything we could get from a multilateral bank.
Thank you very much. So we're talking about bold ideas today. We are going to some bold people in the room, our emerging leaders in a little while, and to you also in the audience. Get your questions ready, but I would like to hear from you, Mr. Hamed, please.
So two points quickly before we get the views from the emerging leaders and audience. The first one is, you remember you put that chart up on, is it climate a priority or should it be development?
Or both.
I think it's really important to pick up the point that Minister Barker made, which is insofar as financing adaptation, which is making economies resilient to the impact of climate change, that is nothing but good development. If you had a school building that was built for a 35-degree summer, and now the summer is going to be 45, the cost of doing development has gone up because of climate change. You can call it adaptation, you can call it something else, but there is no trade-off. That is the only thing we have to do to adapt to the fact that the world is going to be less livable than it used to be because of climate change. So the real question is, what about financing for mitigation? And when it comes to financing for mitigation, again, we need to remember all of Africa accounts for single digits, 5% and less of global emissions. And under any plausible scenario of future growth, it's not going to be what makes the shift between the world being livable or not being livable. But there also we have to recognize that the cost of green alternatives, particularly in energy, solar, I think this was a point that was made by the first intervention, is now cheaper than the traditional alternatives. So a lot of the trade-offs are going away. Where there is extra cost, they should be borne outside of development funds. We can't use development funds to finance a global response to something which has no impact on the developing country. It's a global issue. So I think there we need to be clear. And the last thing I wanted to say is that your point about governance, and that the countries themselves need to put forward the bold ideas. If you remember COVID, in COVID for 2 years, Africa struggled to get vaccines. And it kept getting pushed back to the end of the line by the countries that were controlling the supply of vaccines. And it was when you created in Africa a coordinated vaccine purchase initiative, and you empowered it, and you provided financing for it, that it was able to go out and make deals, buy the vaccines, and was much more successful than waiting in line to be given the vaccine according to somebody else's priorities. So I think the initiatives that will succeed are the ones where the countries themselves have a clear vision, a strategy, and if they can come together, even more powerful to be able to deliver it.
The message is very, very clear from most of you, actually, from all of you. We need to come up with our own bold ideas and implement them with the same sense of urgency to collaborate together. Let's go to some of our bold people in the audience. Absolutely, sir. We'll come to you. I want to hear from our youngsters. Please stand up. Introduce yourself, and I want to know what bold ideas and what priorities would you like to see first, please? If we could have, please stand up. We've got about 20 minutes to come to all of you, please.
Thank you. My name is Vicky Aridi. I'm from Kenya, one of the ADEL emerging leaders, and I work with the United Nations advising on green jobs. So an interesting point was brought up on the debt for nature swaps, and we're seeing uptake within Gabon and Ecuador. However, there are challenges, as you know, fulfilling the level of debt transparency, transaction costs. So it would be interesting to hear what are some of the challenges that are emerging, and then best practices to ensure that when we look at debt for nature swaps, they actually ensure they meet the country's economic and environmental goals in an equitable manner, especially for the South. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And that reminds me about a quote from Carlos Lopez yesterday. He said, when we talk about climate, we cannot mention equity and political. So we are right in there. Thank you very much. Anything from you youngsters? Remind me of my age. So let's go to you, sir, please.
Merci, madame. Je voudrais peut-être donner.
Thank you, madam. I would like to take 10 seconds for people who don't understand Arabic to take their headphones. I'm doing my best.
موضوع التنمية ومحاربة الفقر، تكلمتم على الفقر في مداخلتكم. هو أن الأمر في نظري لا يتعلق فقط بشح في الأفكار المبتكرة أو في صعوبات التطبيق والإنزال على الأرض فقط. أظن أن هناك there is no translation.
Sorry, translators, we cannot have a translation on what the gentleman is saying. If you could address,
alors
please.
je reprends. Donc, je ne sais pas si ça, ou bien je dois parler en français ou bien.
Should I speak in French?
سأعيد. أريد أن أشير إلى نقطة. أنا عندما صوت في التطبيق صوت أن هناك مشاكل أخرى. يعني لا يتعلق الأمر فقط بشح في الأفكار المبتكرة أو في صعوبات التطبيق على الأرض، بل هناك مشكل أساسي أريد أن أشير إليه. عندما ننظر إلى خريطة الفقر في العالم، هذه الخريطة تكاد تطابق.
So when we look at the poverty map in Morocco, this map is very close to the one of conflicts in the world. And so the countries who suffer from poverty also suffer from a lack of stability.
So what I would like to ask from the participants is whether we should look into the solutions that could help us end those conflicts. And I would like to give you the example of Sahel countries and the budget they devote to security and stability. And this weighs heavily on the development budget, unfortunately.
Thank you very much, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, s'il vous plaît.
Question to the panelists from an African perspective. Don't you think, because we are always hearing people blaming the others, blaming the financial institutions, blaming the foreign partners that don't help. I believe that we should do, as Africans, our own homework. And when I was listening this morning to Nizar Baraka, when he was saying about his experience, I learned that he was, thanks to this vision, to this, able to transform a serious crisis in the country by a new model of development and good governance. With our own means, I think that we should do our own homework internally in order to move forward. So how, today in the management of water, and management of other issues, education, and so on, so how to link this with the new model of, because I think that with the globalization, the model has failed and has show its shortcomings. We need to invent new models how to deal with these issues. Of course, you have a lot of conferences, a lot of meetings, a lot of declarations and money and so on. But if you don't, the real leadership, the real tools and work internally, we are moving nowhere. Thank you. If you can please elaborate on this issue.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Let's take a question here. We've got quite a few hands. We'll take another 2 questions, come to you, and then take some more. Yes.
Well, thank you very much for this very rich discussion. Something like 20 plus years ago, we came with the SDGs agenda. And then developed countries put some money on budgets, international budgets, and cooperation. Something like 10 plus years ago, we came with the climate change agenda, and then they redirected resources from that previous budgets to the new budget. And now, developed countries are redirecting budgets again from climate change towards defense. And things are likely to get even worse over the coming years. So we really need bold ideas. We cannot rely on business as usual anymore, because things will perhaps get worse and developing countries will find themselves alone. And that's my comment. I'd like to hear from the
Amazing. We cannot rely on business as usual. Let's take actually all the questions, if you are okay, and then we'll come to you for your answers and then your final thoughts. Let's do that. They are quite, yes. Let's go to Sir, and then we'll do this order.
So when it comes to looking at the gap of financing, sorry, my name is Amit. I'm from the NTU SBF Center for African Studies in Singapore. A quick one, we need to look at where the pot of money really is. And where is that money? The big money is in sovereign wealth funds, it's in pension funds, it's in insurance. So if you look at the total asset under management, for example, of the sovereign wealth fund, it's $14 trillion. $35 trillion worth of asset under management by all the insurance firms put together in the world. And they are looking for long-term investments. So why is that money not moving? If you look at their portfolio, the biggest chunk of their portfolio still is in fossil fuel industry. Still, less than 1% in climate projects. What we need is a long pipeline of projects that are bankable. And the only way to do that, really, in the South, is to bundle it, spread the risks, and create a long pipeline of projects that makes it commercially viable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will ask you to keep your questions, or yes, very, very, please, very succinct, so we can talk to all of you. We've got 16 minutes left.
Yes.
That's not a challenge, is it?
Yeah. My name is Khalid Chegraoui. I'm Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South and Vice Dean on Political Science and International Relations at UMCSP FGSUS. Well, just because سوف أتحدث العربية. Je vais parler en arabe.
Will use English for something very important.
I will be speaking in Arabic.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
Bassou.
you, dear Bassou, because if you notice, there was a moment of doubt when we moved from the interpretation.
Yes, Arabic. Yeah, but because there was some to the transition between. My question, and this question is directed to their excellencies ministers, when implementing public policies and when developing public policies, we start from the capitals. How can we listen to the needs and requirements of people who are living on the margin in different regions? This is the first thing. And second, what language will you use to address these population? We conducted an experiment in the University of Mohammed VI, especially that we have students from all the regions of Morocco and other regions of Africa. They don't speak the same language, they don't master the same languages, and we assume the responsibility that every student of the first year, whether he speaks Arabic, English, or French, he has to be able to master 3 languages after 3 years of his existence in the university. I can say that all our students speak 3 languages. Some of them speak 4 or 5 languages. How can we apply that to society? By listening and by the language that we use to address this society, given the fact that there are countries in Africa that have around 60 or 70 languages, local languages. How can we, for example, move from the center to the margin to think in the same mindset and to provide solutions and requirements for those people? Another thing, and I want to end here, a lot of things are thought of on the level of the center, and the solutions are provided on the level of the center. But do the people in the other regions believe or need the same solutions?
And as you said, for our continent, we're going to take all the questions on this side, and then we'll probably have about 10 minutes for you, panelists. Okay. Anywhere here as well? Okay, we're going to, let me turn around, make sure that we see everybody. All right, everyone with their hands raised. Please, sir, very quickly, please.
I give the interpreters 30 seconds because I will be using Arabic. I will try to tackle the topic from a very different perspective, from the destructive forces and the building forces. There are thousands of billions which are spent on arming. How? Or since you are talking about new sources and resources for development, can we develop these resources and direct these resources, especially developing countries? Can we give only 1% from the budget for arming and dedicate it to developing countries?
Sir, and then we'll go to this side. I know. Please.
Merci. Je vais être bref pour ne pas.
I will be brief. We have understood that the mechanisms of the markets are not in good shape to respond to the needs on the international and national level at the same time. We need multiple agents on the international front as well as on the national front in order to resolve these issues. There are market inconsistencies, and I am a professor in economy, so I have noted these dysfunctionalities. I would like to provide a slight bit of time additionally to a few extra questions. We will take a few more questions from the floor, and for the 10 remaining minutes, accord greater time to our panelists. Thank you. I will not take the full 10 minutes. I will be very brief. I would simply like to reframe this topic with the overarching theme, which is the meeting at the Atlantic level, utilizing the expertise present in the room today to talk about the financing and funding of Atlantic-led initiatives. We have lived the experience of the steps leading to the funding towards the gas pipeline, which has been in Africa, which has been a fantastic experience. This mainly had, in terms of targets, to provide access to the countries of the Sahel region to greater resources. Usually, countries need to pitch to these organizations and these finance-led organizations to rally funds. But can we not reach out to these donors or these providers of funding to unlock greater financing towards this goal? I would like to ask this question to the experts. How would you consider funding projects of this scope and size?
Senior fellow at the Policy Center here, and I'm a professor at the University of North Florida. I worked on development aid for a while, and then when nobody was listening, I gave up on that. But I remember I made the suggestion, and it was cited in a few things, in quite a few publications. I made a suggestion, I think it was either in Helsinki or Copenhagen or both, about that can solve lots of problems. And I appreciate the point that Mr. Masoud Ahmed made about the incoherence between the words and the action, but also lack of governance. We can have a solution. I'm an economist, so to me it's just normal, everyday stuff, but it might sound like a bold idea. What if we had a market for aid, where the supply actually is a supply of projects from the countries that need the development assistance? And the countries that are donors, whether multilateral or bilateral, becomes irrelevant, but they can compete for it, they can bid for the projects. And this way, the countries know themselves what they need, right? And the others, and everything is transparent. If they bid for it, everybody knows what everybody is doing. It's not going to be done because of the fact that sometimes there is bilateral aid. It has different things from what is published and all these things, and we cannot track it. But anyway, think about it, because really, we keep pushing for free markets, and we don't have free markets when it comes to development
Thank
assistance.
you very much. If you could pass the microphone behind you, we'll go to that gentleman there. And are you okay? Because this is quite a round, isn't it?
Yep.
Oui, on continue.
Merci bien, professeur.
Merci de vous présenter. Merci.
Oui, merci bien.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. I am a professor at Please allow me to advance a single argument. From my point of view, as we talk about African-wide governance, I think that our finance partners need also to review the conventional models that they have applied across Africa. I cannot fathom that the same models are replicated across different countries. We cannot rely on subsidies. We know that a well-functioning economy is one that evolves and changes and embraces change. We need to tackle the growing poverty across our populations. And the second thing I would like to say is that the criteria that we identify in terms of priorities, peace and security being some, but it is important to note that across Africa we have cultural problems which are related to mastering science and technology in order to develop ourselves further. So my point here is to promote greater cooperation in a transversal way across the Atlantic region in order to reinforce the competitivity of our economies, our nations. Thank you, Professor. I will take a few more questions, about 2 or 3 hands raised, and then we will have to close the session. We have 6 minutes left. Thank you, sir. Could we please have a microphone for the gentleman? There we go. Ali Ben Yahya, a PhD candidate in economy at the UM6P University. I would like to ask a question to the Honorable Minister. Your administration is particularly strategic. Water is a overarching issue which tackles irrigation, energy generation. We talk increasingly about green hydrogen, for example. My question is very simple. How could we make water an enabler for equitable development, one that involves all factions of society for our kingdom? Excellent question. Thank you very much. We will now transition to a few more questions, and we will then come back to our panelists on everything that has been mentioned.
2014. My question is on the potential to tap into $500 billion available each year. That is the amount of oil subsidies worldwide. To bridge the gap between that 300 and 1,300, taking in account also all the negative externalities related to health impact on population and also on the lack of transparency that jeopardize all the trade equilibrium at the international level.
Thank you very much. Et monsieur, s'il vous plaît.
Rabia Muhtar, Policy Center for the New South and Texas A&M University. Great session. Thank you so much. One idea was floating, which is to put our act together for the South and put together a governance structure and accountability and have a plan. This is exactly what the North wants, so that the responsibility is shifted from the climate action for the North to pay for that to the South and to the communities. Is that what I'm hearing?
Wonderful. One last question, please. Merci, monsieur. Est-ce qu'on peut lui apporter... Ah, ouais, ça y est.
Donc, bonjour tout le monde. Moi, c'est Hamza.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hamza Saoudi. I'm a senior economist here at the Policy Center. I thank you for your input. I have a simple comment to make. You have insisted on the importance of good governance and having a vision for good governance. But something else that is important is public trust. Public trust amongst government, citizens, and the youth and new generations. It's great to have a fantastic vision and a clear one and good governance practices, but we need to have the input and we need to have the population on board. We need to foster greater trust in order to achieve that through sound communication amongst government and citizens. And this really, for Mr. Chegraoui, for example, made a valid point in terms of fostering greater communication. This is something that we should not forget. And I have also very much appreciated Mr. Masoud Ahmed's idea about having a dashboard featuring the targets that we have set for the next 5 years, measuring that the level of success. This would foster transparency and would bolster trust. This would also contribute to improving the living conditions of our citizens and build further trust. So it would take our country forward. Hello, Sidi Mohamed Sidi. I am a lawyer at the Political Science faculty. I have listened to the question about reforming our approach to development, and I think the real initiative for the Atlantic is a successful way to achieve this, particularly because Morocco is really at the lead and leading the journey for the countries who have a presence across the Atlantic shore, up down to the Cape or Cape Verde. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I know the coffee break awaits, but I will take 30 additional seconds if that is all right. Mr. Honorable Minister, I will ask, I know, maybe an impossible question, but something that you would like to share with us. I believe that on the basis of the arguments that we have just listened to, I will mention a few core points. How to have populations on board and make them adhere, particularly in rural areas and in zones where populations are far from urban areas. We have, to do so, introduced regional commissions in order to implement these measures at the regional level. Our approach is to lead a policy which is engaging and based on participation of elected officials as well as citizens to ensure that these measures and these public policies are implemented in real terms. This has enabled us to unlock a new element which was not visible before, one that was, instead of acting on rural roads or towards the rural path, it was to ensure that we can enable provinces and regions to access the funding that has been made available in order for them to benefit enabling landlocked regions to benefit from this funding. Secondly, relating to the issue of having an integrated vision and approach, I would like to simply remind one thing to the audience. When we place the citizen at the center of our reflection and policy making approach, we can only have a multi-dimensional result. For example, the World Cup, an example which is related to the World Cup for 2030. We could have just limited our projects to building stadiums, but no, we have placed citizens' interest to the center of our reflection and policy making for this massive project. This is a project that will include infrastructure changes, one that tackles tourism issues, water and irrigation, as well as sanitation, the involvement of youth, and it will enable the development of our country, which is why this 2030 World Cup will be a nationwide development project at a large scale. And finally, my last point, the one about trust. Trust is indeed important, and across institutions, trust is earned. That is only enabled on the long term. We need time in order to unlock that trust. How do we do that? Through sharing, greater communication, as well as listening, and most particularly in honoring the commitments that have been taken. That is what would provide greater credibility for decision makers and government officials. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Mr. Mohammed, it's your turn.
Time. Let me just say two things. First, your last point is, I would say, confidence and trust. Rebuilding trust is the number one priority. And it's within countries, along the lines you've just laid out, but it's also across countries. And it's in the international institutions as well, because they are also losing credibility and trust. And that requires accepting where there are shortcomings in what has been done rather than being defensive. And it requires transparency, and there was a call for transparency in demonstrating what is being done, what the numbers are. So that's the first one. Second thing I want to say is I think we have to move to making our plans based on a realistic assessment of what is likely to be the state of the world, rather than based on what we would like to be the state of the world. We should agitate to make the world better, but we should make our plans based on the way the world is. So yes, spending on development over the next decade will be less than it was in the last decade in many countries. defense is going to take up a much larger share of budgets in Europe. What is left will go a lot to dealing with Ukraine. And these are realities in which we need to work, even as we try to change them. Unless we do that, we will make plans that are not realistic, that do not prioritize, and that end up mismanaging the resources that we have, which are limited, and that end up disappointing our own citizens, and therefore coming back, affecting the credibility of the actions.
Thank you so much. Mr. Levy, please.
Well, first, I fully subscribe to the vision of the minister.
Ma vision rejoint
Everyday exercise, for instance, in Brazil at all levels, and also that we have to look at the reality of the world that's coming up. Let me respond a few of the specific questions. First, with respect of having this pipeline of projects and so on that was discussed, I mean, I take the example of Brazil. Have just launched exactly a platform of that with not only the project from government, but any project, private project that might be related to climate. This will be curated by our development bank. This was built with the help of GFANS. The chairman of GFANS in Brazil. So I think it's the way to go, to get to this. Second thing about, we have the externalities, what sometimes called the commons. Well, we at the Bretton Woods Committee, we thought that we could have the IMF having a bigger role of that. Why? Because the IMF knows about numbers. But of course, this will require also an update of the governance of IMF. But I think we should have the consideration. Third, sorry, I'm just going to the question. The nature debt swap, great thing. We in Brazil, 20 years ago when I was at Treasury, we realized that there was a project from the US that we could use. And it worked. We financed a number of specific things about tropical forests that were there. So I think it's a good venue. Final thing, if you look to the fact that you're not going to get more money to the public sector, this makes these two things that I mentioned ever more important. Carbon credits, where we involve the private companies, as well as it's called ISSB, this disclosure of companies. Again, this is the way to mobilize, or the one big way, to mobilize private capital in a world where we're not going to get public money from rich countries.
Thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, Monsieur Pogno, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, je vais essayer d'être bref. Je pense que l'essentiel des
I will try to be brief. I think most of the discussions that we've had in this session have revolved around the question of leadership. Indeed, leadership implies a governance of qualities and leading a vision, as well as setting a priority order. We need to call upon the countries from the South to be ambitious and attempt to embark on ambitious projects. This is not... the North does not have ownership on creative ideas and audacity. I have listened to someone who has provided input, and they are from Singapore, I believe. We know the ideas. I remember the ideas of General Pak in South Korea, but I think this question of climate change and equilibrium between the financial resource that need to be allocated to one sector over the other, like defense or climate change, the main issue is that fundamental points and fundamental priorities for progress, like health and security, are also dependent and reliant on good leadership and, as you said, on trust. So let's come back to addressing the question of leadership.
Leadership.
Thank you very much. We have run over the session by 8 minutes. I will note the concepts of leadership being ambitious and bold, trust and transparency. Here are some of the keywords to keep in mind this morning. Thank you all for your participation. Honorable Minister, thank you for your presence this morning. Thank you to all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will now begin. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will now begin. Please welcome to the stage our
Mesdames et messieurs, la session
chief at France 24, Gallagher Fenwick.
Thank you and welcome for yet another exciting and intellectually stimulating conversation as a part of the Atlantic Dialogues 2024 series. My name, as was just mentioned, is Gallagher Fenwick, and it is my absolute pleasure and privilege to welcome to the stage, to sit by my side, General Biram Diop, the Minister of the Armed Forces of Senegal. Thank you, General. Have a seat, please. Thank you so much.
I'm so sorry I will not be facing you.
Dr. Pascal Boniface, Founding Director of the French Institute for International and Strategic Affairs, l'IRIS. Tiens, Pascal. Thank you so much. And Daniel P. Vajdic, President of Yorktown Solutions. Thank you so much. And we'll now go to a short introductory video.
Rising conflicts and security challenges highlight the Atlantic's need for a cohesive security framework. An inclusive Atlantic security mechanism must address obstacles while aligning with calls for networked multilateralism and comprehensive regional security strategies. What factors drive the fragmentation of regional and global security efforts? What challenges do existing frameworks face in addressing modern security needs? What are the prospects for establishing a unified Atlantic security cooperation mechanism?
Daniel, if I can kick it off with you by asking, when we look at the evolution of the regional security environment from the Red Sea to the Atlantic, what are you seeing and focusing on over the past few decades?
Well, I think the theme there would be the theme of this conference, which is fragmentation. Fragmentation has taken place at a very rapid pace globally, but I would say that no region has experienced fragmentation more than the Atlantic region and Atlantic Africa in particular over the recent few decades. The end of the Cold War undid a more simplified two-block system, which for countries that even for countries that weren't a part of it, that were technically non-aligned, it was still a more straightforward, a more understandable environment that was created by this two-block system. And we had a moment of U.S. dominance, but that dominance still couldn't address or prevent the emergence of fragmentation. Yeah. And as that dominance, which I would argue is resulting or has resulted both from the emergence of other powers, other players, but also from U.S. policy choices. As that dominance has receded in various ways, fragmentation has really become, more amplified, and I'd say exponentially so. So increasingly, in this increasingly fragmented environment, threat perceptions have evolved to become much less common. And this is really significant. This is very important because it's these common threat perceptions that drive the creation, utilization, and maintenance of security arrangements and security frameworks. Yeah. And that's another topic of discussion for this panel and this conference.
Minister Biram Diop, Minister of the Armed Forces of Senegal, what are the key geopolitical players, according to you, that are influencing security dynamics in this wide expanse that we're looking at. And I'm hoping to have a map up on the screen throughout this session, because we're looking at such a large zone, you see. So from the Red Sea that you see right there, all the way through the wider Atlantic, we're the key players according to you there.
Thank you very much for your question. Let me, first of all, before trying to respond to your question, thank the Policy Center for inviting me. I have been participating in this meeting for quite a decade. And it is the occasion for me to thank them because somehow they have contributed to who I am today, to the humble person I am, because they have given me the possibility to strengthen my general culture, to widen also my network. So thank you for that. And I would like also to make some general considerations before coming to your specific question. When I saw the title of our theme, which is about regional security paradigm, I found it very relevant and extremely important today. But I right away thought that it would be very important for all of us to not consider this dynamic or this problematic as a stand-alone paradigm. But rather we should to consider it as one of the paradigms we should be focusing on. And one of them is the international security paradigm, whereby we need to work together in solidarious manner to preserve our collective good, which is the international security. That is a prerequisite for whatever we want to undertake. And second, we also need to take into consideration the national security paradigm, because as a team, we cannot be strong if all the team members are not strong back home. So each state needs to do his homework. We are good at home, and then when we meet, there are probabilities for us to do a good job. Within the own states, it is also important to understand the diversity of the security paradigm in our own state. They're local. Depending on where we are in the city, where we are in the state, our security priorities will differ. And this dimension also needs to be taken into consideration. And finally, see what I call the citizen security paradigm, the individual security paradigm. People need to be aware of the fact that they have an individual role to play for their security to be there. Now, once those considerations taken into account, then I can try to talk about the players you referred to. There are many. And if you go from the Red Sea to the Atlantic, depending on the corridor you are using, the dynamics will differ. If you go north and you're going through Egypt, Libya, Algeria, and Morocco, the dynamics will probably be dealing with irregular migration. The proliferation of small arms. If you go center through Sudan, South Sudan, Uganda, and then you go through Chad, Central African Republic, and DRC, and then Niger, Nigeria, and Mali, and Burkina Faso, the dynamics are different. These are dynamics in the Sahel, where people are facing drought considerations, where they're facing terrorism. Now, if you go to the corridors that is in the southern part, the dynamics are different. So one needs to a little bit nuance the response you're giving to your question.
So fragmentation for Danielle over here, various different actors and different challenges depending on how you move through these, the different parts of this wide expanse of land and sea that we're looking at, from the Red Sea to the wider Atlantic. What is the right approach according to you, Pascal? I know that multilateralism notably is a theme that is dear to you.
There is a double movement, both fragmentation and globalization, because this part of the world is really introduced into globalization, which was not the case 20 years ago or 30 years ago. 30 years ago, this era was out of globalization. And now you have a lot of external actors, diversification of external actors, from Brazil to Turkey, from United Arab Emirates to Morocco. It's no longer the former colonial powers. And the difficulties, you have both a movement of globalization and a movement of fragmentation. So it's a contradictory move, and it's one of the reasons of the crisis. Plus the fact we have a huge crisis of multilateralism in a moment in which we need the most multilateralism. And I think that the things will worsen next month when Trump will be back in White House. You have leaders in the world, from Putin to Trump, Netanyahu, and so, who thought that the use of force is better than the use of the law. And so it's very difficult to bring peace in this condition. And when you look at the map of this area, from the Red Sea to the Atlantic, you have a lot of civil wars, a lot of trouble, and so and there is very few stable and Pacific countries. What could be done, for example, in Sudan, in which two warlords, with the help of foreign actors, are fighting not for ideological reason, but just to take profit and of the situation. And 3 years ago, we were optimistic. Sudan is going to democracy, the civil society was strong, and so you see the mess, not to speak about South Sudan. Compare the hopes when it has become the 193 member of United Nations, and now. So the era is a very dark situation because the world is in a very dark situation. And you have another contradiction between civil society and authoritarian rulers. Sometimes civil society could win, but most of the times authoritarian rulers take the lead.
Pascal, Minister Diop just mentioned Sudan. What role do you see natural resources like oil and gas playing in regional security concerns, from the Red Sea to the Atlantic?
Thank you very much. Oil and resources in general.
Yes, exactly.
The access to oil, to resources in general, can always be a factor of conflict anywhere in the world. To me, it's not about the resource itself. It's about the mechanism, those who are fighting for the access to these resources. I think these mechanisms are what matters more. Because it's about human interaction once again. And if we are not able to build respectful, solidarious relations as human beings, trying to preserve each one of us his own interest, it will never work. Because we are always competing in all domains. Competition is part of human interactions. But we need to remember that we are human beings. And human beings can always find a way to find a compromise. If they have a respectful approach, if they have an approach with solidarity, with why not compassion? With why not compassion? Because we are human beings and we have human values we tend to set aside when we are negotiating, when we are interacting. And this is at the heart of what the relationship within our humanity will be in the future.
But I think, as Pascal was just pointing out, I mean, I definitely, and I think most people in this room probably agree with you, we are moving at a very fast pace, very far from this ideal concept of, shared humanity and values that you're describing and calling for, unfortunately.
But we need to come back
if
to
I
that.
may, some things. Competition is part of life. Yeah. You need competition to improve yourself, to progress. So you need competition. But in a competition, you could have enemies or partners. And the problem is if you are looking the other as enemies and not partners. You want to be the best, but because you need the other one to improve yourself. And if you see the other as someone who is an enemy, you have to eliminate him. And even to kill him, it's a different. So we have to regulate competition. And so we need more regulation to have a fair competition.
Yeah, rules and laws, definitely. Danielle, we haven't mentioned NATO thus far. What would you say are the primary challenges and opportunities for NATO from the Red Sea to the wider Atlantic, as we've been calling it here?
Well, I understand that this isn't the essence of your question, but I'm going to answer it this way anyway. The biggest challenge to NATO is NATO itself. And by what I mean by that is NATO itself has become far more fragmented, to use the word du jour, over the last 10 years, to the point that NATO's capacity to act even in its core area of operations, Europe, I think is questioned by most. And, one should reasonably ask what serious role can NATO play in this region in situations related to, Libya, Lebanon, Syria.
But are you seeing this fragmentation within NATO because some key actors in NATO are failing to demonstrate genuine commitment to the charter, or is there something else at play for you?
I want to go back to my initial comments. Threat perceptions. Threat perceptions have evolved to become less common over the last few decades, and we see that even within institutions like NATO, which historically we can say has been the most successful military alliance in history. But NATO has found it very difficult to transition from this bipolar world where it had a core raison d'etre to a more fragmented world, and has been affected. Its own member states have been affected, thereby affecting the institution. And when an institution like NATO loses this core common threat perception, the alliance's utility, the institution's utility begins to come into question, and that's what we're seeing today.
Pascal,
I don't think that NATO job is to come in Africa. NATO has huge challenges in Europe. And so in Europe, we all agree. There is a few differences. And I think that the Ukrainian aggression by Russia of Ukraine has done the NATO countries more closer than before. So no one is challenging the necessity to protect Ukraine and to do something to counter Russian influence in Europe. I think that if we trying to go in Africa or to put China into NATO communique every year, it will be more difficult. So I think that NATO is successful if it's European, so NATO is North Atlantic. And North Atlantic is not South Atlantic, it's not Asia. And I think we have to be to be firm on the NATO goals and not to try to expand both mission and geographical area.
So when we look at this again, wide space that we're looking at today under this umbrella that goes from the Red Sea to the wider Atlantic, who's the biggest military player according to you? The US, China, Russia, another one, Or do you put them on an
It's
equal footing?
US a nation, Russia for the militias, but China it's above all economic actors.
Economic.
So
is this something that you agree with, Minister Diop?
I would rather nuance it. Depending on the country you're talking about, the major player will differ. Depending on the region you're talking about, the major player will differ. But I think the issue is not about the players. The issue is about countries themselves. I think each nation should be giving itself the possibilities to decide by itself about the direction they would like to take when it is about their own security. The players are important. They are our partners. We can discuss about how we can partner, collaborate on some specific issues. But once again, things have to be brought to the nations. Nations are the number one players of their own security. They owe it to their people, but also they owe it to the international community.
But if we break it down, if we come back down to the nation state, as you're just suggesting, what's the best framework to promote cooperation between these nations? Is it at the level of the African Union? Is it ECOWAS? Is it the UN? Is it NATO? Is it IGAD? Is it where do you see that best form according to you?
I think all of them are important. You need to,
but none of them work.
You need to invest in all of them, but you need to remain realistic. Once you do your homework at the national level and make sure that you are the best country you would like to be, then you need to understand that they are transnational considerations. So you cannot alone make sure that you have a sustainable security. You need to reach out to the others. And that's where the relevance of doing things at the regional level is true, has to be taken into consideration. And once you start talking about teams, then you will be facing the difficulties to be dealing with divergent interest. The solidarity you need to take into consideration. But once again, if we are able, even at the regional level, to work in a respectful manner, as human beings, because we have had this tendency to collaborate as if we were not human beings, because we are setting aside the values that found our existence as human beings. So I think bringing back these values are extremely important for the future of our humanity. And once you work respectfully, in solidarity, respecting the dignity of all the members of your community, you create the conditions for success. And then, if all regions are able to create a good team at the regional level with the principle of concentric circles, then you can go to a bigger organization, such as African Union, and still with the principle of concentric circles from African Union, you can unite with Europe, with Asia, and have something that is successful at the international level.
Daniel, I want to move to political and economic dimensions of this proposition we're looking at right now. To what extent would you say economic development or underdevelopment shape security concerns in the region, and what role would you say does poverty play in fueling conflict?
No doubt about it, a massive role. And we've heard many times during this conference that most countries simply want to grow and develop. And I think this is a very simple fact that's often overlooked. I can say as an American, especially in the United States, especially in Washington, D.C., in the policy-making community, there's a very simple reason for why countries want to grow and develop. I mean, there are many reasons, but I point out a few. Political elites around the world in recent decades have come to the realization that regardless of the specific nature of their political system that they compose, that the people who live in their countries, if they're better off, if their economies are more developed, that these people are less prone to violent protests, that they're less prone to undermining the system of governance that is benefiting them, that the political elites are a part of, that they're less prone to being recruited by extremist actors, and that they're more prone to serve their countries, to defend the countries and the systems from which they've benefited. And so this is really, really a very simple but fundamental fact that is often ignored, I believe, in the North Atlantic community when it comes to the South Atlantic community in particular. And so when we discuss topics like climate change or relations with China, and here again I'm looking at myself as an American and the policy community in Washington, we must have more understanding for the desire of countries to grow and to develop. And we must understand that less developed countries will naturally factor, even prioritize their need to grow economically when it comes to issues like climate change and relations with China. And unless we in the United States, and to some extent Europe as well, especially when it comes to climate change, show more understanding and learn to accommodate these natural aspirations and to create balance, I think the North Atlantic community is going to continue to lose the South Atlantic community unless we can change that paradigm.
Pascal, you mentioned Sudan earlier. How would you say that, if we can call it political instability there, impact a broader regional security framework? So how do you see what's going on there? And if you can just briefly go over what is going on there, have an impact that expands beyond the borders of the country?
The problem is there is no possibility of an agreement between external powers. The competition between Russia, US, China, and also other countries prevent them to find a common agreement to stop the war or to make a decision which could stop to send weapons to a stakeholder and so on. So if you don't agree at the high level, it's very difficult to have peace at the bottom. And so the Sudan example is a very not good but bad example of how to prevent a civil war. In other times, I think an agreement between external powers could lead to the end of the conflict. But when you look at Iraq, at Libya, and perhaps tomorrow Syria, we don't know, but every external power wants to protect a national partner and don't want to stop. Libya is a very bad example of the chaos fueled by external powers, including France, to tell the truth. So I think that we have missed an opportunity at the end of the Cold War. At the end of the Cold War, we have a united action in Iraq. It was a real legal war of international community against a state who has violated international law, and now the respect of international law is no longer the motive of military action. And so in this time, Soviet Union, and because it was Soviet Union and US were agreed to punish Iraq, who was the Soviet ally. And so we miss this opportunity, and we are still paying the price.
Pascal was just mentioning external state actors. You're the Minister of Armed Forces of your country, Senegal. How do you look at non-state actors and their influence in the region? I'm thinking of armed militias. I'm thinking of transnational terror organizations, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and others.
Yeah, non-state actors are playing an increasing role in the crisis, the conflict we are confronting in Africa and elsewhere. The difficulty we are facing dealing with non-state actors is that, on the one hand, they play a key role in the crisis, but on the other hand, for ethical considerations, democratic regimes are not entitled, in theory, to engage the non-state actors. So that's the dilemma we are facing. What can we do to overcome this? Can we forget about the ethical considerations and engage terrorist groups, armed groups? It's a question. Or can we ignore them while they're playing a very important role in the crisis? That's what we are facing today. But it brings me to the necessity for all of us to avoid creating these non-state actors, investing in prevention, creating the conditions for people to not have, as a last resort, to take arms to be heard. Because we have a good governance. Because we give people the possibility to express themselves when they don't agree. Because we lessen the frustration people are suffering from. Good governance is part of the long-lasting solution of our problems. Are our leaders living up to people's expectations in their behavior? Are they creating the hope without which people will not have a life anymore? Are they fighting against social injustice? Are they at the service of their people and working for them? These are also considerations we need to take into account more seriously if we want to be dealing with those non-state actors that are making our life almost impossible. And I can take the floor later on, if you give it to me, and elaborate more on about the necessity also to promote democracy. Because democracy is part of the solution today. It is the least worst of what we have as a system. So let us make sure that we continue the democratic processes throughout the world. Because in general, in democratic countries, we don't need to radicalize to be heard. We don't need to radicalize to make our points, because we have mechanisms that are respectful, democratic, that can allow us to express themselves.
But as soon as we look at the issue, I'll go straight to you, Pascal, of democracy. I think that one thing that strikes me is that everybody doesn't necessarily have the same definition of what a democracy is. Pascal, you want to
Yes, it was my point, because democracy is not only the right to vote, but also to have real states, to take care of the people, and to face the challenge of the nation. So you have democracy. In Mali, it was a democracy, but people are not agree with democracy. And it was, for me, striking to see in Mali and after in Niger, people applauding military coup. Because I was used to see people demonstrating against military coup in many countries, but not applauding them, because they were deceived by democracy, because democracy in this country is no link with corruption. And so we have to have a real democracy and we respond to the needs of the population. And I know that it will be the case in your country, fortunately. And coming back to the matter of terrorism, of course, and the non-state actor, we have to fight them, but it's very important to understand the roots and not only to fight the effects. And if you are only fighting the effects...
So the minister mentioned that the root is the lack of democracy. Do you see other roots?
And the lack of responding to the social needs of population.
Poverty.
If you have no justice, if you have no development, if you have no perception of future, you could be tempted to take a weapon if someone is giving you a weapon and give you $40 a month to use a weapon. So if you have education, if you have, it's in fact related to the session you have done yesterday.
Democracy.
If you have a real democracy which responds to social needs of population, you have no military solution.
You wanted to respond to this?
I just wanted to highlight the fact that when I'm talking about democracy, I'm talking about real democracy, as you said. I'm not talking...
Everybody's always talking about real democracy.
Real democracy, liberal democracy. Democracies will never be perfect, as human endeavors.
By definition,
will never
it is
be.
always on the edge.
But we can keep working very hard to improving them. But when I talk about democracy, I'm talking about a system whereby you have at least those basic values that found what we tend to call liberal democracy. the separation of power, balance of power, whereby the leadership, because the leadership plays a very important role in our democracy, whereby the leadership is behaving well. The leadership is not there to embezzle people's resources. The leadership is there to respond to people's preoccupations. The leadership is there to respect the people who have elected the leadership, and to be aware of the fact that today there is a paradigm shift in leadership consideration. It's not anymore about the leader himself or herself. It's about the people. You are at the service of the people. They have elected you for you to serve them at your best. And if we have a society whereby leaders are there to serve, they respect their people, and we have all these mechanisms we know as the critical foundations of the democracy, I think we can lessen the conditions of crisis and conflict.
There's one element that we haven't mentioned thus far, and I don't know if you're comfortable talking about this, Danielle, but I'm going to throw it at you and just let me know if you're comfortable with it. This notion of the political economy of migration and how, in this region, as we look at, migration flows from sub-Saharan Africa to Europe, for instance, this intersects with security concerns in the region. Do you see that playing out at all in your mental map as we look at this space, again, from the Red Sea to the wider Atlantic, with all of these players and these issues that we've been discussing thus far?
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it that migration is a factor in security, and quite frankly, at the sort of expense of possibly contradicting myself a little bit, going back to this idea of common threat perceptions, I think that this is something actually where there is a fair bit of agreement in the region in terms of some of the security challenges that migration poses. At the same time, migration has become, and this is something that has not been discussed much during this conference, is domestic politics in all of our countries. Especially those that are real liberal democracies. Politics are especially messy in liberal democracies. And right now, I think a lot of liberal democracies in the North Atlantic especially are facing politics related to migration that make cooperation and multilateralism quite challenging. And so not only are there very clear, tangible security implications with respect to migration, but the politics of migration are also challenging themselves. And I think that that's something that also needs to be considered, and where political elites in countries facing these challenges need to come together to help one another address these domestic political challenges that they face when it comes to cooperation in this space.
Do you see the same thing playing out, Minister, in terms of what triggers these vast flows of migration? And I think that one thing that should be mentioned as well is that often when we as Europeans look at migration, we always think of it as going from the African continent to Europe, but the biggest flows of migration actually happen within the African continent comparatively to what actually crosses over, for instance, the Mediterranean, and certainly what crosses through the Atlantic.
I think the reasons why people migrate are many, depending on where you are. But in general, I think people tend to agree on the fact that people migrate because they want to improve their living conditions. They migrate because they want to survive. And it brings again what I talked about earlier. Life is about hope. When there is no hope, there is no life anymore. So it is up to those who are responsible to lead their societies, their communities, to create hope for their people to remain in place. But not only hope, but also to be able to fulfill the basic needs of their people. be it in education, in health, and so on. But if people lack of the basic things human beings need to live decently, with dignity, it is normal for them to try to go elsewhere and see if they can improve their living conditions. So it's about, once again, I'm not saying that if we improve the living conditions in our respective nations, people will not migrate. No, I'm not saying that. But if we improve the conditions of living in our nations, we can lessen. But today we also see, unfortunately, that people are migrating because of humanitarian catastrophes and natural catastrophes. Those also are factors that can contribute to the migration of people. Climate change. It's a reality, and we are suffering from the consequences of climate change. Of course. And that's why we all, as a humanity, need to contribute to the preservation of our collective good, which is the environment.
There is a link between democracy and migration. Of course, you have climate change, you have civil wars, catastrophe, and so on. But when you have a real democracy, you have less pressure to migrate. So if you could not change your government, you change of country. But if you could change government, you have more incitation to stay in your own country.
I don't know if we can go back to that map that we brought up originally, because I want to look at a specific part of it. When we discussed trade routes, I don't know if everybody can see, because it's quite small seen from here, that expanse of sea that goes from Bab el-Mandeb, that separates Djibouti from the tip of Yemen all the way up to the Suez Canal. That has taken on huge significance because of the current security paradigm there. I don't know if, Daniel, this is a part of the world that you're looking at in terms of the challenges, the Houthiyyin, who have been targeting ships going through there, and a lot of the world realizing that a lot of globalization's trade flows through there. And what do you see at play here in terms of the actors, the challenges, and the hugely symbolic and significance of this trade route coming under attack in a very real way at this point?
No doubt about it. I mean, again, I think it goes back to a few things that we've already talked about and a few themes that we've discussed, and one of which is the rise of non-state actors. It's not just countries that can now affect trade dynamics. I mean, it's even non-state actors who do not have, let's say, endless resources that can really affect prosperity. Resources as well. I mean, coming out of this part of the world. I think that we talked about resources in the context of competition, and no doubt there's competition over resources, and there always will be. At the same time, in this part of the world, sometimes we also see the global need for commodities and for resources as actually something that is dampening security concerns and issues and fostering cooperation. Because at the end of the day, again, whether you're the United States or China or a country in Atlantic Africa, you're consuming these resources. And the price of these resources affects you. And it affects the stability of your government. And it affects a lot about, everyday, occurrences in your country. And so, in some ways, there's the potential to bind as well. And we see that. We see that when it comes to some of these trade routes in this part of the world.
I think that so people understand in a very concrete way, when ships no longer are able to go through that strait, they literally have to go all the way around the Horn of Africa. And that increases, obviously, fuel consumption for the ships. Yes. It's going to increase the price of the goods that are being transported. It's going to increase transport time. It's going to increase delays in terms of when you receive those goods. And that is a major route that goes from Asia, China, notably, not only, but mainly, and all the way up to Europe, for instance. Pascal, is that an area that you've been looking at as well in terms of
not specifically, it's not my main occupation by now, but of course it's a side effect of globalization. So it's even in a far era with a non-state actor which is not very powerful, Houthi, they could create a huge disruption of international trade with many huge economic implications. So the Houthi are not a military superpower, but it's the deterrence from the weak to the strong.
Yeah.
Because even this militia, which have few weapons, help from Iran and so on, but they have devastated
Huge
international
impact.
trade in few days. And it was very difficult to respond because we have a shift of position between France from one side and Germany and UK and US on the other. Do we have to bomb Yemen to stop the Houthi action, or could we worsen the situation by doing so? And so it's not an easy answer when you have this kind of channel, because to whom we could talk. So it's do we have to take contact with Houthi and whatever their revendication, and so it's very difficult to solve the problem.
Yeah. So who do you talk to? The Houthis? How do you go about this?
You have to talk to everybody.
Uh-huh.
And that's what makes
including the non-state actors.
In some way. But what I'm saying here is my personal beliefs. They're not reflecting my country's points of view. But I think whenever it is possible to talk to people, you should talk to people. Now, the way you talk to each one of these people might differ from one to another. But communication, in my opinion, is the best way to convince, to advocate communication. It's not always easy. It requires patience and talent. And also, it requires tolerance. Because when you communicate, you might be hearing things you don't like. But it is part of human interaction. It brings back this consideration I have been emphasizing since the beginning of this meeting. Rehumanize our interactions. We have dehumanized our interactions throughout the decades. And it's now creating our lives a bit more difficult. Even at our family level, we do not always have the human interactions we need to have to live in a respectful environment and constructive environment. Let alone now the interactions we're having between states, between governments. People tend to impose their views, to interact with others with condescendency. It does not work. Because security cannot be imposed to people. It's a mindset. It requires ownership and conviction. You can be stronger and come and have the impression that you are imposing security while you are not. You're imposing your will for a while, but the person will never abide by your rules. And sooner or later, it's going to backfire. So in my opinion, in my humble opinion, I think the humanity should do its homework and rehumanize before it is too late the interactions between human beings.
On the subject to talk, you could have a big spoon and eat with them. Because if they are important, if they have important action, you could not ignore them. Because they are a reality, and so it's the real politics is very criticized, but there is worse than real politics, irreal politics. So you could not love them, but you have to talk with them because they are part of the problem. But to discuss with someone is not to accept everything from him. But you could not ignore an organization whose effect is important on international stage.
Moving away from the space, Danielle, and heading towards the security cooperation, regional security cooperation, how can it be improved between North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa to address common threats like terrorism, organized crime, political instability?
Well, first of all, I would certainly defer to the minister on that question for his perspective. But from my perspective, from let's say a North Atlantic perspective, I think, it's illustrative to talk about something that Ambassador Amrani mentioned on day one, the African Lion military exercise here in Morocco that's been hosted now for 20 years. It's the largest multilateral defense exercise in Africa under U.S. AFRICOM that also brings in NATO. So also brings in a North Atlantic institution that has a lot to share. And it brings together about 8,200 military personnel in 27 countries, and again, plus NATO. And I think it's an important example of something that we need more of, and that is, these exercises, these concrete exercises, these concrete platforms for sharing experience and best practices like African Lion. And again, and this is where I defer to the minister as well, and echo some of the things that were said before on previous panels, that this can occur also within the region, at the initiative of the region, North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa doing this on their own. But here's one example where, to go back to the broader theme here of this conference, which is how do we actually forge a common Atlantic space? This is a good example of that in the security space. And so I'd like to see more African Lions, both, again, within the region, being initiated by Sub-Saharan and North Africa, but also, when possible, bring in the North Atlantic and institutions like NATO.
Minister Diop, you agree?
No, I totally agree with him. I just want to nuance what I said. There are a lot of good things taking place, like African Lion, and many other initiatives that are delivering very good result. But we can do more. I just want to emphasize the fact that we can do more.
What more should be done? Can you be a little bit more concrete and specific in terms of, again, improving regional security coordination between North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa? We just heard about, common military exercises that bring in a NATO dimension. What else are you thinking of?
First of all, we need to invest in making sure that North Africa itself is doing things together. Because if North Africa does not do things together, it will be very challenging for North Africa to be doing things with Sub-Saharan Africa. And it's very challenging because of reasons we know. So we need to continue. We should not give up. We need to continue to discuss because, once again, sometimes things are not as easy as we could expect. But we should not give up. We should continue to try until the day we will have good result in North Africa. Because if North Africa is not united, it will naturally impact negatively what is happening throughout the entire continent. They are our brothers, they are our sisters. We need to continue to engage with them so that we have an homogeneous region that can now collaborate with the others. It can be in all domains. The only thing that matters is that the selection of the domains should be done collaboratively. People need to agree on which domain they need to collaborate on. It cannot be imposed, it cannot be coming from outside, it has to be
agreed upon
in a team spirit. And once you have this participatory, inclusive way of selecting the sectors that are our priorities, then there is ownership and we can have good result.
We have about 21 minutes left. I want to go to questions and remarks from the room. I'm going to start with people right behind me, if there are any, because I've been turning my back to them. And I'm going to take three at a time. So I'll start with you, sir, as soon as you're handed a mic. Gentleman over here.
Thank you very much. Farid Belhaj, I'm with the Policy Center. Picking up on, first of all, great panel. Picking up your last point on North Africa, the whole interface with the rest of Africa. For me, anyway, Africa starts in Tunisia and ends in South Africa. There is no such a thing as, division, but it is a fact. Now, the question is, with what's happening now in Syria and all the turmoil that we see coming, big like a, how do you assess the impact of what's happening now in Syria on North Africa, bearing in mind that we saw when the war in the Balkan ended, how people coming back from the Balkans had an impact on the stability of North Africa. And we can go on and on in terms of those trends of instability. So the point is, do you think that the Middle East will have an impact on what's happening now in North Africa? Thank you.
Great question. Couple more. Gentleman over here, red tie, first row, right here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I just running on the same thread. I think it is that the pertinent point
and if
of
you
view
could just
that was
state your name and organization.
Yeah, Magid Abdelaziz. I'm the representative of the League of Arab States to the United Nations in New York. And I thank Minister Diop for pointing to the issue of North Africa, because it is very important. I served as an Under-Secretary General for Africa in the United Nations, and I failed to get North African or the Maghreb Union to attend a single meeting in the United Nations for 5 years. So it is really regrettable that we, among North Africans, are divided that way. But coming to say that, I also want to pick on on what is happening in West Africa. Whether what the minister think that the separation of Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso could be averted, or what kind of implications could this have on ECOWAS, and what kind of implications could this have on the Atlantic?
Thank you so much. Gentleman over here, first row. To my left. Glasses. Right here. There we go.
Merci, Monsieur le Modérateur.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Hassan. I'm a researcher at the Royal Institute of Strategic Studies. This way of addressing things really spoke to me. I mean, the general, when he talks about combating terrorism, and these are important phenomena when we look at the process of African Atlantic countries. I think that the experiences that we've seen have shown that combating transnational criminality, organized, so terrorism, all sorts of smuggling, etc., everything has shown that that individual states' actions have their limits. Since we're talking about the Atlantic and Africa, the global threat, global strategy, major players, global players, a state is never strong against terrorism, and this has been shown elsewhere. And so that's why I would like a maritime strategy. It exists, and respectfully, I would like to ask you to address this problem through coalitions that already exist. And last point, when we want to fight pirates, and we go prospecting in this side of Africa, and we thought that pirates, we have to tackle them at sea, but that's not the case. The lack of coordination, the fact that there's so much divergence. I hope that one day we will have a regional fight. We will be fighting regionally, because these are regional threats that we need to address together. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Khadija. I'm an Adele Emerging Leader 2023. Since the panel was also about creating hope, mon général, Haya, What is the role of disarmament in this whole region, from the Red Sea, particularly the Red Sea and around the Red Sea, all the way to the Atlantic? Monsieur Boniface, I also know that you've written books about disarmament, and probably, since we are here to be bold and innovative, could that be the solution to peace and security? And I would certainly love to hear your opinion representing the Northern Atlantic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great. Who wants to take the question on the impact of Syria on North Africa? Events unfolding in Syria, possibly fighters returning here, and do you want to take that, Mr. Diop?
Yes, I can take it. But I hope I will not be disappointing.
You never are disappointing.
Because I don't know.
No, of course we don't. No,
I
of
don't
course.
know. I wish I knew.
Yeah.
And it's just to say that there are a lot of uncertainties.
Yes.
Nobody knows. Nobody can tell you what will happen
in
the coming months, in the coming years, because of the situation in Syria. We can extrapolate.
Yeah.
We can extrapolate, and extrapolation can lead you to the truth or not to the truth. Probably it will highly depend on the way the new authorities will be dealing with the situation and will be dealing with their people. If they are able to bring back hope, if they create the trustful environment the people need to remain in place, maybe Syria can become a place where it is lovely to live. And if the leadership, unfortunately, is not able to create those conditions I have described, maybe the consequences can be very negative and impact what is going on in the entire region. We don't know either what will happen in terms of the attitude of the external actors. Nobody knows. What will be the position of Israel vis-à-vis Syria? And depending on this position, what are the consequences that can create a turmoil in Syria and in the region? I don't know. But once again, I can affirm that with the butterfly effect, we all know.
Interconnectedness.
Whenever something takes place somewhere, it has repercussions.
Of course.
Elsewhere. Now we don't know what types of repercussions, but there will be repercussions.
So let me do something that we haven't really done here at the Atlantic Dialogues thus far. The gentleman who asked the question, you're asking that question for very specific reasons. You have scenarios in your head. And I'm wondering if we can pass you the mic again. And since I'm not asking you for what the future holds, but you're asking that question for very specific reasons, and I'd like you to elaborate on what are the reasons for which you, standing here in Morocco, are looking at this phenomenon, probably with a certain amount of joy, given the Assad regime's behavior over the past 50 years, but also with a certain amount of apprehension. Can you explain why that is?
2 points. One, when things happened in North Africa in 2010, 2011. They had repercussion effects all the way. But those were repercussion effects that were based on people rising against something. Now, what's happening in Syria is a violent dynamic that is not just about Syrians. Those who are now from Idlib, etc., going to Damascus, are not all Syrians. They are coming from all over the world. They are coming from China. They are coming from Central Asia. They are also coming from North Africa. And if this gentleman who is now leading Syria restores any type of stability, that's fine for the Syrians. But those who have helped him get to where he is right now may very much think that they can help themselves in their own countries of origin. And this is where my concern about our part of Africa comes from.
Thank you so much for sharing that point with us. West Africa, the issue of West Africa and the future of ECOWAS, as was asked by the gentleman behind you.
First of all, I would like to highlight the fact that we are all very concerned about this division we are witnessing now within our wonderful economic community of West African states. We were very proud of. Not a perfect organization, but an organization that has initiated a lot of good things. Yeah. So whenever separation takes place, it's a reason to be a bit sad and regretful. We are very close to the deadline for these countries to be technically outside of our community. But we are very persistent, and we are still trying to convince them that they have space in ECOWAS. So far, we have not been able to convince, but we are not giving up. Maybe they can change their mind and remain. But whatever will happen in the coming weeks or months, I think we need to respect people's decisions. It is their sovereign decision to decide with whom they would like to partner. If they don't feel at ease in ECOWAS and they decide to go, yes, we can try to convince them to not go, but if we are not able, we need to accept and to respect. That's the way democracy works. People have the freedom to decide about the future they want to give themselves. And one day, if they leave, I don't know. Nobody knows if they will leave for good or if they will remain. It's again uncertain because we are in a phase of negotiation. The community was able to designate negotiators, and my country is very proud to be a part of these negotiations. And our president is doing his best to make sure that he speaks to his brothers of Niger, of Mali, and Burkina Faso, so that we remain a solidarious family.
But just very quickly, does ECOWAS still make sense without Mali, without Burkina, without Niger?
ECOWAS will always make sense, regardless the number of countries that constitute ECOWAS. Regardless, we'll always, because together we are always stronger, my friend. Together we are always stronger. So wherever you can build, team, you can collaborate, in my opinion. You should go ahead and create this team, because together we are always stronger.
Danielle, on this comment by the gentleman over here in the first row, that the fight against piracy actually begins on land and not at sea, on the contrary to what most people think. Do you agree with that statement, and why or why not?
I do, and I also think that, again, the notion of some sort of security mechanism or framework being forged in the broader Atlantic community, I think that maritime issues is the area where this has the most potential. And I think that this is the lowest hanging fruit. And so, again, going back to common threat perceptions, I think this is where they're most common, quite frankly. And if we look at the initiatives that have materialized over the last few years, whether it's the Partnership for Atlantic Cooperation or things derived from the Rabat Declaration and Morocco's initiative, that they all mention maritime security. They all talk about maritime security and this being a common threat, a common challenge. And so I think that this is what I would describe as the lowest hanging fruit. And if the Atlantic community can't come together on the basis of maritime security, I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical about areas of cooperation in other areas.
Pascal, the question for you about disarmament as being key to peace.
I made my PhD some years ago on disarmament, and so it has not working very well because, in fact, we witness a global arms race in every part of the world, in Asia, in Middle East, in Europe, and Mark Rutte, Secretary General of NATO, asked European countries to increase their military expenditure from 2 to 3% of GDP. Telling that there is enough money in welfare and you have to take some money in welfare. So we have a huge challenge not to destroy our society from within, to protect our society from abroad. And I think that arms race is a threat from our internal security. And of course, we need to reverse the gear. But unfortunately, I don't see any opportunity to do it. And you have because arms race, it's a race, you know the starting line, you don't know the finishing line.
And just very quickly, who are the main actors fueling this new arms race? What are you seeing fueling it?
So everybody, because if Russia is increasing its weapons industry, we are doing the same in Europe, and US want to because in fact Trump want to make a deal, buy more US weapons, and I will stay in NATO. And from the last 2 years, European countries were buying 63% of their importation to US. And so, and of course, the rise of China military expenditure have for side effect to see Japan and South Korea increasing their own military expenditure. So it's a worldwide movement, and a very negative one, because you have no more security with more weapons. You have less security with more, but as we have no multilateralism to reach disarmament, you need a multilateral framework, a multilateral decision. But as we don't agree on this multilateralism, it's just impossible to stop the arms race.
Very quickly, two more questions.
Because I think it was also
on disarmament.
Directed. You said North Atlantic, but you probably meant American perspective. You just got a North Atlantic perspective. But look, I mean, from there was a gentleman from NDU who qualified, I think, some of his comments the other day. Said, I'm speaking for myself. I don't speak for the United States. I'll say the same. But that, the center of gravity in Washington on this sort of thinking when it comes to defense spending and disarmament, looking at Europe, for example, is that Europe tried that. I mean, Europe was de facto disarming. And a lot of statistics have been thrown around in recent years about, not to single out countries here, but 80% of Belgian military spending went towards salary and pensions. There you go. Some people said, the Belgian military was a well-armed pension fund. Not fair, I know. But that there was this, it wasn't an organized sort of case study, but de facto, this is what occurred in Europe. This is the perspective that many folks in Washington have. And what kind of security situation do we have now in Europe? Not a very good one.
Nope.
I think we can all agree on that. Which isn't to say that maximizing armaments and going up to everyone spending 8% on GDP is the answer. But there is the argument, and I personally think it's a rational one, that there is a balance to be struck here, that deterrence is part of the peace equation. And that you cannot have deterrence without some level of military spending and some level of armament. If you combine deterrence with communication and multilateral fora, the sorts that we've been talking about during this conference, I do think that is the approach that we should be taking both at a regional and a global level. But disarmament, I think, goes too far. I think that word, certainly in Washington, turns off a lot of stakeholders, and it's not something that they adhere to. Speaking from a country that's about to hit $1 trillion in defense spending.
Thank you, Daniel. We'll go to concluding words. Minister.
Je souhaiterais répondre quand même à la question qui a été posée et relative
sur le désarmement.
Non, la piraterie.
Ah, la piraterie.
La piraterie.
Donc la solution, elle comme.
questions have been asked about piracy. Indeed, we have security concerns in the seas as well as on land. I would simply like to specify what I have mentioned earlier. It is not, my point was not that single countries are able to protect their territories in silo. Each country needs to at least aim for security at the national level and must take that step forward. They should at least try. Why? Because sovereignty issues are issues related to national security. So nations have to take accountability for their security territorially. Of course, they cannot alone guarantee security for a whole region. This is why today we need to work with our neighbors as countries in order to ensure collective security. And obviously, because of the sensitivity of the issue, as well as the scope of the issue of piracy, we must act together and collaborate. I completely agree with you. Pascal, if you have any concluding remarks. Indeed, we suffer from individualism and selfishness demonstrated by nations as well as leaders. We have the right to be selfish, but we cannot lack intelligence. The world must unite and also capitalize on multilateralism. There are multilateralism linked challenges, and we must respond to those collectively. Thank you very much. Thank you all for watching and participating to this.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our moderator for this session, Global Affairs Analyst at CNN, Kimberly Dozier.
Everyone, welcome to one of our last sessions at the Atlantic Dialogues in 2024. Just a reminder, I am a CNN analyst. My views and opinions do not represent those of CNN. Onward with the introductions to my speakers. First of all, let's bring on, you all know him well, Karim El Alnawi, the Executive President of the Policy Center for the New South. And then we have Renato Flores, Director of the Getulio Vargas International Intelligence Unit based in the marvelous Rio. We have Ian Lesser, Vice President of the German Marshall Fund of the United States. And Paolo Magri, Executive Vice President of the Italian Institute for International Political Studies. Now, two things I want you to keep in mind. Pull out your phones because we're going to be asking you for a word cloud, but first we're going to watch a video to intro the session.
In an era of growing geopolitical tensions and economic divisions, collaboration between think tanks from the North and South has emerged as a crucial mechanism to enhance global governance. By engaging in joint research, knowledge exchange, and policy development, think tanks have the potential to craft solutions that address pressing issues like climate change, international security, and technological transitions while respecting diverse regional realities, demonstrating how collective expertise can shape globally relevant and locally tailored strategies. How can think tanks from different regions overcome the challenges of different political and economic priorities to form effective partnerships? How can collaboration between think tanks improve the inclusivity and effectiveness of policy solutions for pressing global issues? What critical factors ensure the sustainability and long-term success of partnerships between think tanks from different regions?
Onward. So, think tanks solve problems. So we want to hear from all of you in a word cloud format. What is your one-word answer, the thing that most keeps you up at night? Specifically, the question is, what's your number one worry, the top global issue we should be trying to solve? So we'll give you a moment for them to answer, and that will help drive our discussion. Oh, nobody's worried about anything. Excellent. Biodiversity, okay. Collaboration, war.
Poverty.
Security, jobs. Kareem, you're the host. Pick one. How's your think tank handling that?
Development.
Development.
Yeah, development.
We've had a lot of serious discussions about development here.
Exactly. And it's so complex. And we've seen in one of the previous panels the tension between, let's say, climate finance and development finance. I mean, in fact, Masoud at the end said it's a theoretical discussion almost, because in the end it's the cost of development that has increased. And for many, we sometimes know what doesn't work with some certainty, but we don't really know what works. And when you don't know what something works, but you don't have the recipe, you know, we have the recipe to a good couscous, but I might do a better couscous than you. It's the same recipe. Because I'm trained, I've been doing it, etc. So where think tanks are useful is that they are shortcuts. If, let's say, in Italy or in the US or in Brazil, they've been doing reforms for, let's say, you know, water reforms or any kind of public policy, I can learn very quickly. I invite them, I spend 2-3 days, and I can have easy access to benchmark international experience in a very short time, I can compress the cost of discovery and knowledge acquisition. This is where think tanks are very useful. So in terms of shortening the cost of knowledge, and in this community, what we call think tanks are neutral. So we recognize each other's, fact-based analysis, evidence-based, academic-based, methods of science, with a strong understanding of what it means to take decisions.
So in terms of when you do that comparison, have you had an instance with the Policy Center where you've followed something all the way to the policymaking target and seen something implemented? I know, for instance, Ambassador Amrani has been an attendee here for years, and now we see the King's Initiative. I don't want to draw a straight line from one to the next, but the King's Initiative is much like Morocco's answer to China's One Belt, One Road to open up investment between African countries and the Atlantic, across the Atlantic.
It's very difficult to understand the process of knowledge, even at the individual level. We all take others' ideas. Innovation is the combination of ideas in different ways or two apparently opposite ideas. So what we can do is to produce this knowledge and put it in the public. And we have created such a thick level of knowledge that it is there. And in the end, it influences the process. And I'm not too obsessed in having this direct link. I know it exists, it's chaotic, it takes time, it's not perfect, but don't forget that many of us are teaching at universities or in public policy school. It's another way to transmit that knowledge that will, in the end, help personalities introduce ways of seeing things with methods, with values. It's very important. We all share values, universalism, and we have a common core of values that makes us at think tanks. And there are not that many in the world, by the way. America is an exception. If you exclude the US, in the world there are not that many that have those set of qualities, if I may. So it's a very complex process, but it pays off. I can see also the talent we produce, youngsters that come here at ISP and everywhere, and then they move on to other jobs. They take part of that knowledge, part of that way of seeing things, this capacity to combine methods of science, academia, but for the purpose of policy making and with the sense of what it means to take decisions, which are often is a very imperfect process.
Yeah.
And if you have not been there, you can't. It's difficult to know. And one of the strengths of think tanks is that they combine that mixture all together as ingredient, and the outcome we don't really know. To the point that you mentioned, we know what we produce, we interact with others. I think General Biram Diop said something very nice at the start of the previous session, that his exchanges, his integration of things in our events and being in touch with the policy center has transformed him in a way he looks, I think, the lenses with which he looks at public policy or at his responsibility as minister.
So it's really about teaching critical thinking to current and future policymakers.
Yeah, it's about circuiting, you will say in English. It's about the composition of the brain and how you're capable of mixing international experience with academia, with policy making, mistakes, different kinds of people. So it's at the intersection of academia, public policy making, and civil society. It's very special, and it's a culture that I have myself discovered after 10 years. I mean, I didn't know this culture. I was sometimes exposed to it to my previous experiences in central banking or at the World Bank, but I was not inside. And it's a very powerful and interesting animal, if you want, this thing. So we recognize each other, as I said, and we share many things, and we don't need to talk much to understand each other. And and we come here from 4 countries, 4 continents. Okay, so if I spend an hour with all of them, I have an update on what's going on in Italy, in Brazil, and in the US, and I know they're serious people. So it's not crazy thinking; it's neutral, serious analysis. They're serious people, and they're nice. So.
Well, I want to stay in the South. They were all joking back in the green room, so they really do like each other. I'd like to go to Renato, staying with the Southern think tanks. Could you do me the honor of, how do you pronounce the think tank's name in Portuguese?
My think tank?
Yes.
Núcleo de Prospecção e Inteligência Internacional.
It is
this
beautiful.
is the most beautiful language in the world.
Exactly.
But I don't want to. But by the way, the session could be in Portuguese because Paulo speaks a perfect Portuguese, and Karim also. So Ian, you two are in minority. I propose that.
But
vamos falar em português. Okay. Well,
we have 4.
Okay.
Don't get
Now,
our translator lost.
ahead.
We have 4 languages.
Very kind of you to speak in English for us. So, so
well,
from the word
we are
cloud,
generous sometimes. Yeah.
Well, from riffing off of the word cloud, which had everything from biodiversity to security, what is one of the key things that you tackle, and where do you overlap with some of the roles that Karim was talking about?
Okay. Well, allow me first a quick general statement, which is the enormous joy to be surrounded by friends, and this doesn't happen quite often in panels. So sometimes you are surrounded by enemies, and here I have dear friends.
We don't know yet.
Well, you are not going to change after so many years. Well, the other thing is, I would like also to give a general answer to your specific question. Complementing Karim's, what he said, I fully agree. The point is, we do not solve anything. We do not solve anything. We work with ideas, and the metabolism of ideas is a very peculiar one. We can sometimes provide a short-term solution, sometimes. But usually, what we do, as he said, by connecting and interacting, we provide food for decisions, which hopefully will be implemented. But this may take time, because people who solve, you all know this, is politics, is the negotiators, the qualified negotiators. We are think tanks. But we work with their minds, as he said. We want to operate their minds, but the outcome can be a Frankenstein or can be a very nice lady or gentleman. But this takes time. This is my first point. The second is that I think, and take all the teams, we work mostly with geopolitics and trade, to give a quick answer to you. But I think it's important nowadays, to complement Karim, to incorporate the contradictory. We are in a world that people want to listen to other people who think like them. So I think, I don't like friendly shoring, but this is for a session on global value chains. But I think in think tanks, we should do enemy shoring. We should call the opposition, the contradiction, to dialogue, because this is what we know how to do. So we could write pieces, one text for, the other text against, but within the spirit of the think tank. So I think contradiction and opposition is very important, not reinforcing what we do. Second thing, disclaimer. Nowadays, with fake news and all that, I think all think tanks should improve their disclaimers because we receive funds and we must tell
Must improve their
funds.
No, you said all think tanks must improve.
We should improve
disclaimers.
Yeah. We should be more transparent. We should announce the funds and state sometimes our point of view. There's no problem. I could name a lot of think tanks who openly state the viewpoint. That's important. Because then you know with whom you are interacting.
It's a very controversial topic in DC right now.
Yeah, that's a problem. Because the person who pays, usually they want a certain line of reasoning. Sometimes they are open, but they are never 100% open. So I think disclaimer is very important. And the third thing, given that, as we were talking, we are all ageless, though Karim is a young man, but Ian, Paulo, and I are ageless. We must engage the young. So what PCNS is doing with this, you can name it as you wish, young leaders, promising people, I don't know. What PCNS is doing, what ORF and India are doing, is to engage the youngsters in the think tank discussion. This is fundamental because then the idea will prosper, the idea will grow. You will nourish the idea. So these are my points that I think that nowadays we should care when we think about think tanks. But we don't solve anything. We produce ideas, we can seduce if you want, but no solutions. Politicians solve. They take decisions. We don't take.
Interesting. So with that, I'd like to go to Paolo. What is one of the key issues from that word cloud that your think tank is working on? Do we need to see could we show the word cloud one more time to refresh our memory? Oh, not that one, the previous one.
This one is this one. This one is our priority one.
No. This is for the end.
But let me follow up on what has been said so far.
Number one worry. Are you working on any of those things?
Okay, let's assume Russia is number one worry. Let me follow up on what was just said. We don't solve the problem with Russia.
Okay.
Because one of the problems we have, and it's a big issue you mentioned, is that we don't invite Russia anymore. Most of us don't invite Russia anymore. We are not inviting enemies right now.
That's too bad.
I'm following up exactly on what you said. So, and even if we invited Russia or other countries which are considered temporarily enemies, we would not solve the issue. So, why are we here? Why have you decided to have a session with us at the very end of this incredible conference? Because we produce idea and we build up brick by brick some kind of consensus and dialogue on big issues. We bring people out of the comfort zone. We were together in a conference in Europe, 3 days, Karim and myself. 3 days, and we only talk about Europe. Only talk about Europe. Then you move to the Emirates, and you come here, and nobody talks about Europe. So, and I feel out of my comfort zone. It's where I am. So nobody cares about Europe. I've been spending my life. I live in Europe. I am European. I organized a conference 3 days on Europe, and then I come here and talk China, Congo, Togo, Benin, Burkina Faso, Brazil. But this is exactly my friend Karim, the great merit of this conference. This conference represents exactly what bringing people out of the comfort zone is. So most of you in the room, I'm sure, you have been listening to session and say, but what are they talking about? They say one title, but then they talk of something else. And then there is one guy from Togo, one from Italy, one. What the hell they have in common? Last night I was at the dinner on corridors, connectivity corridors, which I know very little on.
Connectivity
So
corridors.
that was already being out of the comfort zone. And then I sat down and there was talking about connectivity corridor. To me, it's EMEC for a European is from Asia to the Suez Canal to Europe. They were talking about corridors within Nigeria, and then digital corridor in India. And I said, why the hell I'm here? I should not be here. And then I go back to your point. I reflected. I was actually being forced out of my comfort zone. And while I was listening, I realized that what they were discussing was relevant, can you imagine, to Sicily. They were talking about corridors, harbor as opposed to railway and road in Nigeria and other in Africa, and they thought, okay, this applies to Sicily. And this is the thinking out of the box that we do. So I think that we deserve this last session with all of you standing with us, not because we do something, not because we are able to solve big issue. If there is a war, if there is a climate change issue, we can, as Nicolas has done all his life, raise the awareness, but we don't find the money. We can say that 7 trillions are given to subsidy as opposed to be given to the transition. But that's not solving the issue. It's raising the issue, bringing people out of the comfort zone and breaking bridges. And this conference brings together different continents, different background, different people, and from different content-wide background. And it's really an incredible mixture and deserve a lot of applause to the organizer, I think. And I start doing it.
Who is looking demurely into his notebook. So Ian, you are the sweeper. What is the German Marshall Fund focused on from your perch in Brussels? Russia, war?
Well, all of those things. I mean, we have a particular, we're a little distinctive. There are others like this that we have a kind of guiding sort of mission, which is all transatlantic. We managed, fortunately, to stretch that definition beyond just US and Europe to include the whole Atlantic basin, which has been very interesting to us. But, I mean, in many ways, the core of it does remain this US-Europe thing. But almost everything that was on that word cloud touches what we do. You know, I would say if I were to look at that list again, what really struck me was the mix of things that are partly traditional international affairs and partly domestic public policy. These things that are at the seam between those two things, whether it's about migration or health policy or even the security issues, many of them, development issues, international economics. Anyway, a lot of what we're doing is not traditional foreign policy, even though when you think about transatlantic relations, that's maybe the first thing that comes to mind. So, I mean, that was one thing that struck me. The other thing is more generic, but also maybe more important, and I think a number of people have mentioned it in a way. It's fighting against this, what someone has written about this, calling it truth decay. Truth decay. The decline of objectivity, fact-based analysis, open debate. You know, on the research side, that's hugely important. But even on the convening side, I mean, the part about that's about the debate is hugely important. I think there it gets into this question of, you know, what are you doing? How do you measure it? How do you measure success? You know, boards, funders, everybody's always asking us, how do you measure success, right? It's in this space, it's extremely difficult. It's extremely difficult. Sometimes on the analytic side, you can sort of say, we studied a problem, someone took up that solution, and there you go. But for most of this, it's not like that. It's about outreach. It's about who was exposed to your ideas. It's also, I think, you know, we do a lot of meetings like this, not only at this scale, mostly smaller, but some like this. And you say, well, what's the product? Well, I think the biggest product is what everybody who's here takes away themselves. Because everybody takes away something. Anyway, you know, the whole debate, you know, of question of think tanks and their cooperation. I mean, first of all, think tanks are all different. They have a different mix of what they do. They exist in different ecosystems, different places have different rationales for existing. In Washington, it's one thing. In Brussels, it's another. In Rome, in other parts of the world, mainly in the global south, it's about contributing to the national capacity for public policy. That was at one time an aim even in the United States. But if you have 1,000 institutes in Washington, it's not so much anymore. The final point I'd make about that is that the scale makes a difference, because if I've worked in think tanks pretty much my whole career in different places. There are so many of them in the United States that they are their own self-referential ecosystem. The audience is, for the most part, other think tanks, for better or worse. So just to be aware of that reality, maybe just a final thing to throw out is that the world is changing around think tanks, and what they were doing in the 1950s or 1960s is not what they can do or should do maybe today. It's a much more polarized environment as well. You can do all the objective analysis you want, but if government's not interested in listening to you, and they vary, even in the United States, let me say, across administrations, then you have a problem.
So picking up on Renato talking about calling the opposition for dialogue, and Paolo talking about bringing ideas into the comfort zone. One of the reasons I always attended the Brussels Forum that GMF has in the past is I've met some of the top Republican and Democrat figures that then go into government or are in government. So how do you do that?
Well, we're going to test that in the new coming years to see. It's sometimes more difficult. People are very distracted. They're very busy, quite apart from the politics. How do you get them in the room to be with you? It's a challenge. We'll have to test that. But allow me just one other small point, because it picks up on something even from the last session about security. And I think one of the things that's terribly important is the role of think tanks in track 2 endeavors. Bringing together people who wouldn't, not just people with different views, but literally adversaries or potential adversaries. I spent many years at the RAND Corporation, and the whole architecture of arms control and disarmament and the notion of what was stabilizing and destabilizing basically came out of conversations between people at RAND, it was before my time, but people at RAND and people at IMMO in Moscow, or the Institute for the USA in Canada, or whatever. And they used to, the United States and the Soviet Union were deadly adversaries, but we used to have lunch together all the time. They'd like to come to Santa Monica in California, okay? Yes. We went to Moscow too. But we agreed at a certain level about what was stabilizing and what was destabilizing. It was hugely important to be able to do that. We don't have any of that today, by the way.
Are you writing Russians now in your initiatives, for example? Right now, you see?
No, I'll tell you why. For two reasons. First of all, it's hard to do it. Secondly, we're a proscribed organization by the Russians, and if we invite a Russian who's willing to come, they're going to get into trouble when they go home, and they need to know that.
I was just going to say I went to a fabulous Track 1.5 meeting that the Observer Research Foundation held in Delhi. I have never learned so much in 2 days. But just for the audience, can one of you explain the difference between Track 2 and Track 1.5? Ian, can you?
The Track 2 thing is just an informal, unofficial, gatherings of people. No government. 1.5 mixes in some government officials.
Some active duty government folks and thinkers.
I think that Ian just struck my mind. You gave a very interesting idea for cooperation, because I have doubts about when people talk about cooperation out of the blue. But one thing that could be interesting, and here we have already 4 think tanks, would be to choose main issues. I think security is a wonderful example in which different think tanks would do a joint effort to produce pieces on that theme. This could be a unifying and a gathering together different think tanks from different places.
What aspects of security do you mean?
For instance, arms control, nuclear age, new weapons, specific one, of course. As, for instance, Brazil wants to have everybody, and I think it's right, to think about poverty and hunger. So you can select, because inequalities is still there. Nobody talks anymore. World Bank used to fund inequality. There are no funds for inequality anymore. But inequality is there. So you can select specific things and do a group of think tanks in different countries working on this. This is a good idea, I think.
I think in a country like Morocco, which is a middle-income country, and the challenges of development are still very central to the public policy making, which is the same in most developing countries, we see ourselves as a public good. We see ourselves as being part of the public policy fabric. Okay, there's what the government does, that are all kind of institutions, but we are part of that chain, and it's really a public good. This is not opinionated, or we're defending an ideological line or any. So that's an expert institution that brings a contribution to public policy making. That's very important, and neutrality is essential. And because government don't have time, think tanks are here. So when I see a think tanker, it tells me he's busy, he's not doing his job. He shouldn't be busy. If he's busy, he should be a minister. If you don't have time to think, the process of having ideas is a complex, it's a painful process. The brain hates it. The brain likes to see short videos. It's tough to read hard texts. It's tough to discuss what kind of subsidy, what is the impact of kind of economic model you need to build, etc. So it's a difficult process, painful, that needs time and energy. You need a specific institution to do that. This is why we have think tanks, and I think what they should be doing in this part of the world where development is the central challenge. So if you're busy, if you're mimicking governments, you're useless. You're doing something less. You're doing something else.
Unless you're traveling to meet one of these guys.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be traveling too much. You travel to understand. You travel to because you need to be in interaction, but you need to focus and do deep dive. And I take the policy center, we're 120. So 80 staff, 40 senior fellows, and it's painful for us to, it's egos and many things there, former ambassadors, former ministers, you have to to put them in conditions, it takes a lot. You have to massage them, for them to give you something, it's, yes, people don't want to share your ideas, Kim. Come on, ideas are money. It's the most difficult thing. Ideas, people make billions on ideas. People develop on ideas. South Korea developed on a sophisticated import substitution model. It's an idea. That's what moves us, narratives and ideas. We don't move on technicalities.
And see, reporters move on bylines, so that's an
but
alien.
you're in the. This is a different business,
yes.
And there is a market failure because governments are not organized to produce this kind of thinking. You have research departments, and we try to isolate, in governmental structure, ministry structure, spaces where you have a research department. But often they caught up by the agenda of the minister, they caught up by the management because he's asking short-term response, he has a speech to do, he needs to sell something to parliament, etc., etc. So that's why we are relevant, particularly in the developing world and in the South. That's essential, and we need to make sure we have the time and we do it properly. We shouldn't be. This is why I'm saying you should keep your distance a little bit from being obsessed by influencing the decision of the day or the decision of tomorrow. You should prepare for the decision of after tomorrow, when they will come and ask you, do you have an idea? I want to do this or that. I want to reform the social safety net. And then you have a clear view. You have the models, the data, the cost, the alternatives, the trade-offs, etc. So I think that's the positioning that the policy center has been taken, and this public good component that is essential for us here on the African continent.
Which is probably why you located the policy center on this beautiful campus removed
makes
from the
sense.
center of government so that you could be in an ivory tower to think.
This is a safe space. In fact, if you give me back the word, this is a safe space. It's connected with academia. It's to irrigate the university. There's lots of value, but it's also we see ourselves as clinics of public policies. We're the doctors of public policies, the nurses of public policy, and this is a safe space when you can experiment. You can take time, you can do retreats, you can come and say, I want to reform this, I find expertise, I can have labs where we can spend 2-3 days on an idea, isolate myself from the ministry where I am working on. We do lots of training for professionals here through a public policy school. We have very strong connection to our colleagues working in science and technology that have something where we're not very good at, which is engineering and the new technology and physics and all kind of disciplines that are essential for, computer science, etc. So it's a fertile ecosystem, but with the specificities I try to explain. So we irrigate by knowledge. In the end, Kim, we produce knowledge. There are different ways of sharing knowledge. In writing, most of the researcher, once they write their papers, they think of the next paper. I tell them, you have to sell your paper, guy. Yes, it's not enough to write it. You have to sell it, you have to explain it, you have, etc. So knowledge you can transmit through teaching, through education, through exchange with journalists, through all kind of things, videos, podcasts, websites. In the end, it's knowledge at the heart. If you don't have that knowledge, you're just doing something else.
But I also see what you're saying. You're creating space away from the naysayers who might say, but it's never been done that way. You're creating space for people to think it through. Paulo, you had something to add.
I'm a little bit depressed.
Oi.
Because I came on this stage thinking I was a rather successful director of think tanks.
Uh-oh.
Averagely successful. And then he said, if you are busy and if you travel a lot, you are not successful. I'm always busy. I travel a lot. So this is another example. I'm out of the comfort zone.
But
so I'm a total failure. So
Italy is not a middle-income country.
Don't try to.
Isn't there a difference between the directors and the thinkers?
No, even
you've got squirreled away writing.
Allow me to comment, even if I'm not a successful think tanker. It is my last appearance in a public. So please, please take videos of.
Comforting him.
No, let's try. Let's go back to a serious point. 2 points. Point number 1. As has been said, the global scenario is quite complicated, and think tanks are humble. Ambitious and humble at the same time, but new type of cooperation are needed. For us, what would cooperation means? No, I talked to him. We have 2 researchers of Getulio Vargas, one from the center, one from the German Chavan, one from ISPI, and they write a report. That's the old word. The new word is deeper cooperation, meaning that we need to join forces. As we do, by the way.
You can explain.
Then you will explain. No, I don't. I just want to make 2 quick points, but it's you that will. We have decided India, Morocco, and Italy, the south of the world, but we in between a little bit the north. If Morocco is the north of the south, we are the south of the north, and India is everything. So we decided to do like you do in company, you just don't just buy and sell. Sometimes you merge. That's the utmost level. But sometimes you combine efforts, and we exchange stuff. We do joint report. We merge a little bit our future leader programs, and that's a new way of looking at the cooperation. And these are just examples. My last point. You mentioned the importance of young people, and we believe that's crucial. And we believe it is crucial to create a new generation of think tank leaders that shares the value of this conference, which means out of the comfort zone, interdisciplinarity, intercontinental approach. So what we, with humility, started 2 years ago is to have every year in one of our flagship events, called Next, for Future Leader, to invite every year 50 think tankers from 50 think tanks in the world, north, south, east, west. And they spend 2 days with the other future leader, and then they keep debating with us in the next 2 years and meet think tanks director, Karim and
that's
others.
just like rival kings used to exchange hostages.
No,
give their sons.
no, because they are free. They are free,
Okay.
but they are, so it's
To marry.
50 in 1 year, in 10 years, 500, in 20 years, 1,000. 1,000 people. You know, this is nothing new. This is what the former parties in the past, the Communist Party, the Socialist Party, the Christian Democrat did. They had international network where people from different countries sharing the same ideology, in that case, the same work in our case, would meet and grow up together. And then take Italy and Germany. Christian Democrats were in government in Italy and Germany, and at the point when the euro was launched, they were one against the other. Germany didn't want Italy to be in euro, and they were two Christian Democrat governments. So they were fighting from different positions, but they were friends since childhood. They knew how to have a dialogue. This is what we have in mind. So build across North-South division, Iran, Russia, Israel, whatever, a generation of think tankers that know each other, not in their field. They know each other in their field. If you work in the Middle East, you know everyone in the Middle East, but you know nobody in digitalization, in climate change, and so on. So they should meet and know each other and then get in love with each other, which is the nicest part of it, of course, and do whatever
the marriages Ian mentioned.
is necessary.
Yeah.
That's my 2 points.
And Renato, is this how you create these long-term relationships? Part of it, so that the think tanks don't just relations don't break down when a director changes, etc.
Sure, but I want to add something more lateral at the side of the very logic and very interesting statements that have been made. In Castellano, and of course I, as a Portuguese speaker, I feel very sorry for my friends who are compelled to express themselves in this underdevelopment and poor language. But anyhow, in Castellano, there are a few interesting expressions. One is confusión de confusiones, which means you have such an amount of different confusions that you create a higher level of confusion, which is the confusión de confusiones. This is good, I like. Well, I think that at the side of all this, we should, you were talking about cooperation, we should create a confusión de confusiones in the world of ideas, because the confusión of confusiones brings forth creativity. So we do not decide, we do not solve, we help, we make people aware, but we also should create a confusión de confusiones, because it's out of the confusión of the confusiones that maybe new solutions will come up.
Bellissimo.
Well, speaking of how new solutions come up, I know this meeting that we're all at started because of cooperation between two think tanks.
It's an example.
How did it start?
How did it start? Well, it started even before the Policy Center existed. It's 15 years old, this cooperation on different things, on research, but this was always kind of at the core of it. It actually started in Rabat, and for some years GMF did it. You supported it. That was the key. And I want to come back to that funding point, because this is not irrelevant to a question you were asking earlier. You have to have the resources. There was a model. It was a little bit our Brussels Forum. And there was an intellectual idea, which was this wider Atlantic idea. And the combination always made sense, but it evolved over time. And now, of course, it's done by the Policy Center. It's better, by the way, let me say. It really is great. But that was, I don't think we could not have done that ourselves. Probably at the beginning, maybe you couldn't have done it yourselves, I don't know. But in any case, there was a wonderful nexus of capacity there, which was wonderful. And I think that gets to a bigger point, which is that there is something very powerful, not only out of the different regional settings that we operate in, but also we have different operating models and strategies and capabilities. Some have enormous research capacity. FGV has an enormous research. RAND, say, has. You have it here in the Policy Center. At GMF, on that side, we're smaller. We do a lot of convening. We have a lot of outreach. We have a lot of that kind of things. We bring something out. Some places are a kind of mix of all of that. And I think, and that's always changing, that mix, but it's extremely important because it's what gives a kind of power and a kind of comparative advantage to these combinations. I think that's a hugely important thing. But yeah, absolutely. This is the product of a collaboration between two think tanks.
I'm still wondering, how'd you all meet? Was there a date?
It was a bit of a.
Paolo travels a lot.
Like all of these things, it's a little complicated. It was a product of the. It was a little bit the product of this distraction that you've nicely labeled as something of a failure. Well, it was in a way, because part of the problem in the United States is you don't very often have the luxury, at least in this big competitive of just people like me spend most of their time raising money for projects for other people to do, and that's fine. That's the market and the operation and the strategy that's the world, the way it works. But in any case, in that it was the chairman of the OCP group who visited. He was visiting Washington. And at the time, there was a wonderful ambassador in Washington from Morocco, and he suggested that the chairman might want to come and sit in on this meeting we were doing on the Mediterranean. And he came, and he did, and he said, "This is really wonderful. We should do something around this, or something related to it."
Fabulous.
And it grew from that. That's really how it started. And then at a certain point, there was when you were building the Policy Center. Originally, the OCP Policy Center became the Policy Center for the New South. We were asked to help design it, and you took parts of our advice, and maybe that's a success. We can claim that as one of our great successes. That's how it started.
Wonderful.
That's how it started.
Well, you heard it here, folks. Now, I'd like you all, as we pivot to audience questions, we have the second word cloud question for you. This one is, what is your one-word takeaway from the 2024 Atlantic Dialogues?
Already? It's not finished yet.
Not quite. So.
Cooperation.
Security, cooperation, commitment.
Dialogue.
Cooperation.
Good.
Innovation. So
innovation.
it's small. Tagine.
Tagine, there you go.
It has been excellent catering.
Dialogue. Good.
Well, let's see.
I have a story about tagine.
The tagine?
Yeah. It's a little bit what we do. It's ingredients.
Dialogue.
You put all ingredients inside, and then you have a result.
Confusion.
It's not always the same
You
result.
apply heat.
Yeah. A part of it is alchemy,
Bravo.
Yeah.
Very good.
Oh,
very good. Very good.
Cooperation, dialogue, good.
So with that, to kick
Tagine
off,
is going down. Tagine is declining.
Yeah, it's still dialogue. Well, let's continue the dialogue. I'd like to start with questions. We have from the Royal United Services Institute, Sir David Liddington. He is right here in the front row. For those of us who missed him on a panel because he didn't quite get here thanks to Royal Air Maroc, now we can hear from you.
Thanks very much. I spent far too long sitting on the tarmac at London Heathrow Airport the other day. First of all, thank you. I mean, that was a fascinating and enjoyable panel session. Could I start by agreeing with Karim about the fact I had spent 9 years as a British government minister. Ministers don't have any time to think for themselves. But a good quality minister will welcome ideas coming up through think tanks, not least because it then enables you to challenge your own officials and say, well, why aren't we doing what they're proposing now? Is there any thinking going on about this? And if not, what are the arguments against? So it helps to improve the dynamism of thinking within government and the quality of thinking within government. But my other suggestion was going to be coming out of the last session here before lunch on security, where it seemed to be agreement at the end that actually it was maritime issues that provided one of the big opportunities for a genuine thickening up of Atlantic basin dialogue at governmental and international institutional level. And it seems to me that cooperation between think tanks might be a way in which to give governments of all four continents and the people advising the ministers in those four continents some ideas about how to build on the current sort of very basic structures of cooperation that exist. So it's bringing together different perspectives, different geographies, but also different disciplines. At some point, security policy, which RUSI, my think tank, specialises in, with climate policy or technological expertise, somebody who's really up to speed on the difference that AI and quantum are going to make to these security issues. So there might be a programme of work to take forward. It seems to be one of the challenges that came up in the discussion is how is this funded in a way that is transparent and does not impinge upon editorial independence. Money's got to either come from a philanthropic individual with deep pockets, or it comes from sponsored research from governments or private sector. And how does one ensure that that is known? I agree on that. And how do you make sure that the funders know that they're going to have no say whatever in the editorial content? And we refuse to accept money from people unless they sign up to our editorial independence.
That brings up a couple of different questions. I want to hear more about that project. But first, Ian, I had made mention of it before, the debate within DC about being transparent about who is funding think tanks. The FBI has even gotten involved looking at some of the sources of income. So can you tell us any tales out of school? GMF is completely transparent about its funding, as I recall.
Very, very transparent. I would say, and if I can tell you a story about that. Yes, there have been a spate of investigative reporting and other things. It's come up on Capitol Hill, other things where, the scrutiny of the think tanks, and there are so many of them in Washington, and some of them are highly political, some of them are not at all. You can find anything. But in any case, the scrutiny of who is paying for what, and what is the effect of that. I mean, because transparency is one thing, but perception is another. And there clearly have been cases where there has been a lack of objectivity as a result of support of one kind or another. But there are also cases where there is an assumption of questionable objectivity when really there shouldn't be. I mean, I know when there was a whole spate of articles about this in Washington, a reporter from a very prominent newspaper came to GMF and wanted to talk to the president of GMF about this. We're happy to do that. And how are you transparent? Where do you get your funding from? We explained all of this, and this and that was German Marshall Fund of the United States. It's a little confusing because we're not German, we're not a fund. We are American, but transparency. So we took the reporter outside to the front of the building and said, "There's a huge bronze plaque here that says the German Marshall Fund of the United States. What is it that we're not telling you about where our endowment came from?" And but that said, we are very sensitive to this. If we do a lot of things with the private sector, as you do, I know, and it's important because that's part of the conversation we're trying to encourage around things like maritime security, say, or ports. How do you ensure that that's not misperceived? I mean, we have our own rather rigorous ideas about this. We don't get bent out of shape easily by where the funding is coming from. But how do you assure that when people look at it, they understand that? It's easier.
I was going to say, are people public about? Is the RUSI's practice of the editorial independence is that standard?
Of course, and we have statements about this and all the rest of it. But part of it is managing the perception. I mean, so for example, if you do something that touches very closely on private sector interests in the digital world, say, or something like that. Much better to have 6 different companies helping you pay for it than one.
Yeah.
Will it make a difference to the outcome? Maybe not, but the perception is very, very different.
If you're going to have the UAE funding it, you should also have Qatar funding it.
Yeah, well, we don't have either funding it, but that's more a function of what we work on. But it is a huge issue, and transparency only takes you part of the way in solving that problem.
Could you get the microphone to you next? But Karim, I would like to hear more about the project that you all have coming out. And I'm going to walk over here so I can see the people I've had my back to.
Thank you. Andres Rosenthal from Mexico, founding president of the Mexican Council on Foreign Relations. And I want to make a very brief support for what Renato said about think tanks not really being meant to solve issue. De nada. Obrigado. I think there is a misconception sometimes about what think tanks do and what they're meant to do. And I think it's very important to understand that at the best what we can do as think tanks is to present options, analysis, and information so that others, politicians, can make the decisions. Yeah. I also wanted to point out that there are different types of think tanks. FGV, RAND are business think tanks. You do work and get paid for the work you do. Others, like ours, don't do that. Yeah. We do the work.
I'm a black duck, very small one. Yeah.
But a very intelligent one. And I think also that there is one issue which hasn't come up, which is the issue of the interaction between think tanks and governments. In some cases, and I think it's mainly the case in the US, I think it's the case in Brazil, governments are interested in what think tanks can do for the reasons that were mentioned. Governments don't have time, they're pressured, they're putting out fires all the time, they don't have time to think that much. But there are also governments that don't like think tanks and that consider think tanks to be, to some extent, either opposition or enemies. Many think tanks in the international relations field are populated by former diplomats, former ambassadors, the ones that Karim says you have to massage and be nice to. But the fact is that governments sometimes see these former officials as a shadow cabinet of some sort. And so the communication between the think tank and the government is difficult. In the US, and Ian knows this very well, there are think tanks that have been identified with a political party, at least sympathetic to a political party. Germany has think tanks that are directly related to political parties. And so that's also an issue, I think, which is worth putting on the table in terms of how think tanks interact with governments. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm actually curious about how you all feel about Project 2025. The Klieg lights of the world is talking about Project 2025 and wondering how much it's going to drive policy. Would that be uncomfortable for any of your think tanks?
They've used the process I mentioned. They've been preparing, so they're prepared. Yeah. That's how it works in the US. So they go, they think, they prepared for a couple of years. I have no opinion on the content of it, but the process of it is using a place where people have been thinking, through funding mechanisms that are, specific to this project, and then now they come prepared. So the method is fine. I think this is so. Then the content, what they're going to do, it's another story. But so I think they've been using think tanks in Washington for what they do. And
in principle, is what every one of us dreams.
Yes.
To have someone listening and let's see if it happens and implementing. But that's a different kind of think tanks. You correctly mentioned that there are independent think tanks which are, like in Germany, funded mainly by the political foundation, so they are serious and independent, but they are funded by mainly by one institution. And then we have most think tanks which receive money from different sources.
And public goods. Our model is a public good.
Yeah,
it's
but
a true public good that is being supported through a foundation of a state-owned enterprise that has a social license to operate a commodity and gives back to society in a very special way, very original and innovative way, through a university, through this think tank. It's creating public good for the general public, and we make sure it's inclusive. It has to be consumed by all categories of the Moroccan population. This is why at the university we make sure to give scholarship, big chunk of our, on average across departments, I think it's close to 70% of our students that have a scholarship. So it's essential. If you're a public good, it's for everybody to be consumed without moderation. It's to improve the general cognition level of complex issues. So this is why we have these young leadership programs. We make sure they're diverse. We make sure to hire people from all regions of Morocco, all social backgrounds, etc., etc. So it's a moral responsibility. We are just custodians of something. It's an amana in Arabic. We're custodians of something. We need to improve it, to transmit it to generations. So there is a mission, there is an inner breath to that. The kind of think tanks you're talking about are very different. They have their role in the democratic process, in the fight for ideas. I think it's healthy. But here for us is different. And I think what we've been doing here in Morocco is very original. You don't find many of the likes, equidistance from government, so it is for the society, okay? And of course we operate within the broad general interests of Morocco, but in this country we have the space to operate, we have the space to write things, and we have never said anything, any sort of orientation to people writing with us. You just go on the website and you can see it. So we can also tackle some difficult questions as well. So I think...
But the bottom line is, to the scholar who is visiting here from Heritage, who I was chatting with this morning, they're all really jealous of you right now.
Any opportunity...
I'm not going to out them in the audience.
Any opportunity of dialogue is welcome, even if it is uncomfortable.
As you say, which is the point.
Very glad to see the answer to your second question, dialogue. This is the key word.
On the point about the Agenda 2025, one of the things, this is, as you say, it's part of our it's part of the process in Washington. It would be a perfectly normal thing in any change of administration for every think tank in Washington and outside of Washington to be sending to Washington, these are our list of things you should be doing, and everybody's busy doing this. In this case, what makes this very distinctive is that it's strikingly ideological and rather radical, but we'll leave all of that alone. But for those, and this is very common in Europe to ask this question and elsewhere, what's the difference between Trump 1 and Trump 2 likely? Well, in a sense, this is more conventional. The first time around, there was no Agenda 2025. There was no pipeline of people in think tanks or elsewhere who were lining up for cabinet roles or advisory positions. This time there is. And some of those people will wind up in government, and some of those ideas will wind up in government, whether you like them or not. So in some sense, it's a more conventional thing than it was in 2016.
And by floating it out there, they've had an opportunity to road test some of the things before they become potential policy, and they've gotten the American public's reaction on some of them. So it'll be interesting for someone like me to see which of that selection gets picked and rolled out, and what the ultimate response is.
We can organize a track one if you want. You are welcome.
Pablo.
Great,
could you introduce yourself?
Andreas Krämer, founder of Ecologic Institute. Nobody has time to think. It's so true that Bob Dylan wrote a song about it, and you're right, Karim. It is hard work, which is why we as a think tank developed something that we call assisted thinking. Ministers don't have the time to think, but they have the power to delegate their thinking to other people, and they can choose to whom they delegate. Parliamentarians do the same with their scientific services, technology assessment offices, or whatever they have at their disposal. Again, they don't have the time to do the work themselves, so we go in and we help them think through. And the success is if they absorb an idea and believe it is their own. But the successful ideas, Kimberly, they are not just ideas. Ideas are 10 a penny. When they're workable solutions that can be implemented and will result in good policy that delivers results, that is the true art of think tanking. It's not just producing ideas, but it's producing workable solutions. Thank you.
And you take a psychanalyst with you also?
Funny that you ask. Yes, for coaching internally and for staff development, we have a psychologist employed. Yes.
Do any of you all have a psychologist employed?
Yes, psychoanalysis of public policy. It's something we teach at the university.
But you have one on staff.
I don't test the teaching.
At this point, you were saying.
I want to go back to what our Mexican friend said. Looking at what gets implemented is not the only way to look at think tank activities. Because if, let's take Italy or Mexico or any middle power, I mean, a middle power, we deal, and as they deal, with international politics. And if you are a think tank on international politics in Washington, you can advise the American government on what to do and not to do. And you may be successful or not, but you are influencing the most important power in the world on that. If you work on the same topic in other 150 countries, which don't have a key role in shaping international politics, even if you influence your government, let's imagine I convince my government on how to solve the Gaza crisis. Is my government in a position to solve the Gaza crisis, or are 150 other governments in the world able to do that? No. So I think it's limiting the analysis to look at that only. Think tanks do all the other things we've been discussing in this hour, help the public opinion understand what is true and what is false, which is one big topic. Shape track 2 dialogue with other countries. Keep the lights on a crisis or issues which are not under the screen. For example, let me tell you what we do every 6 months in my institute. We have a publication and an event on forgotten crises and wars. So nobody talks about here, even here, about Sudan or about other. I mean, Sudan is totaling itself the number of people starving in all the other crises we talk about every day. But
I have to tell you, as a reporter, every time the Biden administration does something on Sudan, I want to go cover it, but I'm too busy chasing all the news of the day.
You're busy. Wait. If you're busy, you don't think you're out of the market. But take Afghanistan. So 2 years ago, we were saying what would have happened in Afghanistan. It's happening, but we don't talk about it. So this is our role on top of everything else we discuss. It's not just transferring ideas into policy. For Karim, it's different. He's mostly on economic issue. And so it's the reform agenda of a country. And you need to get what you suggest implemented, completely different from other think tanks.
As always happens with a very rich discussion, now I have like 5 questioners. I'm going to take 4 at once. This gentleman, that lady, my colleague from the United States, and that gentleman back there. So the lady in the jacket. Can you introduce yourself?
Lady in the jacket.
Hello, hi. My name is Nusrat Farooq. I'm from India. I am the founding partner of Artificial Intelligence Strategy. Before this, I worked in counterterrorism and social media. The beauty of this conference, I'm also an Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leader 2022. So one of the beauties of this conference is the intergenerational dialogue, the intergenerational cooperation. There's going to be, the last panel today is going to be by emerging leaders of 2024. So I think this is an excellent opportunity to ask the current leaders about one advice that each one of you will have for emerging leaders. I think one of the things is making friends, of course, here, thinking about cooperation between the current leaders and the emerging leaders, but one thing that each one of you would say for the emerging leaders.
Okay.
Thank you.
One piece of advice Gentlemen in the back, if you could give your question and introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Arkabe. I'm a British Academy global professor, and I have been in the public service. I would like to ask the panelists, is it true that think tanks are neutral? And do they have also to be neutral? Because they have perspective, ideologies, funding, etc. So my understanding is they are never neutral, but it's also a positive thing to say that they are not neutral.
Okay.
The second point I want to put on the table is we have been primarily talking about those independent think tanks funded from different sources. But I see two major think tanks that have been omitted from this discussion. One is the universities think tanks or research centers, and government also think tanks. And I would like to bring this point.
Sir, we have two more questions.
Yeah.
There's so little time
Yeah,
left.
my question is, I'm looking from an African perspective. No major think tanks, and those who are in the think tanks also have to respond to funding agencies. And I see the policy center have made successfully in the last 10 years. I would like to hear more. How can we create African think tanks that can really change for betterment of society?
Okay, advice, neutrality, African think tanks. If you could give your question. Gentlemen, are you keeping track of which ones you want to answer?
Right. Hung Tran from the Atlantic Council in Washington, D.C. Most of the conference we have here is about the South, New South, Global South, how they can be more influential in global fora like G20, COPs, and so on. To be influential, they have to speak with one voice. To do that, they have to coordinate policies and come to some agreement. So my question is, can the think tanks in the South countries help in that process to promote policy coordination for the Global South?
Okay, and our very last one, the tall gentleman there. Sorry,
Thank you.
3 minutes left.
Farid Belhaj with the Policy Center, but before that, and most importantly for this particular issue, Vice President for the World Bank. Every time there is an election in any country that we cover, we produce a white paper for reform. Why? To influence the policies that the next government will be going about. So it's not a question, it's a contribution. We, as an international institution, we would consider it as a dereliction of duty not to do that.
Thank you. So the first question would be for the North-South contribution. Can you tell us about the project that you're about to come out with? We haven't had a chance to, yeah, you touched on it, but what?
I don't want to consume too much time, but we have a beautiful project with Paolo that feels to be the south of the north, and we are north of south, and India, and I salute our friend from ORF who is here. It's a multi-dimensional cooperation where for instance, they've chosen together 8 of the emerging leaders that are here. So we've merged our emerging leaders program. So Paolo has one and ORF has one, and we send to India and we choose, we select. They trust us for the selection. We trust them. First thing. Second, we exchange. We send our staff to spend time at their institution to understand how they work on the inner works of the think tank. Researcher exchanges. We produce also an annual report. It's here. It's published on our website, Global Dynamics in a Year of Domestic Contestations and Political Shifts. So I salute the efforts of my colleagues who have been doing this. The second edition. Then we have also panels. So like this one, we organize joint panels on think tanks, on topics, etc. So I think that's a way to do it, and we coordinate, we meet each other, we're on WhatsApp, we talk, we exchange ideas. A piece of advice. Take the time, be curious. You see, in a setting like this, there's so much brain power here. So if you spend 3 days and you meet people and you listen, you will learn a lot. So when I said busy, this is what I meant. Spend the time, listen to the music blowing from here. You will hear a lot of things. they have amazing experiences. Some people here are the conscious of their nations, even. I don't want to embarrass them, but I know them. So that is, you will grow. Don't do in and out. Don't spend too much time, on your phone. That would be an advice. It took me many years to discover that. The second one, white papers, Farid. Yes, we should be doing white papers in many countries. I want to also congratulate the World Bank office in Morocco. They have subcontracted us analytical work for the first time, I think. They came to us on trade and labor market, and they said, they funded us, work on the labor market, disseminate, organize events. You can see on our website, there are many, many papers, and they were funded, and it's acknowledged by the bank. Subcontracting analytical works. It takes a lot, because this is their ego. I was at the bank, so we know at the bank, madame. Yes. So interesting. It's moving, it's changing.
They do quietly ask for big thinkers on the side.
Africa, Arkabe, he's from Ethiopia. He didn't say that. He's currently in Britain, but he was a minister and he has experience. And there is a governmental think tank in Ethiopia. I think there's limitation of that to this exercise. Neutrality, of course, you need to tell who you are. And I think when you look at the Policy Center website or ISP or the others, you immediately know. You immediately, for someone that is, just read the thing, takes the time, Of course, we are progressists, conservatives, you can see that. But it's serious work, and it shows immediately. So, and I think the funding I don't think it's an interesting discussion for here. The US is very special. In Morocco, I explained you the model. I don't see another model. I think it's what we've done here with this giving back as this social license to operate. I would say it's part of any state-owned enterprises in Africa to give back to society in various ways, through dividends at the Ministry of Finance, but through creation of public good. Myself, I was advisor to the chairman of OCP. This is his idea, okay, like the Atlantic Dialogue. So this is how it started, but you needed the people, you needed the funding, otherwise it won't exist. But it's not for us, it's for everybody. And that's why we make sure that we don't confiscate this thing, that we make sure we're all doors open and windows open for everybody to consume this without moderation. It's part of this mission, it's part of the custodian, the nature of the management we try to have. We always make sure that is not a proprietary sort of institution or knowledge. That's why we publish most of the things we do.
Okay. Well, first, I'm sorry that you were in my back. I apologize. Well, my advice allow me to wear the professor hat, because I'm also a professor. It's a very simple one. Read as much history as you can. History helps us to understand the world, to understand people, and to understand the problems. I think history is something essential, spiritual, for people who work in think tanks and want to be leaders. I like it very much, Karim's. I think I sensed a touch of Rumi in your advice. I sense it, but it's very good. But read as much history as you can, please. My dear friend Hong Tram, and I must announce to the audience that Hong is the prince of the 2 pages policy briefs. He writes, I never saw pieces so dense, so insightful as he does. I'm a fan of everything he writes. Well, given this, my dear Hong, I'm skeptical about this huge coordinating efforts. As I said, I'm one who pledges confusión de confusiones at the side of the linear thing. So I wouldn't engage in this. Let us leave the global south, as mysterious and as diversified as it is. Let us see what happens. Excuse me, but you are still my prince. Regard funding and Africa, you mentioned ecological think tanks. Oh, this is a very complicated area because there are plenty of interests there. So I don't know exactly how to say, but I think the disclaimer is much more serious when you take ecological think tanks. Amazingly, even more than security ones. Because securities, nowadays, we know more or less the allegiances. But in ecology, there is a lot of money now in climate change, and there are a lot of hidden interests. That's very important, the disclaimer. And I think that's all.
Yes, and since we're already over time, in our last brief words.
Very, very quickly.
Of course.
On neutrality, I don't think neutrality exists, as you said. I think what exists is are think tanks which are intellectually honest and solid.
Exactly.
That's the only thing I would say. So then you may be wrong, but you don't want to be wrong. You may happen to be wrong. I'm too young to give advice to future leaders, but
you're ageless.
But they are ageless. But should you force me? I would say what I repeat what I keep telling to the future think tank leader when I meet them in Milano: be humble. Be ambitious. The two things together. If you are only humble, you are stupid. If you are only ambitious, you are stupid. Be humble and be ambitious.
Well, you are not Indian.
Be Paolo.
Ian, how are you going to follow that one?
There's no way to follow that one except to say that some agelessness is more ageless than others. But anyway. Look, advice, I don't know. I mean, look at the history thing. I totally agree with the mindfulness thing. I totally agree with, maybe go abroad but come back is a way to put it. People sometimes accuse me of being on an endless junior year abroad in Brussels, and that's probably true, but do come back. Neutrality, this is an interesting question, because neutrality at what level? I mean, I worked in an institution that is apolitical, neutral, objective, and, we prize that, but are there individuals with really pronounced views inside the place? Absolutely. But that's a different thing. Institutional neutrality versus individual neutrality. Whether you can mobilize, sort of international intellectual consensus or political consensus with the kind of activities we do. Well, there are examples, by the way, but they tend to come out of things that were more or less consensual anyway. I mean, if you think of the Munich Security Conference, you think of it as an event, but in fact it thinks of itself as a think tank. There are other examples of this. I would be a little skeptical. Maybe I'm a little bit more on the organic side of, let it evolve and see where it goes. And if there are opportunities to create the space for people to come together like this, so much the better.
And I will take the moderator's privilege of giving you some advice. Keep coming back to events where you can engage like this.
Thank you.
Karim, Ian, Paolo, Renato, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 30-minute coffee break and reconvene in this room at 4 p.m.
Keep forgetting the picture.
Where am I going? All right. Good. Okay.
Patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is organizing the 13th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues Conference, scheduled to take place from December 12th to 14th, 2024, in Rabat, Morocco. This flagship event will convene over 400 distinguished leaders from the public and private sectors, civil society, international organizations, think tanks, and the media across the Atlantic Basin, fostering open and candid discussions on pivotal cross-regional and cross-sectoral challenges. This year's conference marks a significant evolution, transitioning from annual thematic focuses to a broader, more inclusive approach emphasizing the wider Atlantic space's core values and strategic importance. The agenda will delve into critical topics such as geoeconomics, regional security, democracy, migration, and energy transition, with a particular emphasis on the African Atlantic region. Participants will engage in over 11 plenary sessions, interactive town halls, thematic breakout dinners, and intimate night owl sessions, all designed to encourage meaningful dialogue. The Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders 2024 program will bring together more than 40 young changemakers across the Atlantic. These emerging leaders will participate in a tailored leadership, policy and networking program, fostering intergenerational dialogue and bridging generational and perception gaps. Building on the previous 12 editions, this 13th edition will be a platform conducive to navigating the complexities of the Atlantic region and working collaboratively towards a more integrated and prosperous wider Atlantic. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our moderator for the closing plenary, founder and co-director at Thinking the Unthinkable, Nick Gowen, and the emerging leaders.
Well, that is the session. Thank you very much for coming. We've done well. It was the briefest session I've ever done. Welcome to you all. We're going to do this with the emerging leaders and then have a pick-up on what we were doing 2 days ago, which was trying to hear from you the kind of things that you're taking away from this. Now, let me remind you, it shows how nimble and agile we are. When Renato said, we must engage the young, then you will prosper. So you're all going to be prospering because we're engaging the young. And we're talking about emerging leaders. We're not talking about youth. Youth is up to 24, depending on which definition, up to 30, maybe up to 35. This is people who are already leading in their own way, emerging leaders, and that's the way you should look at it. It's a much better definition. And let me tell you, that even though I'm sitting here and you've given us all a round of applause, yes, I am moderating this, but I'm hoping that all I'm going to be is a nudger in chief. If they don't go down the right track, I'll just keep gently pushing them. I may even walk off the platform and leave it to them. So it's that kind of, it shows how much power and influence they really have. But Daniela, let me come to you, because you sat over there yesterday and laid down very clearly how you felt about the voices not being heard so far here at AD.
Yes, I did. And thank you. First of all, thank you to Atlantic Dialogues for hosting this incredible platform. And to all of our my wonderful panelists who I've been with for the past week. Yesterday I was a tad controversial, I'll say. Less than normal, but you know. So my name is Daniela Lakaja. I'm a barrister, I'm a photographer, a filmmaker, a retired Olympic athlete, and I'm the founder and CEO of the Soli Group. And I say all this not because it's a terribly impressive list, even though it is. I say all this
That's only
because,
half of it.
Thank you, yes, no, I could go on, but we do have time constraints. I say this because this panel, we've decided amongst ourselves, is about our personal stories of leadership, our paths as to how we got here today, and our hopes and our shared hopes for the future. So my first point here is, what is it about age that disqualifies us, not from the participation, because we are very clearly here participating, but from the integration into these spaces? I said yesterday that we are having a conversation about youth and about the hopes for the future, and yet there was no...
You still want to call it youth?
I'm youth. I don't know. We've gotten very loose-lipped with this definition. I'm 28 years old. You can't shuffle me off to a retirement home just yet. I'm just getting going.
But youth is getting older.
Youth is getting older, and youth is getting younger. And I think perhaps later on in the panel we can bring in that conversation about the incredible capacity of, be it Gen Z, Gen Alpha. But for me, right now, I'm going to call myself youth in this moment. We'll move back to emerging leaders shortly. But what I really wanted to talk about is we need to start having these intergenerational dialogues. We have to, it's lovely to be here.
As a central part of any gathering.
Any gathering, any conversation that is intended to push the progress forward and push our societies forward, you cannot have it without a young person, by whatever definition you ascribe to, sitting at the center. And I wanted to make a very specific point here, and I see that the room is lovely and full, and I'm grateful for it, because there is enough power and influence in this room alone to make a serious, substantial shift towards a more positive future, a more hopeful future. And all the youth are saying, the emerging leaders are saying, is that use us as an engine to drive that change. You have the power. You have the influence. I joked about storming the stage yesterday and wrestling the microphone, and there's no need now because they've strapped one to my face.
And you walked on.
Exactly. But, we are an engine. we have the capacity, we have the force, we have the energy. We are just asking for you to stand behind us and lend a bit of that power to
All right,
the effort.
let's pause there, can we? Because all of you said, we've had a great time. You said you were laughing, you were having fun. There was instant camaraderie, and behind me somewhere are 36 of you as well. And it's been that kind of 3 or 4 days. And I lectured to you 2 days ago. But the point is, you have been selected by the other 36, and that's why you're sitting up here. They haven't been forgotten about, but you're voicing the kind of things that they're thinking as well. Let's just hear from everyone else. Raphael.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah. Hi, I'm Rafael. I'm Brazilian. I don't have the same CV of my colleague. I can call myself a mediocre athlete, though. I like to go for runs, but I currently work for a team called Global Response at Meta, which is responsible for preparing the company for periods of escalated tension, so crisis, elections. And prior to that, I was working for an NGO understanding the role of social media in elections, but not in the global north, basically in countries that were undergoing democratic transition. So Southeast Asia, north of Africa, my home country, Brazil, who underwent a democratic transition 30 years ago. My job didn't exist when I started studying, and I think it speaks a lot to the world that we live in right now. The skills that I had to learn needed to be completely adaptable to a world that we cannot predict, right? So we don't have the tools right now with the degrees that we did 10, 20, 30 years ago to respond to the challenges that we have nowadays. And I think when we talk about new leadership, when we talk about young people bringing something new or different to the table, is the fact that the world is changing in a way that it's very hard for us to predict. I think your panel, Thinking the Unthinkable, says a lot about that, of how can we be empowered with the tools to be a good leader in a moment of complete volatility.
Let's be clear. Are you thinking you're wanting to emerge, you are emerging, or you have now emerged?
I think leadership for me, it's a lot like what I see myself, I'm in a position of influence. Whether I'm leading or not, I lead some parts, I influence others. I think one learning of the type of job that I do, I'm at the intersection between technical people, engineers, policy people that come from different backgrounds, and I act as a translator between different type of people. I think the way that we see leadership in that environment is how are we able to influence people in an environment where we don't have the full knowledge of the situation. So I do lead in certain aspects. I believe that leadership is a daily thing.
So you've emerged?
In many ways, yes. Other ways, no.
Asma, right, let's come to you. You can tell us your age and what you're doing. But
that's very inappropriate.
No, it's very appropriate because I've written it down and I said I'd say it if you don't say it. But
okay.
It's the same. We've got in the emerging leaders ages up to 35, and it's important that people realise that it's not about undergraduates and so on. This is about those of you who've got significant experience. You deal with hundreds of billions of dollars and euros each day.
Well, okay. So to answer your first question, I'm in my Jesus year, so you can Google that. I can give you an indication. I'm definitely under 35, but above 30. So I work as an international development professional. I have over a decade of experience in water sector, water resources management. I've worked in civil society, UN agencies, multilateral development bank, and that's where I'm currently working, overseeing portfolios of hundreds of millions and billions of US dollars in investments across Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, Southeast Asia, the Pacific. And I have to say, I stopped looking at myself as a young leader because I was in those spaces when I was in civil society. Now I'm in love with the word emergent leader. I don't know who coined this, but I'm going to start using it in my daily life. And I don't think, like you asked Raphael, I think of myself as constantly emergent because there are days where I feel like I'm a great leader. There are days where I'm like, I think I'm going to be a follower. And so just to bring back, I mean, I know that I have a baby face. And yesterday, for instance, when I asked the question on how can we invest in increasing attractiveness of, for instance, educational institutions in the South, in the global South, the response that I got was student-professor response. And I was like, I know that I look young, but I'm not a student anymore. And it does happen to me when I go into meetings with senior government officials, and they often think I'm the translator or the secretary. So I think it's also the
What do
perception.
you say to them?
Well, the moment I start speaking up, they know who's talking and who's in charge, basically. So that's then there is a shift. But I think there is a default setting that like senior fellows or senior people in different institutions, they go into when they meet someone that looks young.
Okay, Sika, you're from South Africa. Tell us about yourself.
Thank you. Siba Spahle, by the way, is my name. Hello, everyone. I'm Spahle Makadla. I'm a development economics from South Africa. I have 10 plus years of work experience promoting financial inclusion, job creation, and gender equity in my country. I'm the typical case study of what intergenerational mobility in terms of economic income looks like. So in terms of my background, I come from a very disadvantaged background, but what has helped me in terms of obviously kind of leveling up in my schooling, in my work, or what have you. Yes, I did the work. Yes, I went to the right schools, but what helped me is the role of my mentors in the journey. I was mentored, sponsored, and supported by people who do not look like me. Mainly, I will say it frankly, older white males who showed me how to actually talk the talk, speak the speak, and use the tool set that I have in order to be able to access environments and spaces that I had no idea even existed for myself. So why am I here? When we talk about intergenerational dialogue, we're talking about, yes, getting ideas from those who are ahead of us, but also getting the support on how to actually walk this journey. In my language, isiXhosa, we say, indlela ibuzwa kwabaphambili. The path is shown, directed by those who are ahead of you. And the reason I'm here is that I'm here to actually get the opportunity. We are here to say, yes, we have the ideas and the strength. We are the engine, but we actually need the toolbox to be able to travail this very uncertain world with the wisdom and the financial capital in order to sustain it.
Just to be clear, do you think you've emerged?
I am emerging. I feel like, yes, I've reached a certain level in terms of my influence and impact, but I feel like I could do way more if I had the right people behind me, backing me, and opening those doors for me.
So we're all learning all the time. Swapnil.
Please.
Thank you very much, Nick. Hi, everyone. My name is Swapnil. I'm an AI researcher at MIT and Boston University. I run a nonprofit focused on digital trust, trying to combat disinformation all around 6 countries in the world. And I run a healthcare startup focused on India and Bangladesh. Today I'm here to come here and ask you a very simple question with this thesis that small things lead to large changes. Show of hands if you remember the title of your undergraduate thesis. Right?
We're not going to ask you.
Now keep your hands up if you think maybe 3 other people know about your undergraduate thesis. I think I want to tell you a story about some undergraduates that I've been working with in India to start with, and then a bunch of other countries. These undergraduates, they went through an 8 or 9 month kind of program on responsible computing education that we put together. At the end of this program, the outcomes have been that these undergraduates have, through their coursework, fought foreign interference operations where Twitter and Meta opened up investigations, and this is public information, but like they've taken down a bunch of those accounts. So we had people on the cybersecurity panel here talking about foreign interference. These are undergraduates. They're doing research. It is having real-world impact. These undergraduates are supporting fact-checkers in Mongolia to try and accelerate their fact-checking, because in a lot of countries where tech hasn't achieved that kind of penetration and hasn't been catered to the right audiences, they're doing things by hand. And you know who Mongolia's neighbors are. So foreign interference is a big deal there. I think the last thing I'll say is these undergraduates are also working on digital healthcare. They're learning about new fields that they're exposed to, as long as they have the right audiences who handhold them through just understanding the problems. The point I'm trying to make, you at this point you're asking me something, why are you asking me about your thesis? I'm here to say that you and I in this room will have people in the next years that are much smarter than us. They are much better at doing a lot of things that we are not as good at doing. It is important for us to set the right examples by saying, I don't know how to do things that you know how to do. Here are the things that I do know. Let's work together so that we can achieve the impact we need to achieve. It is not going to be one person that saves the world. It is going to be a lot of people sitting in a room, figuring out over drinks what are the problems, because clearly diplomacy takes weird directions, as I've learned in the last couple of days. But I think why you should care is because I think small things lead to a large impact. And if you create the spaces for Gen Alpha, Gen Next, all of the young leaders here, but also the young leaders coming in through that door and sitting around at this university, that's how we can drive change.
Good. Well, remember what Renato said before you came on the platform.
Nick,
be humble,
Nick,
be ambitious.
You didn't ask me if I've emerged.
I'm here to nudge. You can answer the question for yourself.
I think
you asked the question.
I think.
Have you emerged?
If you ask my parents, they will say I've never emerged.
But your parents aren't here. Can you answer for yourself?
I think I have emerged.
You have emerged. You fully emerged.
Depends. There's still a little bit of emergence left to do.
You're hedging now.
I'm hedging now. If my parents watch this, I need to
How
answer.
do you define emerging? That's also.
How do you define emerging? Have you emerged?
I mean, I said I'm constantly emerging. It's a process.
I think we're all emerging. Now, I think it's time that you took it away. I'm going to sort of step back and sort of nudge you occasionally. See, but you want to come in, particularly on the north-south.
Sure. So the conversation is basically how do we build bridges right across the Atlantic as young people, and a lot of things have been discussed over the last couple of days, but I want to speak as a South African, and then everyone else will take it over. So in the context of South Africa, we are 30 years into our democracy, and how we thought of ourselves was very much in terms of our identity. You're a South African first, you're an African first. So the only time I even heard about the term Global South is when I moved to the UK to study my master's program. I never identified as a Global South, I was just African. So now you enter into these conversations about, you know, who does what, who collaborates with who. But in terms of building bridges, I think what's important is building that mutual understanding of the other. And when I say other country, other nation, other region. It doesn't actually need to mean north or south. And what's a huge part of that is a curiosity or interest, right? But also from a context of wanting to collaborate and partner, not to see who's more powerful than the other, but also understanding that collaboration is not only limited to who looks like you or is similar to you, it's about a common cause for development. So a huge, case in point example of how collaboration has worked in terms of building bridges across countries is, we've mentioned this before, the power of the creative economy. What it does is to share various narratives and kind of creates a common understanding about other people in a manner that is palatable. But I think for me, the biggest thing that I've learned, particularly being South African, so as a South African, I never felt like I need to learn French or learn a different language to connect with other people because I was fine. But I think even being in this environment and learning that, there's an importance in learning other languages, but I think there's a greater importance in being able to hear other people regardless of what language they are speaking. And I think a big component of that is being willing to listen without having stereotypes about what they're coming with, but or the next point is maybe starting to think about people from a more collaborative perspective as opposed to what do they want from me or what I can get from them. I spoke previously again about the power of the creative economy, and I think one of the biggest things that we can all kind of use to learn more about each other and understand each other better is to consume our content, each other's content, in terms of like music, food, and what have you. I didn't know much about Morocco until I started having the food when I got here. I was like, okay, wow, I need to come back because the food is amazing. Before that, I didn't think much about Morocco, but this is a case in point to say there's soft power, as was mentioned, in the creative economy to start to build those bridges. But I think the point of departure is to be very confident in our identity as who we are as countries, nations, regions, and continents, and look at the other, whatever that other looks like, country, territory, global North, if you want to call it, from a perspective of wanting to collaborate to do better, not to try to power play in between each other.
Yeah, we were talking about like this idea of North and South during the days of the fellowship. We come from BRICS countries, like we are countries that initially didn't have a lot in common, but then over the course of the years that I've been, just a disclaimer, I've been living in Germany for the past 10 years, so my personal journey has been from a country that has been from the global South, trying to find its voice in many topics. Brazil has emerged as then we can say that it's an emerging country in the past years. To a position where we now have an institutionalized form of cooperation that didn't exist 20 years ago. And I kind of feel that my personal journey going to the North really changed how I view the North-South concepts, because we don't see things like this when we think about, we don't see each other so strongly as the South. But when I came there and I saw how I was entering the job market, understanding how I could add value from my own background, I was always seen as a Brazilian, always seen as like I can only add value to my own country. So in the climate discussion, you can only add value as you understand the Amazon forest. So over the years, I managed to tap in my own work field. The role of social media, digital technologies in democracies is not a North-South problem, it's a global problem. So it's a problem where we have to understand the dynamics of society, how society relates to those technologies, and how society reflects those impacts into their decisions on whom to vote or what to do. This is a global problem, and I think trying to get the argument of like, why your example, why your background, why your voice in that field matters, and why you can add value to that particular discourse is really important, because otherwise, I've been often in rooms in the beginning of my career where I was the only non-European, I was the only one coming from a different background, and also the youngest one in the room. I saw a lot of value to be there, and I also I'm grateful for the fact of people who allow me to be there, so mentors that actually put me there in that situation, because they understood that I had something to add in that discussion. Nowadays, we see that it's a global problem. Everybody understands that this is a shared responsibility between different sectors, but also different countries. But I just wanted to tap into this element of like how not only your example or your context matters to the global, and how do you tap into the global discussion and make sure that this is showing the relevance for the bigger picture, and showcasing that really being young in some circumstances matter a lot. I think we were talking to Asma about that because there are parallels. She works with infrastructure internationally, and there are elements that we kind of like found in common. So I would love to hear from her how you see those kind of dynamics happening also in the same in your field.
And I think I should just say you have chosen to talk about North-South. I didn't have anything to do with that, particularly after what Jacques Attali said sitting here yesterday. He said he thought the idea of North and South was anachronistic, and Southfulness was being discussed, but this is your choice to be talking about it.
In addition to what Rafael said, I mean, there are a lot of similarities in our background. I mean, I am Moroccan, but I've lived in 5 countries. I've worked in over 20 countries. And so I think as a Moroccan, when you grew up with an understanding of your own identity, but also the identity of, the North and somewhat the South. However, what I've seen is that it's within the South, we don't know much about each other, right? And so get into that understanding. I've lived in South Africa, but how many Moroccans go and live in South Africa? Not that many. Actually, there were only 400 living there when I was there in 2014. So we don't actually exchange within the South, and we don't have understanding of each other because we're always looking to the North, to the West, right? And on the other hand, the North doesn't necessarily take the time to get to know Africa or Latin America. It's very rare unless you have research or like you've lived in those. But the global perception is usually negative when you look towards the South, and I see it in my everyday job. I do investments in infrastructure, right? And for instance, the way that we look at risk in Sub-Saharan Africa is different than how we look at risk in other countries when it comes to investments. I do see the importance of having representation. And as my colleagues have discussed, the way we look at intergenerational dialogue between senior and younger people we should look at that as well in terms of collaboration. I think we have a common responsibility and also a shared destiny, as we're all, I see ourselves as global citizens of this planet, right? I work a lot in water, and so usually what happens is that you have competing demands on this resource, right? And if people do not come together and there is no understanding on how to manage this jointly, usually it ends up in disaster, right? And so if we can have that same understanding in terms of the collaboration between the North and the South, that would actually, looking at from a win-win situation. The other day, I was at the Night Owl discussion, and there was an example that was put forward about, you know, how the North and the South are collaborating on migration issues. And I was like, Italy is funding, for instance, is providing funding to Tunisia, but it's a win situation for Italy, not necessarily Tunisia, because you're looking at these countries to regulate and more or less policing the migration flows. So it's the perception of the collaboration is very much essential, and moving away from that one-sided, basically one-sided winning, one side winning in these transactional. They're very much, we need to look at it from a collaboration as a shared destiny, a common destiny, shared responsibility together. So yeah.
Right, before Swapnil and Danielle come in, if anyone wants to come in, including from the 36, please make sure you grab a microphone, grab my attention, and you can come in as well to challenge or whatever. Anyone from the 36? I'll get a microphone to you in a moment, but I want to hear from Swapnil next.
Good. I think I want to speak to the point that was... Yeah.
My microphone.
Check. Hello, check. 1, 2, 3.
4, 5, 6.
Sounds good. Thank you. So I want to speak to the point that was raised here by Asma, as well as in the last couple of days when it comes to like negotiating the North-South divide. The North doesn't listen. People don't have like accountability to the commitments they're making, so on and so forth. And I'm oversimplifying quite a bit, but this room knows the nuances of this discussion. I want to speak to negotiation in the light of trying to create your own power through inward change. And I'll take a little bit of a detour. I think a lot of us in the Global South, most of the people in this room as well, have grown up through personal adversities, through challenges that you have seen in your own life, and you've navigated those. I think one of the best qualities that those things has imparted in these people here is resilience. And I think as a people, we all have that quality embedded within ourselves. In India, we call this jugaad or innovation. And I think that has reflected a lot in the way cultures and technology have shifted in the countries that we live in. The reason I raise this point is because when we grew, we learned to lean on our communities when things got tough. And when we work on systems, we need to account for the fact that we lean, like our inherent behavior is to lean on each other for that change. Elevating that quality that we have is going to be one of the reasons that we draw on power when it comes to getting to the negotiation table. And I'll give an example because I personally love it when people are abstract, but I learn more when people offer examples, and then we can have constructive criticism about these as well. I think 7 years ago, there was a small group of African AI researchers that started a conference and started gathering a few folks together. I forget where it was, but the year I attended in 2018, it was in South Africa. This was called the Deep Learning Indaba. Small movement, AI was in its infancy, but in the US and Global North, other places, AI was taking off quite a bit because they had started back in 2012. Despite the slower start, today, this community has grown out to over 800 attendees every year. It is the largest gathering of African researchers in machine learning. Took place in Ghana last year. This is important not because they made this achievement, like this is a community, 800 people is still pretty small. It is important because of the model they followed, which is not just an annual conference, but allowing other countries within Africa to take that model, create their own offshoot events called the Indaba X. Each country then had local communities that grew and organized events year-round around this big major event around AI annually. Today, most major tech companies actually support the deep learning Indaba. Today, there are centers of innovation set up around largely, and I'm going to make a strong claim here, you can refute this, but like due to the social connections that grew out around this trust that we have a community. We have people here, there is a resource, we need to come to these countries to have those resources activated and not take resources out of those countries and have them in the global north. I think these kinds of models like that we speak about, it's important because I think the global south has had technology thrust upon them rather than built with them. And today we see all of these nice headlines of like, this new AI model has 100 million users, fastest growing AI product. Great. Where are the next 5 billion users coming from? They're going to have to acknowledge that the majority of population is going to be in the countries that are the global majority. And for that, they need to come to the global majority and build with them. And they are doing that because it is business friendly, it is incentives aligned, it is important for the local people. I'll leave you with this one thought. I think a lot of the emerging leaders are here today because a lot of things worked out for us. We got a little bit lucky. I think luck is not a systemic change that we can rely on to ensure that we build a better tomorrow. We need better institutions to support the voices that otherwise would lose out if they hadn't gotten lucky. Thank you.
Sorry, if I may just jump on that point. I know, Danielle. I think the Atlantic Dialogue is really a good place to foster that conversation, right? I think that's the purpose why it was created. But at the same time, I mean, I work a lot on concrete things. So I was thinking at the end of this, what's happening? Like, is it just reconvening every year to come and like foster that collaboration and that having that conversation? But I'm also thinking, why not have some sort of marketplace? And this is an idea that was floated yesterday with one of the participants here.
A marketplace.
A marketplace for
Who's selling
projects.
to who?
Oh, I think it was it the Chancellor of Nigerian University? Yeah. Oh yeah, he's there. He can speak up afterwards. Yeah. But I thought it was really interesting because most of the investment forums that I go to, there's usually like these places where you sit down in a boardroom meeting and you have discussions on projects and kind of like, you know, take it forward, right? If we can have something in the future, it's just a proposal. You can take it or leave it, but I think it would be helpful to kind of go beyond the just like conversation. Conversation is great, but if we have a call for action afterwards...
So you're talking about a community in the process?
Yes, but also, for instance, like the issue of increasing attractiveness of education institutions in the South to increase exchanges among these universities. Why not have some sort of, MOUs between universities from Latin America and Africa as a result of this event? Like thinking of concrete actions that we could take forward, whether it's cross-South collaboration or North-South collaboration. So, yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, I mean, are we pointing? No, I mean, I absolutely agree. And I think this is now very funny because these are my two concrete, practical, solution-oriented, emerging leaders. And I'm now going to, sorry, Swapnil, abstract us up a little bit as we sort of bring this session, I would say not to a close, because I think this is an ongoing conversation that we need to keep having, both in and out of this room. I am available to debate, argue, anybody, at any point. But I'm really glad, Siba, you brought up something really important, which is the creative economy. And I wanted to touch on that as well. A lot of the work I do has to do with storytelling, and it has to do with strategic narrative and the ways in which we portray ourselves and which the ways the rest of the world portrays us. And a really big conversation that we've had in a couple of convenings during these dialogues, both for the emerging leaders and also in the plenary sessions, is this question of almost the nomenclature of Global South and Global North, and how that intertwines and how that interlinks. And I find it very interesting because I was at a dinner party a while ago with someone, and I had said something Global South, and they said I don't want to do that. They said I'm not a part of the Global South, and I said fine. And they looked at me and they went, what? And I said, you don't have to be. And I said it's a choice. And something that I think is incredibly important, and something that I have picked up in my dealings with people much younger than I, don't worry, the proper youth, shall we say, is that for the first time, especially coming out of this COVID era, where there was very much a sense that, oh dear God, we really are on our own, there's a sense of of identification and self-determination. And young people are coming up and they're saying, yeah, we are a part of the global south, or we are a part of the global majority, or we are a part of the new south, whatever you want to call it. Communities are not mutually exclusive. I am Nigerian. I am also British, as you can very clearly tell. I'm also Fijian. I have led a very scattered life. And I belong to all of those places equally. They all hold equal sway over my heart. You cannot take someone's identity from them. It is 2024, knocking on 2025. Gone are the days where a power gets to step in and say, actually, no, that's not who you are. Self-determination, to my mind, is one of the most powerful tools that we have developed as a modern society. And just to return to that point on creative economy, as a photographer and a filmmaker, and general storyteller, professional yapper occasionally, we've talked a lot about, the return on investment for our creative economies, what it brings back, what we can send out into the world. The most important return on investment for our creative economies is our identity. There are young people coming up behind us, young people of 18, children of 10, 11. Siba and I, we had this conversation earlier. I never used to wear my hair like this. Why? Because the perception around it was that it was messy. It was unkempt. The questions would come at school. What are you going to do with your hair for picture day? Are you going to braid it? Are you going to straighten it? And at the end of the day, I'm now sitting here at 28 on, a very prestigious stage with my hair in full bloom. And I think I look great.
You do.
Yes, no.
I love the humbleness.
Oh, thank you. Listen, the
You're
world.
a great first follower.
And you know what? The world will try and humble you. It's not up to you to humble yourself in certain spaces, let's be clear. But if by wearing my hair like this, and by speaking in public spaces, and yes, at times appearing on camera like this, there is a little girl who's coming up behind me saying, no, I want to wear my hair out for picture day, then I think my job is done. And I think if we all held that mentality over our imagery, over our narrative, over the way that we step into this world, it would be a much better place, much faster than current projections show. So in that vein of communities and identity, we said before, we are 5 on this stage, and we are 36 more in this room, and we are billions and billions around the world of all of them emerging leaders in their own right, in their own spheres. But we are going to set an example for both those younger than us and older, and we are going to cede some of our time to the other emerging leaders in this room, who we unfortunately could not get up on the stage, but we are going to give them a microphone.
We are now.
Yes. Oh, we are not now.
We are.
We are, yes.
But I need to just raise the prospect of everyone being able to talk about their hairstyle. Whether that actually contributes to being a great leader.
I think it does, to be honest. I mean, Nick, you are doing a fantastic job. I would not have followed you out with such energy had you not styled yourself so wonderfully this morning.
Let's move on. Who's got the mic? Thank you very much indeed. I'm not turning my back on you, except physically.
We'll
right, please.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Nick. And I think my name is Florencio. I'm also one of the emerging leaders. I'm from Colombia. And I think that first I want to take some seconds to acknowledge the all 41 emerging leaders that are here in the room. So if you can raise your hand so the room can see you, I think that will be important. So to my colleagues. So, and why I'm doing this?
But there may be other emerging leaders.
Are more, but that's my point, and I'm getting there, Nick. So, what's the thing? And I'm thinking on something that Daniel and Asma shared with us, and is what is the next step? What we get out after these Atlantic dialogues? And I think that something that we have been talking is the importance of intergenerational dialogues. But I think that now, and something that I was sharing yesterday in some conversation, is that we need to move also to intergenerational action. And how we do that? I think that's something that I want to challenge to the other generations that are in the room is we need to wait until the next Atlantic dialogues to have this conversation with the emerging leaders. Maybe the question would be, how many emerging leaders are sitting in your board? How many of those emerging leaders are in leadership positions in your organizations? How many of those emerging leaders are you mentoring? Perhaps in those ways of having this bilateral conversation with those emerging leaders, we don't need to wait until the next and the next and the next summit.
Do you already have a WhatsApp group?
Of course, but what I'm taking is with the other generations that are thinking of how they can improve and also get engaged, those emerging leaders, is that when they are having this conversation directly, that now everyone is getting back, we are leaving the wonderful Morocco and we get it back to business, how we bring those young leaders, and as you say, they can be sitting just next to you. So I think that my invitation for the other generation is how we also start to having these intergenerational dialogues and start intergenerational actions in order to solve some of the challenges that we have been discussing here, Nick. That would be my point. Thank you.
Oh, is this working?
Tell us who you are.
I'll stand. I'm Eduarda Zogby. I'm from Brazil as well. And I like to tell people that I've been working with climate since I was 12 years old. Very early on, I knew I was interested in climate change and later in the energy sector. And I just really resonate with what a few of our representatives here have spoken about, which is it's very hard to democratize access to education when you come from the global south, meaning that back in the day, there weren't a lot of jobs or even courses for me to study climate, which forces many of us to go and study abroad. And while we study abroad, we learn a lot, we create new bonds, but very often we feel lonely. And especially as a woman in the energy sector, and I always advocate for more women in energy because we lack role models. And I think a very important thing that we're all doing today, part of the Adele program, is that we are becoming role models for all the young people from our countries and our regions, because it is hard sometimes. It is hard to feel different. It is hard to be the only voice in the room. So I wanted to leave the audience with two questions. We heard a lot about the importance of young people opening doors, breaking doors, and how much we hold responsibility. But then my question is, how are you opening doors for young people in your organizations, in your lives? Are you setting up time for mentorship conversations? Are you giving them visibility? Because in the energy sector, what I notice is that there's no lack of women. There's just lack of a platform and lack of visibility for those women. And then the second question to leave you with is, always ask yourselves, who's missing in the room? Some of us have more privilege than others, definitely, but there's always more underprivileged people that are not present. It's a very humbling experience to look around and think, who's not here? Who are we not representing, and how can we bring them here? And the last piece is, I work with climate finance. I work for one of the largest multilateral climate funds, and I've been in the climate finance space for over a decade, working also before at a multilateral bank. And what I notice is that a lot of the reforms we're talking about are not going to be possible if you don't bring more young people from the global south to these institutions at an early age. It's very hard. There's no book, there's no publication that teaches how these institutions work, how decision-making is done. And decision-making still relies on developed countries. And that blocks a lot of the changes that you want to see. So I think that it's important to have bold ideas, but there are a lot of simple ideas and low-hanging fruits that we are not choosing that are just in front of us, such as bringing more of us, bringing more different backgrounds to the UN system, to MDBs, and opening these spaces as mentors so that we learn, because we're already in these spaces and we want to take action.
Thank you very much. In the spirit of what Danielle does about storytelling, is there anyone who has opened doors in the ways that we've just heard, that you are encouraging to share with us how it's worked, and picking up as well what we've heard from Asma too? Has anyone got a story they want to tell or can share about an excellent... We can come to the professor in a moment. Okay, anyone else?
There's the other.
You've got an experience on this, have you? After the Right, let me come in with the microphone here first, because I just want to make sure we've got microphones lined up. Go ahead.
Okay, hello, how are you? I'm Juan Pablo from Buenos Aires, Argentina. I'm 35 years old and I'm a father of 4. And what I wanted to say, I hope that my English goes fluently, is that I think that we have also to commit. I mean, I totally support Eduarda. We are lucky to be here. We have to learn. We always looking to the north to opportunities. Now, thank you for the Policy Center for the New South for this opportunity, for the opportunity in the Global South. But I really believe that then there is a moment that you have to make this decision, come back to your country, to your home, commit. And I really believe that politics is one of that tools that we have to take and to be courage enough to represent, represent kids of our age, younger, maybe older. We have something to say. We can't always be arguing about that there are no leaders, no good leaders. We should take the power is to be taken. So we should be there, not asking, be careful, be afraid, give us some space, listen to us, but we are going to take power. We are going for it.
You're going to take power.
We are going for it, yeah.
So you've emerged already?
No, constantly emerging, as Asma said.
All right, I can see an enormous number of hands going up. We've got 30 minutes to run. And I'm going to come to you. But Professor, do you want to just share? And I'm going to ask you to all keep your remarks short in headline form. Can we have the microphone here for the professor who talked yesterday about, or 2 days ago, about memory bridges? And I noticed that we earlier heard the need to remember history.
Okay, would you like me to build on the notion that I proposed on memory bridges?
No,
or story?
You can talk about that afterwards. The story first.
The story, right. Shortly before COVID, I'd been involved in an exchange program that was run between the Netherlands and Morocco. And it involved, of course, younger people. It was extracurricular. And what I liked about the program is that it was built by the students themselves. And it was built around themes that are very sensitive. Radicalization, it was about climate change, it was about migration, etc. What I liked about it is the dialogue. And the dialogue was candid. And sometimes, as an advisor, I would leave the room and let them really have a candid conversation. And what I noticed is that at a certain point, it became almost cathartic. And so people, got so many things off their chest. And then the conversation started. That's my story.
Right, move the microphone to the two ladies there. You've got the microphone. Have you still got the microphone? Do you still have the microphone? Maybe not. Okay, who's got... Where have all the microphones gone? Who's still...
I have one.
Okay, there we are. Right, because there's a lady here. Please.
Thank you, Nick. Hi, everyone. My name is Christiana. And I am Nigerian from the USA. I work in energy finance. But I wanted to directly speak to your question about storytelling that Danielle had mentioned. I've always been in finance. However, I did have a foundation for girls and for women. And in running that foundation for about 3 years, I realized that despite the immense amount of work that we were doing, and we're trying to shape the stories and tell the stories, one of the things that stalled that very, very seriously was the place of financing. That story needed to be financed. That story needed to be told by being financed. If there was no financing, there was only so much storytelling that could happen. There was only so much amplification that would happen.
And what relevance is there to emerging leaders?
So here's where I'm going with that. And where I'm going with the direction is the fact that when we have all of you, our leaders that have been here before, you have gone ahead, you have run these companies, and you have access to these funds. Because frankly, right now, the bulk of the financing is still being accessed, and that access is still owned by the bigger guys. If we would have a lot of pumping, a way for you to back the emerging leaders is by financing their solutions. It's by financing their ideas. Don't just bring them into the room to hear their thoughts. That is very important. But when they bring those ideas to the table, do you finance them? Do you back them? Now, because as you all know, finance is the ultimate leverage. We can keep talking from now to the end of the days. If those ideas, those bold ideas we're asking for, if they are not financed, they will go nowhere. The story dies.
Let's leave it there for the moment. Do any of you want to pick it up?
Yes, that's okay. Is this working? Okay.
Yes.
As someone who's working in finance, I totally agree with you. So that's one of the reasons why I was proposing, I don't know, having some sort of market days where people from the region that have ideas that require financing or talking to partners or people that would help them or that have the means and the resources to support those ideas would be ideal, right? I think for me personally, one of the reasons why I moved into multilateral development banks is because at the onset of my career, I had one mentor that was very senior, and we were often the only women in the room, and very much I was the only Moroccan in the room and from the South, right? And so her advice to me was, if you want to have any impact, whether it's in the water sector, in the climate sector, you need to follow the financing. That's where you can see you can make a lot of the impact. So that's kind of influenced my career trajectory, is having a mentor like that kind of guided me towards this direction. And I agree with you, Christy.
Siba.
So one of the things that I do is I'm a career coach. We know that in Africa, unemployment is pretty high. So I coach young people age 18 to about 35, unemployed, employed, the whole spectrum, and aspiring entrepreneurs. So one of the things is, even when the funding is available, they do not know how to communicate the value of their business and their work in a manner that signals that they are the person to be invested in. So what I've started doing is I've actually linked them with people who are in power, the CEOs, the people who know how to talk scale and financing in order to be able to understand what that looks like. So I think a call to action for people in the room here is that if you are connected to young people that you can mentor to even know how to communicate and speak in a manner that can actually access and sustain these resources, please offer your time.
Really quickly, I just want to hop in on that, and that's excellent advice. But one of what I found working in, the reality is that we do need money to fuel these ideas. It's all hope and all of the belief in the world.
But what Siba's saying is you need experience into how to get the money.
Absolutely, and what I was going to say was offer a little bit of advice. Something that I have found is that if you look for what would be considered unconventional sources of funding, so typically in these spaces, all of us think tankers, NGOs, we look for grants or we look for partner organizations to come in. And the reality is that the bulk of the funding that has come through for Soli, for my organization, to fuel our initiatives, has come from partnering with brands. And the brand space, specifically for young people, and specifically as I look at the emerging leaders sitting here, for those of us who are building community, is an incredible resource to access. They are looking for markets to access. They are looking for Global South markets to access as though, and this is actively practical advice because I have several emails sitting in my inbox to this tune at the moment about, right, you've got a community that you've built, and it is a dance, remain authentic to yourself, keep your mission on point, but recognize that we do not always have to go through a 6-month process to wait for a grant to get an idea off the ground. If you have an in, if you know somebody who has an in at a company, I've partnered with brands like Nike, like On Running, Technogym, to get sort of initiatives up and off the ground a lot quicker than they would have traditionally.
Do you have to compromise?
I am quite a personality, I would say, so I've gotten away with it so far. But I think
what do you mean gotten away with it?
This is recorded.
You're public.
Well, in that case, I've committed myself to a greater good. And whatever I've done, no, I'm joking. What I will say, there is always give and take. You cannot go to somebody and say, give me money, and they go, okay, and up opens the pot. But it is always worth having an honest dialogue, and more importantly, knowing where your boundaries are, knowing where your points are.
Thank you. All right. Let's get the microphone. There are 3 ladies there, 2 ladies, but Hillary as well.
No,
now, let me go to this. You're opening the door for us.
Yes.
We want your experience.
Thank you very much. So my name is Asma. Disclaimer, there is 2 Asmas actually here, one for the Asian Infrastructure Development Bank and one for European Development Bank, in case you have any question on financing. So I just want to...
Is there anyone else called Asma in the room?
Yes. Oh, there are. Basically, no, there is two things. So I would like to answer the experience, but also at the same time, just answer also, as well my colleagues, Swapnil, on that. The experience is, he was saying that we are lucky enough that we've been able to go through this Emerging Leading Program. I tend to disagree, because we work so hard so hard. The same as also the previous leader, our parents, or I see a lot of economists here in the room. I'm economist myself, not a financing, I was kidding, who have been here and he worked, my journey is not different from any other journey. So the value of hard working. And when Siba as well and Asma shared something about mentoring, and I have been lucky enough to have a UK ambassador that I work with him who has mentored me, and he was mentored me by taking me to the meeting with minister and prime minister, and I can see him how he would do that. But why he would do that, and why he done this with Siba or with Asma? Because we've been working so hard. Because he see we have a potential, we've been like doing our best. So we need to be very, very, I would say, and also for the next generation. We have a platform, yes, this is an opportunity to come here and share. But we need to also to tell the next generation others the values of hard working. Will be a constant for all the programs. Thank you.
So you're saying it's a great asset to be an emerging leader?
It's a great asset to emerging leader, and I agree with Asma, we will gonna be immersed all our life. I don't think there is a leader for that. We're gonna be immersed and learn, and this is a learning journey, but we need to very hard work and really be, how would I say this, honest with ourselves and continue assess ourselves. This is very important.
I'm seeing Andres here. And the reason I'm saying that is that we know each other very well and we are of a certain age. Are we still emerging?
Always. And there's someone here in the back that wants
to. All right, okay. All right. We've both got white hair.
I just want, since you gave me the microphone, last night we had a dinner. One of the breakout dinners was with young people. It was about youth. And we discussed all night long, basically, until about 11 o'clock.
They were going until 3:30.
What was, well, they went to sleep early. We ended up with the intergenerational dialogue and other things similar to that. But I thought that the one thing which I thought was interesting in what the ones that spoke, not all spoke, by the way, had to push them to speak, which I thought was strange. But one thing that they did speak about was the mentoring aspect. The fact that older people, whether it's grandmothers bringing up grandchildren in some of the countries of the South, or someone like an UK ambassador who took her under his wing, or her wing, I don't know whether it was a man or a woman, but the mentoring path, that is extremely important.
All right, thanks. Please, thank you for being patient.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Shadia Mathra from St. Lucia. I come from a small Caribbean island. We've produced two Nobel laureates, one in literature, Derek Walcott. Yet access to publishing was something that was just completely far off for the everyday St. Lucian. In 2017, myself and 4 other young people from across the Caribbean region, we launched a publishing house called Bakote Books, where we basically created a platform for African and Caribbean authors to be able to share their own stories in their own words, in their own voices. So I would like to add to the voice of the other young leaders in terms of speaking to the power of stories. I've also used stories via an online magazine that we have called wakote.com to bridge the gap between Africa and the Caribbean. I get to show the Caribbean how Africa is similar to the Caribbean, and I get to show Africa how the Caribbean is similar to her in terms of food, in terms of culture. I've had people in leadership, for example, the Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM, ministers of government from across Africa and the Caribbean, share their stories, share their vision for how Africa and the Caribbean can bridge the gap. And in doing so, I've exposed Africa to the Caribbean and the Caribbean to Africa, vice versa.
All right, well,
so definitely, I want to say that stories have the power to change, but I also want to encourage everyone here, if you have the ability, if you have the opportunity to create platforms for others to be able to tell their stories. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Nick,
Hillary,
one quick
Asma.
comment. Yeah. Just on the point of mentoring that was mentioned, I think as much as this is a nice platform to collaborate and create those exchanges, for me personally, and I think this is something that I heard the other adults mention, is that the mentoring relationship is very organic. I've been in other mentoring programs, and I found it very hard to connect. So one of my first mentors was actually someone I've worked with, and it was an organic relationship. So I think we should also look at, some of the people that we can have those relationship organically as well.
Thank you. Right, Hilary.
Hi, Hilary from King's College London, and then Adele from last year.
You were on this platform last year.
On this stage last year,
pink.
yes, in pink. Yes.
Oh my God.
So just, it's an interesting point that you keep raising about emerging or emerged, because I do agree that I think it's a continual process. As I'm a senior lecturer at a university, so I teach my students, but I'm here learning myself, and I think all of us continue to learn. But the question that I would have to the panel and to the room is to think about in what spaces do you try to go there and understand others. So just a quick poll. Hands up if you are on TikTok. Hands down if you're an Adele. Let me see how many hands are still up in the room. So this is the platform that is most being used by the demographic from 18 to 25. And we are always asking ourselves, you know, we have a problem with recruitment for the armed forces, or if we have a problem with disinformation, trying to understand why are people susceptible. Well, if we're trying to understand these things, why aren't we going in the spaces where young people are to understand where they are? So it doesn't have to be TikTok. I'm not saying everyone go out there and make a TikTok, but what I'm saying is ask yourself, are you going into spaces to have these conversations that are not just limited to a conference, and in what positions can you go and try to have this dialogue? And I think I'd love to hear a bit more from Rafael about the work that you do at Meta to try to bridge this gap.
Hilary, is there one more challenge you can put with hands up and so on, which speaks to what you're getting at here?
Hands up if your organization has hired and paid an intern under 30 in the past few months. Good, I'll send all my students to you in the next few years.
Thank you. Could you put the microphone way back?
So there are people behind.
Yes, there are. I'm conscious. Please come in, Rafael.
Yeah, no, thanks for this question, Hilary. That touched upon a point that I think defined my career in many times. Like my father, in the 90s, he was a web designer, so I was among the first to have a computer in my house. And I remember him being extremely curious about like how I was using internet, first of all, like he was the first having Facebook, he was the first having, my father has TikTok, I don't. So like it's really someone who's extremely instigated by new technologies and how young people are like, you know, interacting. I think a lot of that kind of like defined my career, like this curiosity about like how the world is changing, how do we connect with new generations. I have a 16-year-old brother who has 30,000 followers on TikTok. When I look at his content, I don't understand anything, but it's really like about, I don't need to be there, and personally I'm not, mainly because I want to keep my social media at a minimum.
You've gone beyond emerging, you've come to aging.
Yeah, aging. We all get there.
You're an aging leader.
An aging leader. We all get there, but I think I would counter your point to say, I don't necessarily think we need to be there, but we need to dialogue with people who are. And how we do that is by, in our own jobs, in the way that we do things, is like understanding the potential and the value added of a person that doesn't know what you know, and that doesn't mean that you're giving away power to this person. You're just like holding hands and creating something bigger than yourself. So the way that I kind of came up to my career was basically on applying the intergenerational dialogue in my own career path. So I think it's the same for all of us here, right? So I feel that this, yeah.
I think two or three points were raised that I want to touch upon. I think one of those points is, let's start with Hilary's point. I think you don't necessarily need to have to be on TikTok to understand how TikTok works. You need to create space on your team for people who can do that for you. Because initially in this conference, I started out thinking like, hey, like one of the questions that we should ask people is, how often do you connect with your constituents? And what I mean is like actually go there, sit and talk with them and understand how their lives are going. And I realized very quickly that like as a politician or as a world leader, you don't necessarily have the time to do that for all the kinds of people that are present in your constituencies. And you create a space for those people on your team who can do that for you. Then very quickly, the next question emerges, what happens when those people challenge your perceptions of the world? Are you creating the space where there is a possibility to challenge your worldview? And how do you respond to those challenges when someone actually comes up and says, hey, you know what, you might be wrong about this thing? A lot of times the discussion about mis and disinformation comes down to you are right and I am wrong. And I think if we create better spaces for just there to be uncertainty, it doesn't have to get to a point of fake news. It can just be, I might be wrong. Let me give you a chance to correct me, and let's have a discussion about what evidence there exists to solve this problem. I think AI companies are dealing with the same issue where they're like, we have hyped this technology up to a point where people now believe that this is the only thing that is going to give me the right answer. AI will not give you the right answer 100% of the time. I would go so far as to say less than 50% of the time for a lot of hard questions that you will ask. Because there is no question in the world that will always have evidence, and the evidence will always remain the same simply because technology reinvents itself. What is true today may be false tomorrow, and there is always this potential for someone to come in and say, you were wrong yesterday. And that changes the way we interact if we always focus on what is true and what is false. I think there needs to be a space for uncertainty in conversations we have.
In 7 minutes, I'm going to ask you, each, the five of you, to come up with one big idea which you will be taking away as an emerging leader from this week, not just from tonight, but from this week. The big thing which you will think about beyond the flight when you get back to wherever you're based, and what can be shared as well with those sitting in the room. Please, you've got the microphone, and then the lady at the back. You go first.
Okay, real quick, if I may talk about mentors as well. I think if anyone leaves this room without having a mentor, not having a mentee, or having a mentee already, is doing something really, really wrong, and we need to change that. Good mentors are friends.
Should I ask how many people want to be mentors?
No. That I don't think that's the right question. What are you going to do to get a mentee after you do, like after we leave here, or if you have one, how can you include more?
All right.
To be honest.
Okay. Is that it?
No. I'm just going to be real quick. Good mentors are friends, good mentors are connectors, and good mentors are also role models. And I want to give a quick shout out to one of my mentors, Duncan Woon, over there. I went through a really rough time in 2019, and basically Duncan is the one that convinced me to do the undergrad. Then I nagged him in DC, and he became a good mentor and helped me not only professionally but as a friend. And I wouldn't be here without his help and his mentorship. And we need more Duncans out there, and we need to be like him as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Come to you in a moment. Are you Duncan? You're Duncan. Yeah, I can see you now. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Nick.
Hang on. Whoa. At the back. Yeah, first.
I have the mic, thank you. Thank you, Nick. And so I'm Asma, I'm one of the many Asmas in the room. And I'm from the 2018 cohort. And my question to you, and also to the whole team, I think that from 2018 and before, we've been having the same panel, discussing the same issue. And today, I thought that the closing panel was about wider Atlantic challenges. Let me just finish.
The script is very different.
Yeah, but it was about wider Atlantic challenges viewed by emerging leaders. Now we're talking about intergenerational leadership, intergenerational perspective, mentorship, and so on. And differently now, the mic is handed to the younger people in the audience, and the conversation is no more about war or climate or other Atlantic challenges. It's about another subject, which is really the intergenerational dynamic and perspective. And because it was the elephant in the room since the beginning of the 3 days. So my questions to you, from your perspective, so that we don't repeat the same format maybe from next year's, concretely, what are your recommendations for this amazing team that is hosting this beautiful event, so that intergenerational perspective is not something, and the topic is also embodied in each and every single conversation that is done there?
Can I comment? I think a quick comment on that one. Thank you, Asma. I have two alter egos here. So I think a quick comment is, as much as this is great to have, but it's very much important, as I've attended different panels throughout the last 2 days, is to have, to integrate young speakers. I think it would be the same way we look at gender balance, we should be looking at the age of the speakers, or bringing in a youthful or a different perspective, let's say. So I've seen it in other conferences where panels would be labeled a golden panel if they have gender balance, balanced geographical representation, and then balanced age representation. So I think that would be a recommendation probably for the next.
Well, think about next year. When actually someone says that you look a year younger. Now, can you just pause one moment? Duncan, can I ask you to take that microphone from just to the right? Just pick up on what he said about mentoring.
I'm going to be brutally honest, okay? And it ties in with things that have been said here already. I will mentor young people who put in the effort. I will mentor young people who don't give me a lot of BS about their feelings. I will mentor young people who really want to make a difference and who make the effort to come back time and time again, even if I say no and come back. Diego and I have a fantastic relationship across 2,000 miles because I now live on the other side of the country to him. Every time he's shown up somewhere, I've moved. But we continue, I'm very interested in his trajectory. And honestly, part of it's self-interest. At this point, Diego is incredibly useful to me. It's an investment as much as anything. And I say that as a Gen Xer, we're incredibly pragmatic. We are, quite savage in that sense. And I think that's it. I am interested in people who are going to get shit done. I'm interested in people who are going to make a difference. I'm not interested in people who are going to waste my time.
Thank you. Can you just pass the microphone?
That's a good one.
Use the microphone as you have it.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Marcus. I'm half Spanish, half French. And I wanted to react a bit to what Rafael said. I used to study in Mohammed VI University 4 years ago in the middle of Hungary, and I was the sole European among 2,000 students. So, and I felt really the way you felt. So let's try to think, is it that a problem of Western mindset or a problem of how identity works? Just to think about it and developing on that. What I saw there was a lot of assumptions also about how the West works and a generalization of how we think, which is true in part, but there's also critical voices within. And this is something that I'm trying to challenge here. And honestly, I have only one request to emerging leaders right now and also to the people here in the room, is that yes, you have totally rights to leave us aside, because we did too for too many years. However, this was a mistake on our side. And I would ask you not to do the same mistake. You have the opportunity to make it right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick, can I please say something? I've been raising my hand for quite some time. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Lilia, and I'm former manager of the Emerging Leaders Program and Community. I also wanted to just give an example. We're talking about intergenerational dialogue of young professionals' empowerment, and I just want to say a word as to what the Policy Center has done for me personally, but then perhaps move it to the emerging leaders. I started off as a volunteer in this program, in this conference in 2014. And for the past 3 years, I've been leading the organization as head coordinator of the Atlantic Dialogues Conference, the conference that all of you are attending here. So it's an example. And it's not to say anything about me specifically, but the Policy Center has been supporting young professionals and young leaders like myself, but also young leaders like yourselves who are on this stage today through this wonderful program, which is the Emerging Leaders Program, and the opportunities for connection with one another, but also with the greater Atlantic Dialogues community does not end here. And that's something that we started off by saying at the beginning of your program, that this is just the beginning, that the opportunities of intergenerational dialogue, but also action continue way past the program, and even with the Policy Center itself, opportunities for joint collaborations, joint publications, joint events, joint webinars with the Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders community is very real, and this is something that we're committed to. Staying engaged with the Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders community, making sure that we keep providing that room for intergenerational dialogue and action. And so it's not just words; it's real, and it's a commitment from the Policy Center to its staff, but also to the wonderful community that it's been able to create. That I must remind you is over 450 alumni from the program. The program started in 2012. We're now at our 11th edition. So a very diverse community, interconnected community of 450 alumni from over 70 countries.
And can we as you've stood up and declared yourself, can we all thank you for what you've done over recent months to get us all here and doing it with a smile? That means I can extend a little bit now. I've heard from you, Lilia. Please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Natalie DeLille, and I'm Haitian American. Something I am looking forward to is seeing more Caribbeans here next year. So I guess this conversation about intergenerational dialogue is very interesting because it's almost embedded in our culture that you keep the youth and adults apart. And I guess it's just translating into the way that we work now. And so my question is to the leaders, I guess I'll call you all, who have emerged. What is your hesitancy to viewing us as partners? Because I think mentorship is amazing and it's changed my life. And creating space like this is great too. But what we want to do is be your partner. And so we don't want to make assumptions for you. And I think for us to have true action after this, we want to hear from the emerged. We might not have time in this session, but tell us more about what your hesitancy is to viewing us as partners of yours in your work.
Right. Well, we now have very little time left. But I'm going to just beg a little bit from the other part of this session, which is going to be after a video, and it's going to be looking back at what we've achieved in the last 2 days and where things are going. So I'm begging a bit of time there. But can you give us a first answer to that and your one big thought you're going to take away?
Sure. Answer to that, I'm obviously not older, but in terms of partnership, what I do believe, and I think Diego alluded to this, is the older generation wants to see that we're willing to do the work. We have the grit, the persistence and the resilience to do what it is required to deliver, especially when it comes to bigger projects and bigger initiatives. So I think what's important is that we also signal the fact that we're here to make things happen. I was actually putting my hand up because I wanted to bring up 2 points on behalf of the ADAL group in terms of take-home points. And I think the first thing is that, number one, anyone here who's willing to mentor or partner with any of us, kindly share your business card with me or any of the ADAL cohort, please, after the session. But a bigger one in terms of next step with ADAL is that we are asking or requesting for a commitment to an ADAL fund where all ADAL alumni are able to access money in order to invest more into their change-making work. Thank you.
And is there an age limit for an emerging leader?
No.
Good.
No.
Yeah.
Excellent, Raphael.
Yeah, my key takeaway from this days here, and I was thinking when I was coming here, was like, networking is boring, but learning is really good. I really love to talk to people and learn different. Like I learned so much from the panels in the sessions, but having to go have a transactional relation, have to think that you have to win or lose something about that. I think for me, this is what I'm taking away from this. I am engaging with people who I can learn with, and I learned with a lot of the leaders. I learned with a lot of the panels this time. And how can we do that better next time? Maybe speed dating, intergenerational speed dating. Let us know each other from short moments. Coffee breaks can be a bit more structured. Any ideas that we can actually really engage meaningfully in this without having to, search for something. I think in my career, the most frustrating part was to go after people that I wanted to talk for career purposes. Luckily, I don't need or I'm not willing to do that at this point. I'm looking for people who I can learn with. I've been to the dinner around the Middle East crisis. It was such an amazing dinner. I learned so much. Let's go more for that and less for going after people, trying to find transactions between the relationships that we build here and actually get to know each other. So that's my idea.
Swapnil.
I will say that there are a lot of people in this room that bring lessons from history. There are a lot of people in this room who are motivated to work for the present. The future doesn't work without both of these two groups getting together. For me, the lessons that I've learned is change is slow, change is painful, change often takes place in unexpected ways, but change is coming. If we don't work together, it's going to get ahead of us and then we don't control it anymore. Thanks.
Remember what Renato said earlier, read as much history as you can. Asma.
Yes, I think for me, first of all, I just want to give a huge shout out to Fadila, the two Majdas, for making the adult program happen. To be honest, I've done many fellowships in the past, but this was the most intense. From 8 a.m. till 11 p.m. I'm not complaining. I enjoyed it. As Raphael said, I think for me, it was the learning from everyone. The content, the people that came here, and I would like to second what Raphael mentioned about having more structured integration of the Adele future cohorts, whether it's in the setup of the agenda or in the having networking, and also like I'm a very big proponent of the suggestion that was made over dinner last night to have something come out, a call for action for the Atlantic Dialogues to create concrete partnerships between different organizations.
Thank you very much indeed. Danielle, last thought. Do you still feel you need to storm the stage? Or do you feel we've allayed that kind of feeling of frustration?
Well, look, the revolutionary spirit in me will always be present. I can't say that we've quelled it in one session.
Has it been dulled at all?
Slightly, possibly. I've had a wonderful time. But no, I think my one big idea and my one big takeaway from all of this is, I think, would be, as Asma said, a call to action to all of the policymakers in the audience, to all of the leaders. Find your artists. One of my favorite aspects about this conference has been the artistry, has been the beautiful artwork displayed around this university. Even as we look up at the screen, the background is absolutely stunning. And I think, as we talk about storytelling, as we talk about creative economies and cultural diplomacies, the most efficient way for us to disseminate a positive message of a hopeful future is to integrate the artistic community into what we're doing. How many people here have a stack of reports on their desk that they received at a conference, they received at a meeting? And it's, incredibly important data, don't get me wrong, but it never really goes anywhere. Take those reports, take that data, and turn it into something beautiful that you can then use to draw in external communities who may be otherwise unpersuaded by message. Though to be unpersuaded by human survival, I'll admit, is quite the task. But and then one final thing, I would like to say, obviously, thank you to the team. Thank you to Atlantic Dialogues, but also thank you to my fellow emerging leaders. The 40 of you have made this week so incredibly special. I am dreadfully antisocial. I got off the plane and I said, oh my God, networking at 8 p.m. and then we're going here and we're going there. And I can absolutely say that they will have to drag me to the airport by my jacket tomorrow. So thank you.
Thank you. We're going to pause now, and we're going to remember what you said about this year, last year, and think about next year. But it's not for me to decide that. It's for the organisers of Adele. And thank you very much to everyone for bringing this together. We're going to pause literally for a video, because I'd like you to think through what you are really taking away in terms of the message from the Atlantic Basin, from the 4 continents, of what you've heard. So back in a couple of minutes, and we'll have another brainstorming as we did on the first day. So it proves there are things to celebrate after these very intense 3 days. I'd like you to feel you can contribute in the same spirit as you did 2 days ago. And I've got notes from that, and particularly the professor, talking about the memory bridges from 2 days ago. And come to you first, if I may. But anyone else want to come in? We've got about 25 minutes, and then Karim will be here to pull together his view of where we are, where we've got to, and where in this extraordinary location. I've been in many conference locations. This is amazing. It's like a television studio. But feel how intimate it's been for all of us to feel we're actually building relationships because of the way the circular environment has created that feeling of intimacy. Professor, first, a microphone to you. Who else would like to come in? Please, Mats. We'll go to...
Yeah, thank you, Nick.
I'm reminding you, as I did half an hour ago, that you talked about the need for memory bridges.
Absolutely. I was talking to a friend earlier who is a marine biologist, and he told me that the Atlantic has a memory. And I said...
What does that mean?
Well, I'm explaining. He said, but how long is this memory span? He said 20 years. So water has memory, but the kind of memory that I was speaking about is actually memory that is much deeper than that. So if you look at the history of the Atlantic, of course, there is bitter memory, and there has been, of course, trauma, etc. And then the only way to actually kind of recover that memory and you use it for reconciliation is to build educational programs that would bring people together from all these countries who will be coming, of course, with different cultural baggages, with different legacies, and with different experiences, and then achieves some sort of, well, we talk about common ground. And they would engage, of course, in a dialogue. But remember that dialogue, and I was trained, of course, as a critical theorist, according to Russian theorist Bakhtin, dialogue happens at the border. And the more we actually relax the borders, and the more we make them actually elastic, the better. That's when the conversation, of course, happens. We need to remember, and I heard this, on the night owl that I took part in, people were speaking about the only way to palliate for fragmentation is to look for commonalities, for common grounds, etc., for shared things. This is all interesting, but we actually live in a world where people would like to enjoy their difference. And the only way for them to feel that they are valorized for who they are is not to really, is to actually be recognized for how different they are. I'm sorry to say that, yes, fragmentation is here to stay, and we might actually...
Do you think it's going to deepen?
It might deepen. It might deepen.
Is that what we should prepare for?
Yes, because I believe that this is a postmodern condition, and our best shot, of course, is to come to some sort of collage. We are, as the French would say, on est dans une logique de composition, and that's why in the first panel we spoke about how we should really reconcile ourselves with our identity, which is multiple, which is, of course, fragmented, which is, of course, hyphenated. And the fact that we come to an identity is, of course, that, as one of the emerging leaders said, compound is the result, of course, of memory. So I think that memory could, if we could recover it, that would lead us to some sort of constructive dialogue.
I'm going to pick you up just for 1 minute, because we talked yesterday about your work in post-colonialism.
Yes.
And you talked there about hyphenation.
Yes.
Post-colonialism or post-colonialism.
Yes.
Is that something that still hangs over the region?
Yes, because I think when you actually write the word post-colonial with a hyphen, it is very reductive. If you really present it as a dehyphenated word, then you have to explore the deep backwash of history and even expect the spillover of that history to the modern period. I mean, look what happened with the Black Lives Matter movement. I mean, it started off in America and then it spilled over to Europe. But of course, there is a deep memory there that we should, of course, come to terms with.
Thank you. Mats Carlson.
After this very uplifting, spirited discussion where we all feel good I'm sorry, I have to say something that is hard.
Can I check if everyone feels good?
You are the moderator.
Who feels good? Positive? I've got to say, who feels bad or negative? Mats, you're almost right. You're in a minority of two, I think.
I'm not negative at this. Last year we had a fantastic conference which gave birth to the fragmentation word that we are now using. And we have done our best to mobilize our spirits, which is the right thing. But there are a few things that haven't quite, in my view, gotten the space that they deserve. But I really would like Nick not to formulate them in a negative way. I'm just saying that we need to be aware that there is a struggle ahead of us. And if we think that we live in a world that will not be more difficult, we are deluding ourselves. These challenges, how many times did we talk about corruption? Most of you work in the financial world or know about things like this. Some of us have worked in the political world and know the reality of corruption within societies. We know the rise of the oligarchs. We know the rise of the authoritarians. They are the ones who are limiting the real prospects of doing the right things. I was very encouraged by the fact that there was more questioning about referring to what is right and wrong by where we live, global south, the west, north, in whatever country. And many spoke about what is happening in our own countries. And as we see, as I see in Europe, just talking for Europe for once, that the fight for law, justice, norms, values was one of the things we talked the most about. And the truth, science, in contrast to corruption, the loss of trust in facts, and how governance will be based in the future on that. It's quite dramatic. And I would like sort of to invite us all to look inside ourselves, inside our countries, where we are in our professional life, to see that that is a struggle. It was always a struggle, but this struggle has become more complicated. And just to take one example from today, South Korea. He was a corrupt authoritarian that tried to overcome the constitution, and the people overthrew him by constitutional means. In Georgia, there were elections, but these elections were called democratic, but they were undermined by political power from outside. This is what is happening. So I encourage you all to, go away with the spirit of possibility that you just showed. But I am convinced that the struggle will be even more complicated in the future, and you would do right to guard yourselves against corruption, oligarchs, and authoritarian leaders.
Thank you. I still remember, I think I quoted it on the first day, what the Polish Prime Minister said at the Munich Security Conference almost 3 years ago. He said, we've come to the end of 2 decades of a geopolitical nap, a geopolitical sleep. In other words, the new realities are very sharp. Please, have you got the microphone? Yes, please.
Thank you, Nick. My name is Ambassador Muhammad Duka from the Gambia, the Ambassador of Gambia at Geneva. I will be very short. This has been quite yet a very brilliant engagement in a very complex world that we live in. What I wanted to walk away here with is still the open question of the importance of constructive dialogue, but anchored in listening. We can dialogue as much as we want, but without active listening, meaningfully, we will still have a dialogue that will continue to be a mirage. And I think some of the emerging leaders have raised that question. Are we continually going to meet and dialogue? And I think the missing link is how do we address the issue of active listening moving forward. And secondly, the centrality of trust. And I think the last speaker did touch on that. And I think we need to underscore that meaningful and substantive dialogues have to be anchored in trust and the truth. We ought to be ready to dialogue the difficult and sensitive questions confronting each other, the contours and borders of the sharp edges of the most difficult questions and sensitivities of the global community in a changing geopolitics and changing power base must be discussed. And it's the elephant in the room that keeps on avoiding us. The widening gap within the South, we don't have our act together within the South in itself. It's messy. And we ought to be able to talk about these things. Why is it messy? How are we going to lift ourselves from the mess moving forward? So the issue of listening, truth, trust, discussing the uncomfortable and the sensitive issues that remains silence. We must talk about that. And thank you so much.
So far, only men have put up their hands, and only people of a certain generation. I would encourage you, if you've got a big idea, wherever you come from, let me hear it in the next 20 minutes. Who's got the microphone? You, and then I'll come to Marcus in a moment.
Oui. Merci. Je veux juste revenir sur la question de l'histoire. Merci Renato de l'avoir dit. Je suis historien, donc vous m'avez conforté dans mon domaine.
I mean, I was glad to hear some of the insights and ideas shared, and also the question asked by my question, Najib, about the issue of memory, because both of these issues are connected to identity. It is true that we are the fruit of multiple identities, and this identity multiplicity. So it's important to preserve it and to ensure that others do understand it. We need to convey it to others. Sometimes we aren't as effective, and sometimes we are more effective within our nations, within our states. This might trigger issues sometimes, even when there are identity contradictions. But we need to go beyond this right to difference, which is an absolute right, in order to create identity communities, be they national, regional, continental, and whatnot. This will, in fact, allow us to better understand history and memory, because both aspects are different. Memory is dynamic, it is evolving, it is personal, and can be community-based, and can even be imagined and imaginary, and can also be a construction or a collective construction to substantiate the present. But the history is a fact, is there. And the President and the Chair, Karim, mentioned that issues should not be swept under the rug. Otherwise, this might result in a mountain of dust, and which... So these are extremely important issues that we must avoid. So let's avoid blending all of these. Memory is personal. It's important, that needs to be preserved and passing it on. And history, however, is paramount. It needs to be established. It needs to be criticized, analyzed. And so the Atlantic definitely has lots of facets and aspects that might emerge. Marcus.
I come from Brazil, and we always say in Brazil that we are persistent and we are resilient and we never give up. And I think that after the conference that we have discussed, we have covered many negative things, but you should remember that it's not all the world that is like that. It's not all the world that is fragmented. There are many parts in the world that are doing well and can teach us many lessons about the future. So I think that if we end this conference on a negative note, it's only because we are increasing the eyes and the sight on something that is negative, when we should be looking forward to building a better future. So I think, there are many things that are negative around, but it's time for us to go back to the things that we're doing well. Globalization, we should talk about this again. We should talk about the positive things. Not adopt an agenda that is negative, that just because a few countries are not doing so well, that doesn't mean that everybody is in the same place. And as Confucius used to say, if you want to move mountains, We should start with one stone at a time. So perhaps this is what we should be doing here, getting our stone and making the world better. But there are better places that are doing very well.
Right. Thank you, Marcus. The lady there. You've got the microphone.
Hi, Nick, and hello, everyone. My name is Marie Noel. I am from Ghana, also Nigerian, and I'm one of the emerging leaders. I just wanted to talk about three quick things.
Keep it quickly.
And the first one is about representation and creating spaces. I think for all of us, there's a lot to learn, right? It's not just one group of people. I think there's a lot we need to recognize and take into account. And sometimes, if I can say, for some people that are in the quote-unquote New South, Global South, in the past, you've had to be in spaces where you were tokens. And so sometimes it's a bit hard to understand the way to get people in there. So I think one of the messages to people who look like some people who come from institutionally marginalized people is to understand ways to get us into those rooms that we need to be in. And the second thing I wanted to talk about is when it comes to development, a lot of the times we make it seem like it's entirely technical, and I think it is not all the way technical. Quite a number of times it's quite political. And I think those of you who've had that experience need to be a bit more truthful about the process and the ways to get things done, and also why things don't get done. The last thing, very quickly, is about democracy, especially on the continent. It's been one of the main topics here. But if we look at democracy on the continent, and from Afrobarometer polling, it's only about 66% of Africans support democracy. It's been declining, but there's still great support for that. But only 37% of people are satisfied with democracy. And I think that's one of the things we need to have a conversation about. The main reason for that is economic and social issues. A lot of the times, the top priority, according to these polls, is jobs. And so one of the things I want to mention is the data exists, especially if you look at the countries that have had coups recently. If you look at the trends from Afrobarometer data, it was there. You could see the increasing preference for sort of one-man rule and military. Like, the data is there. So we need to be a bit more honest about not looking in the right places or avoiding the truths that we wanted to see. But also, yes, just to reiterate that in the rooms that you are in, the priority for a lot of young people is jobs. And so please remember that in your contracts, in your dealings and whatever, how many jobs are being created, because that's really what quite a number of people need. Thank you very much.
Move the microphone to your right. The lady here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hiba Ouzawit, and I am a second-year master's degree student here at the Faculty of Governance, Global Affairs. And after hearing all the insights in the room, I just remembered a concept that I studied 2 years ago, which is punctuated equilibrium. This concept is actually inspired from paleontology, and it means that species refuse to change, but after consequent pressure, the change is going to happen. And thus, I think smart are the people who are aware of that moment of change, who are aware of the critical juncture, and smarter the people who take advantage of that for their side and to create opportunities. I think we need to take advantage of this and make it a movement instead of just a moment. We need to believe in the movement of this Atlantic dialogues, and we need to believe in it to be able to actually create concrete opportunities in that direction.
Thank you very much. Please, then we'll get the microphone here.
So I'm one of the folks who earlier raised my hand saying feeling bad. I will qualify that by saying that in my own life, I feel like I have a lot of privilege and a lot of good things that I look forward to. But the reason
Where do you come from?
Oh, hi, I'm Theo Skiatis. I come from Cambridge, Massachusetts. But I think the reason that I feel concern is, and I jotted down a few thoughts. So I noted a few things. One is growing concentration of power and rising wealth inequities, declining trust in public institutions, backsliding democracies globally, including in our own case, Donald Trump assuming the presidency in just a few weeks, rising and complexified conflict, so unprecedented global refugee crises, and a conflict in Israel-Palestine that continues unabated and has spilled over into its neighbors. Explosions of untested technologies that exacerbate pre-existing inequities and further complexify all of the challenges we're already facing. And last but certainly not least is it doesn't feel like we're addressing climate change realities at the pace at which they need to be addressed. It feels like we're constantly falling short.
So you're certainly not reassured.
I'm concerned, but I guess it calls for greater collaboration, and efforts like this, I think, are exactly what we need. But yeah, I hope that we can work together to address these complex challenges.
I think that my name is Maged Abdelaziz. I'm from the League of Arab States. Having worked with the United Nations for long, I must say that we all agree that we're passing a difficult time, whether it is at the multilateral level, at the global, or at the multilateral level, at the regional and sub-regional. And I wish that we have much more link between this work, good work that we are doing here, and the work that is done at the global level. The United Nations just met in September, heads of states and government. They made commitments in the Pact of the Future. They made 56 concrete commitments, and they made commitments in 2 further actions. One of them is Global Digital Compact, addressing AI and addressing technologies, and one of them is Declaration of the Future Generation. Concrete actions for the leaders and and commitments. I wish that such excellent NGOs like the ones that we're having the panel before follow behind the leaders and push for the implementation of those commitments.
Do you think the kind of leaders we've heard from today, emblematic of a new generation, are in a position to change politics, to change leadership, or do they have to conform and therefore neutralize the advantage they might bring?
I think even at their current stage, they might change. They might do the effect. The UN is opening its doors for NGOs, for young generations. We are appointing a special envoy for future generations. That's going to be a young man or woman, I don't know, and it is going to be done soon. And there is going to be a strong drive for youth and women at the same time.
We have to worry, though, that come January the 20th or shortly after that, there will be a rather firm executive order from the White House saying that funding of the United Nations is going to be cut considerably.
The United Nations can live without the 25% that the United States pay. And the United Nations can move to Geneva or to some other place. Thank you.
I want to use the power of storytelling and bring home the point that we have to start from our own homes when it comes to enabling leadership. My dad, he taught me driving when I was 14. At that time, I was in high school, and none of the boys in my high school would drive. And they would come to me and say, "Oh my God, you drive. Wow, nobody else does, not even boys in our class." And that's when my dad, I remember, since then my dad has been enabling me through these small things. And he would never imagine that, after a decade or so, he would have created a leader. So the point that I want to bring home is that it starts at home with your sons, with your daughters. Yes, of course, professionally at the level of UN, World Bank, blah, blah, but at home with your kids first. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Je vous remercie. Je voudrais...
I thank you. I would like to first salute the youth present today. The debates have been stimulating and full of energy, but also responsible. And I think the challenges that we deal with today in this complex world related to security and other issues are all relevant to us. But today, our youth and the new generation is ready to deal with that. But we must also ask them and urge them to be more confident. And I remember when I was about to pass the Sciences Po Bordeaux test to prepare for that test. I wasn't prepared by any mentor. I relied on myself and my hard work. It's important to be confident and to believe in yourself. I actually succeeded at passing that test, and I was admitted into the university. And I would like to tell everyone that I come from a modest background, but I have fought for my own country and the education system, access to greater education system. This is something that we need to do. And finally, in terms of multilateral cooperation, I would like to encourage the Policy Center to think about how we could contribute in any modest way in terms of publications and research projects in partnership with their students, asking ourselves how we could cooperate with our youth. Tell me, that is the bulk of my remark. Thank you.
Who feels confident? Tell us about your confidence. Are we over pessimistic? Are we over negative? One of you must have an idea. Emerging leaders silent. Good. Who's got a hand up? Please. Okay. Stay where you are.
Oh, okay. I think
okay. It's working.
Check again.
Yeah,
it's always me.
It's good.
Okay. I think I'm confident in the abilities of the upcoming generation and upcoming. Again, we can debate definitions.
You are the upcoming generation.
I tried being polite in third person. But I'm confident in our abilities because we understand the problems, which is, I think, one step towards solving them. I'm confident in our abilities because we are able to have a very uncomfortable discussion that could not have been had in many rooms. In the last 3 days, if you step back, right, we have had a conversation about where and when to involve youth, why or why not youth was involved in the process, and we've actually figured out at least some parts a solution to try and involve them. If we can arrive at that kind of model within 3 days with people from, I don't know how many nationalities here in this stage, then I think we have enough reason to be confident that there is a solution out there, or there are solutions out there that we can tap into to move towards a better future.
I must say, in my lecture on, when was it? I've lost track of the day. Which day are we? Friday, Thursday, Saturday. On Thursday morning, with 41 of you, I got a feeling very strongly you have the measure of what is happening. Even if you're not over-optimistic, you are positive that you have a grip of the enormity of the variables, and I see a few heads shaking. Does anyone want to come in on that? Is that a hand going up, please? I found it more reassuring than talking to a lot of chief executives or a C-suite in a company, that there seemed to be a more practical measure and acceptance of where we are, what the challenges are, even if there are uncertainties ahead.
Hi, my name is Melissa. I'm from Argentina, and I'm one of the emerging leaders. We kind of had this discussion when we were with you, where the world seems very catastrophic. It seems like, there's more wars. It seems like everything is going really bad. But to be honest, when we look at statistics and things like that, I'm a journalist myself, and we have a lot of discussions on, well, actually, we narrate the world, but maybe the world is actually doing way better in some things than before. And what I thought when you just asked this question right now is, I'm optimistic because I have more rights than my mom. I have more rights than my grandma. So whenever I get asked that question of, in which era would you have wanted to live? I want to live now, because a couple of years ago, I would have had way less rights. And being from Argentina, though, I'm learning that you can lose those rights very quickly. But I think I'm optimistic because of that. And I think that we're trying to open the door for new generations for the things that we haven't achieved yet. So I want to call myself an optimistic.
All right. And this time last week, Syria was changing hands. So we have to be relatively positive that these kind of things can happen, even if no one had any idea that it was going to happen.
Yes, thank you, Nick. I would like to bridge between what is said right now and the discussion of Mr. Renato Flores and Paulo Magri. I think that fragmentation also brings opportunities. Fragmentation allows to have dots to harvest, outcomes to collect, and this, when you read, allows you to get the trunk of yourself as a tree. My colleague took a paleontology metaphor, and I'm taking a biodiversity. So if we consider ourselves like a tree, like trees, getting interest to our history is paying attention to our roots, and what we are living, we are making the trunk, and then in all humility, and then our ambitions are the leaves of the tree. So, and this is how we grow by ourselves, and we thrive in our daily life. Thank you.
Thank you, very thoughtful. 3 more interventions, all from women, which is great. Please.
Hello, my name is Faye Cowper. I've worked for very large NGOs and very, very, very small NGOs with $30,000 of funding to have very massive missions. And I will say that the most powerful communities that I've been surrounded with are the ones with the least amount of funding. I think that they can make the most amount of change. I've seen $1 million projects be completely wasted on useless technology initiatives and hundreds of dollars be impactful for hundreds of kids across rural Morocco. I think that goes to say with a lot of the initiatives that my colleagues are starting, whether it's taking care of kids in Haiti or others that are looking at institutionalizing climate financing, the more that we can finance these community-oriented initiatives, the better off we'll be.
Thank you. Please.
I think for me, it's just 2 things. Across the 3 days, we've talked a lot about the what and the why, but not so much on the how and the practical models to achieve what we want to see in the wider Atlantic. The second thing is, how can we, within this space, speak less, listen more, act intergenerationally, think systematically, and start to fund the underfunded and remove our privileges, but go deeper into our contextualities.
Speak less. Okay. Right. 2 more, and that's it. Is Kareem around? Because I can keep going. But if you'd like to address everybody, but I can't see him. Is he in the green room? He is in the green room. Okay. 2 more interventions, and then that's it.
Yes, I'm Luisa. I'm from Colombia, and I want to raise the point about being authentic. I think the young generations, sometimes we're losing, I'm an emerging leader myself, sometimes we're losing that authenticity because we have to adapt to the system. So I think now, and talking from the point of view of a Colombian, we have to keep the authenticity. We are a mixed race. I really enjoy having a lot of conversations about North and South, but at the end, we're a melting pot. So I want to raise that point about being authentic. We are a mixed race. I'm Colombian, 100% blood, but I'm also an Italian. I work for the European Union in Colombia. So I think the power of being mixed or of being exposed to other cultures like here is a really big reason to be positive, not optimistic, I are positive, but to be positive of what is happening in the world.
Thank you. One more time. I have to say I hear the word authentic being raised more and more. We should have a discussion just about authenticity and what it means. Hilary.
Okay, Hilary from Malta and London. I just wanted to answer your question about whether we should leave here feeling more optimistic or pessimistic.
Or positive or negative.
Positive or negative. And I think I came here feeling a bit more negative, and I think Theo has raised all of the challenges we face. But the beauty of the Atlantic Dialogue is this is a space that does bring together people who care, who are willing to give up the days of the week to come and have these conversations from business, from policy, from think tanks, from every single sector. And I thought I'd just leave us with one point, that we've brought this conference back to Rabat, and I always do a bit of research before I come here. And I read before I came that the word Rabat means stronghold of victory. So we came to talk about fragmentation in a place that means the opposite. And so if we take that word stronghold, I hope that all of us can go away and hold strong to that. If we work together, that is how you get that victory. And so I'm going to leave more positive because of that.
Great. Well, many thanks indeed for all your engagement. I had the easy bit of just standing here and pointing my finger, but everyone who's been involved in inviting you, in managing the fact that you've managed to get here, and we should thank Kareem, who I now see standing there under the screen. Kareem, an enormous thanks to you and your team for everything you've done over many months. Well done.
now, please welcome to the stage for the closing remarks, the Executive President of the Policy Center for the New South, Karim El Ainaoui.
Thank you. So, thank you, and I would like to recognize Nick, because it's because of you that we have this setup, Nick. You remember, we came here, I had you speak to our students, and then you visited and we talked about it, and so thank you, Nick. This is his idea. This round, you call it studio, or it's I think it's a nice setup. Let me start with, it's interesting how the discussion at the end always becomes a little bit of an introspection, isn't it? What does it mean? Why?
It's the last day and we have observed so much, and then it's over.
Exactly. So it's a process. And it takes time to put ourselves in conditions, in predispositions to do things, to decide, to take decisions. It needs to sink in. And it's part of the formula, it's part of the drug that we provide as think tanks. We provide the condition, like in a clinic, for this to happen. And it's not an easy process. And it is a costly process to bring you all here, to end up in a philosophical introspection. It takes a lot. It takes a lot. And one of the sort of preconception we have on public policies is that it's often, we think, and we don't really think, in fact, that it is easy. This is very difficult. And it's very difficult at the individual level, and it's very difficult collectively. At the individual level, because, as I said earlier on, our brain is not wired for that. Our brain is lazy. He likes routines. We don't like to be challenges. We like comfort. So, one of the specificities of the Policy Center is that we've, over the year, developed thanks to all of you, you don't know, but you've been guinea pigs. We've developed a certain view of public policies in their psychological dimension and psychoanalysis ways. And so it's painful, it's costly, it's difficult, it requires expertise. You need to fight the natural tendency of the brain. So you need an instrument and you need methods. And you need commitment, of course. And this is what we try to provide to follow on the discussion we had on think tanks, which was a bit part of an introspection as well. So it is an introspective, in a way, Atlantic and conference. Last year was an assertive conference. The title was an assertive Atlantic. We're becoming more mature by becoming more sort of, a little bit higher, a little bit, looking at ourselves from outside rather than doing things. Renato, yes, confusions of confusions. I know where it comes from, complexity, but it doesn't come by accident also. Will and reason and science are not enough. You need intuition, you need also art, you need collective, cognitive resonance, which is difficult to establish among ourselves. We need to know each other. I need to trust you, Marcus and Len. We've been together. You said, this Karim is a bit crazy. Is he for real? Or is he just, playing an art play here? And you know that we are serious. And I'm just your ambassador in a way. When I speak, it's not only, it's on your behalf, Policy Center colleagues, staff and senior fellows. we've been engineering all this together, and seeing it in real time in this kind of setup and conference with all the investment it needs is really for me a joy, sort of reassurance about the future. So you were asking, Nick, if we were, is destabilizing me, change place, is here. You were asking if we were happy, positive, optimistic. I think the general context is, of course, a challenging context, but I think, we feel under siege in many nations. Domestic political scenes are fragmented. It's difficult to have reasonable dialogue. There are many, many challenges, but in the end, I think there is for us in the South more space. Just to be very brief, there's more space, but it means it's more difficult. If you want to be responsible, it's easy to be against. It's more difficult to propose something. So for us, in the developing world in general, and this is why we talk about the new South rather than the ideological South that can be against, etc. It's a South that is reasonable, that is committed, that is also humble, but ambitious at the same time, like Paolo told us. So, but it takes investment, it takes work, it takes a generation of well-trained citizens. More difficult, more complex, and we still want to be in interaction with our friends in advanced economies and in the world, and it's what Morocco stands for. It's not by accident that it's happening. It's very special. It's a very balanced geographical composition. You guys are coming for 4 continents, grosso modo, for very well equilibrated, if I exclude Moroccans that are of course overrepresented. But otherwise it's very balanced. And that's in itself a message. When we started this, Jan, without sort of insulting, it was not the case. It was mostly north. Where GMF was smart, they accepted to venture in this dangerous south. Oh. You see, it takes people. People matters. Personality matters, and this is why it worked. And now it's having its own organic life, its own culture that we've built together over the years. And it's interesting. The discussion became more and more philosophical, in the end, because of course changing things is about philosophy as well. It's not only about technicalities. The second point I would like to say is that all this is not a linear process. It's an exponential process. You need to invest a lot and you have not much progress. It's quite linear. But at some point you reap the benefit of your investment and it becomes non-linear. And I think on this conference we reached that stage of non-linearities and a positive sort of exponential slope. I can see it in many ways, and it's of course thanks to you. We will continue on the Atlantic. Look on our website. There's a regular flow of publications, but we also upcoming in Brussels an Atlantic Strategy Group with the GMF and Jan and a few other partners. So if you're around in Brussels, you're most welcome around mid-January. So this is not, as I said in the introductory remarks, just a one moment. It's a process. The other point I wanted to make is a concrete proposal without opening the debate again on development finance. But I think we reached the point, and that's a message to our partners that are in governments working on the Atlantic. We reach a point, I think, where we need a mechanism, we need an instrument. Don't get sick, guys. We want you in good shape for the reception. the reception later on. I'm not going to be very long. So we need an instrument, and I think we need a financial instrument. We need some money. And this financial instrument shouldn't be only public money. It should be a combination. We need to find a structure where in the governance we can have the private sector and the public sector, and something that is Atlantic specific. So I think that's feasible. We have national development banks and instruments and bilateral and development institutions in advanced economies. We have development banks in the South in many countries, and we could do something together. And it's quite simple in people that share a culture in the financial sector. They know how to do that. It could be focused on specific sector initially, a little bit, some diversification to avoid concentration of risks. Let's put some innovative finance at the service of the Atlantic, both development and climate. And it shouldn't be too complex to do, and we will avoid power rivalry that we're seeing at the level of multilateral institution. So this could be a concrete proposal based on the very nice panel we had on this topic. Anything else? Fadela? No? Good. Hamza? No? You're hot. You want to get out? Gil, anything? Good? Okay. Huh? One comment. Tell me.
Hair was mentioned.
Who?
Hair.
Yeah.
One of the emerging leaders mentioned hair.
Yes, hair.
Yeah.
Gray hair. We have both gray hairs.
Hair.
Yeah.
And I really recommend this novel called Americana by a young Chimamanda Adichie, Americana. It's about global issues, but
And hairs.
It's about hair.
Okay, excellent. Americana, recommended. Let me close now and thank you, all of you, participants that have been resilient to stay until the end, but you're reaping benefits because you've been listening to colleagues and ideas here. So it's rewarding to be resilient. There's some moral justice in the world, I think, Renato. Let me thank my colleagues here, the staff of the Policy Center for the New South. It takes a big group. The volunteers as well. We have close to 20 volunteers. Lilia was one of those, as she told you. You were, no? So let me thank also, of course, moderators, speakers, and participants, all of you that have taken on your time to travel to Morocco and to be with us here at this conference, and colleagues also on the campus here that have been very helpful in making sure we have a flawless sort of entries and exit and all kind of support that they provide on this campus. So many thanks again, safe trips to your homes, and looking forward to seeing you in a bit for the reception. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, for joining us at the 13th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues, and hope to see you next year. Participants with blue. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is organizing the 13th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues Conference, scheduled to take place from December 12th to 14th, 2024, in Rabat, Morocco. This flagship event will convene over 400 distinguished leaders from the public and private sectors, civil society, international organizations, think tanks, and the media across the Atlantic Basin, fostering open and candid discussions on pivotal cross-regional and cross-sectoral challenges. This year's conference marks a significant evolution, transitioning from annual thematic focuses to a broader, more inclusive approach emphasizing the wider Atlantic space's core values and strategic importance. The agenda will delve into critical topics such as geoeconomics, regional security, democracy, migration, and the energy transition, with a particular emphasis on the African Atlantic region. Participants will engage in over 11 plenary sessions, interactive town halls, thematic breakout dinners, and intimate night owl sessions, all designed to encourage meaningful dialogue. The Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders 2024 program will bring together more than 40 young changemakers across the Atlantic. These emerging leaders will participate in a tailored leadership, policy and networking program, fostering intergenerational dialogue and bridging generational and perception gaps. Building on the previous 12 editions, this 13th edition will be a platform conducive to navigating the complexities of the Atlantic region and working collaboratively towards a more integrated and prosperous wider Atlantic. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org.